Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya, taking a look at how markets are set to shape up today. It's been a steady week. The bulls have been active. We're at 24,000. Global cues also intact. So it does seem to be all signals go. Let me welcome in Shell. Shell, good morning. How are things looking today?
Good morning to you, Abha. Let's look at the macro. So the US has again hit Iran, and that's caused oil to rise by another $3 a barrel. So that's a negative for the market. Bond yields are also inching up in Japan and US. So the first day of the monthly expiry for the month of June should start flat to weak for Nifty and Bank Nifty, but they are showing strength. And this should be used as an opportunity to get back into the market, at least for the Nifty and the Bank Nifty, Abha.
All right. Shell, right now we've got the Nifty Bank that's been looking good for the week. If we take a look at really where the action's supposed to continue from here, would you say financials would be one of the top picks?
Abha, yes. So ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank should show signs of revival. And within the FinServ space, things are looking good for companies like Samman Capital, for Bajaj Finance, for the likes of Shriram Finance, and the entire quasi-insurance space, LIC Housing Finance, PNB Housing Finance, so on and so forth. But the real action is in two indices. The chemical space, I'll request the PCR to show us the Nifty Chemicals Index. There's a sharp breakout that's happening here. And of course, the Nifty IT/Telecom Index. These are the two that are doing very, very well as far as charts are concerned. And strong breakouts are coming back in pharma, plus commodities, plus you have strength in capital markets. So these are the 4 or 5 sectors that I'm looking at. We can speak about them individually, or we can go to stocks, whatever you prefer.
Let's take them individually first and then go to stocks. Why don't you lead the way, Shell?
Okay, so the Nifty Chemicals Index, Abha, fresh record high. We've seen breakouts happening on Navin Fluorine, which has hit a fresh record peak. But the smaller stocks are doing extremely well. I'd like to highlight 3 small cap stocks: Pheniotex Chemicals, Chemcon Industries, and Indoor Mines. These are sub 1,000 crore, sub 500 crore market capitalizations. The charts are looking amazing. And in the bigger ones, look at Yasho Industries, and of course look at Neogen Chemicals. These are the 5 stocks from the chemical space that are looking really good. From the capital market space, there's absolutely no stopping BSE. Fresh record high there. I keep an eye out on that one. And of course, broking stocks, Angel. The Adani pack, Abha, is in very good form within F&O. So we are looking at Adani Enterprises, Adani Power, and of course Adani Ports. So these are the 5 or 6 stocks that I have in mind for today's trade. Abha.
All right, a whole bunch of the Adani counters will continue to be in focus, and getting down to some of the other names as well, Shell, that you were mentioning. Let's talk through some of those. Again, are these like chart toppers or earnings reactions? Yes. What should we be watching out for?
I've had 2 stocks from the F&O space. One, pharma. As I was pointing out, the Nifty Pharma Index is showing signs of revival. Therefore, we need to keep an eye out on Glenmark Pharma. This is a stock that you and I have been tracking for a while, and it's now breaking out again as far as the daily charts are concerned. 2 days of gains, and what you have in front of you is 1440 as far as the markets are concerned. Yesterday 2345, all-time high is 2470. The 2 tailwinds that we talk about, rupee depreciation, as also the semi-glutide show for the broader pharma industry, and Abha, Bharat Forge. This is the old world favorite that's making a very, very strong comeback. A recent high of 2040 and showing signs for further upticks in the last 2 days. I'll keep an eye out on these 2 from the F&O space. Abha.
Okay, interesting mix of stocks there. Aditya is also joining us this morning. Aditya, good to have you with us. Let's talk through first how the setup is looking. It's a truncated week. We've been steady at about that 24,000 mark. How are things looking to you?
Morning, Anna. Well, I mean, if we see overall setup for Nifty, it looks positive. It means we gave a breakout on Monday, saw a good buying. Nifty was up 300 points yesterday. Expiry pressure, crude was up. Due to that, we saw some profit booking from higher levels, but overall structure is still positive. Till that time, Nifty is trading above 23,800 odd levels. Means market is like buy on dips kind of market where if Nifty opens at 80, 90 points kind of gap, which if Nifty is showing, that will be a good buying opportunity. I'm expecting that Nifty may move towards 24,200 to 24,400 in next couple of trading sessions. So overall structure is positive for market and any kind of dip can be used to initiate long positions. And if we see Bank Nifty, then Bank Nifty is much better placed than Nifty. After good accumulation at lower levels, we saw breakout above 54,600 levels. Yesterday, again, some minor profit booking was there, but if we see Bank Nifty again outperformed in yesterday's trading session. So I'm expecting that Bank Nifty may move towards 56,000 to 56,400 levels. So both indices, Nifty, Bank Nifty looks good, at least from short-term perspective, but Bank Nifty is better placed as compared to Nifty.
All right. Let's also talk about some of the top picks that you have in mind today, Aditya.
Well, some of the themes which Shalin discussed, we agree with those themes. Like capital markets as a sector is looking very positive. Among capital markets, means BSC has already outperformed. CDSL is one stock which is in accumulation zone, but we are seeing long position getting built up in CDSL. So I'm expecting that from these levels, risk reward ratio is very much in favor of CDSL and long positions can be initiated with slightly positional target of 1300, 1340. On lower side, my stop loss will be 1198. Among banking space, if we see, then Federal Bank is one stock which is in accumulation zone for last couple of days. But at lower levels, we are continuously seeing long positions getting built up in Federal Bank. Federal Bank can be added at current levels for trading target of 300, 302 and stop loss of 286. One stock will be for metal space. Means if we see metal as such, overall metal sector has given a good breakout. National Aluminium is one stock which has seen a good accumulation at low levels. It is continuously finding support at its 50 days moving average. So at current levels, it gives a good risk reward. For a target of 440, it can be bought with a stop loss of 404.
All right. Shell, would you like to come in here with a query for Aditya?
Yes, of course. Good morning, Aditya, and a very warm welcome. A view probably on Adani Enterprises as also Adani Power. Very, very strong breakouts on the chart, especially on power.
Well, it means both these stocks are looking positive. Means if we see Adani Enterprises from the lows of 1600 in last few weeks, stock is at 3000 odd levels, approximately 3000. Structure is positive, but at current levels, means if we see risk reward is not in favor, as stock has already seen a good move. Is yes, if someone is holding, they can continue to hold for a target of 3200, 3240 levels. But fresh buying at this level will be little bit risky, as risk reward is not in favor. But if we see Adani Power means this stock structure is same from 120 odd levels in last few weeks. It is doubled 120 to 240. So I will wait for some dip to enter into long position. If Adani Power comes in the zone of 235, 234, it's a good buy with a stop loss of 228. On higher side, 260, 265 will be the target. Yes, if someone is holding, they can continue to hold. But for fresh buy, I will wait for some time and wait for a dip of 2 to 3% in both these stocks.
All right, that's on Adani names this morning. Let's also take a look at some of the other newsmakers. Hitachi Energy, for instance, have surged almost 93% so far this year itself. A good set of earnings also have come in. JK Tyre profit up about 80%, record sales, record margins coming in there. Some of these are, fairly significant. What do you say, Shell?
Abha, we've discussed Hitachi Energy, Power India earlier. Lucky are those who have it in their portfolio or in their trading segments. It's beyond me to look at charts at this level, it's just rocketing every day, and I'd like to sort of stay away from commenting. But yes, the auto ancillary space is hot, and JK Tyre, as you mentioned, has shown strength. This is again reclaiming its previous highs, and therefore has a lot of momentum going for it after these very strong quarterly earnings.
So we have Siemens as well, revenue up 15%, commodity costs, weak rupee weighing on margins. So keep an eye on that one. But coming to the power and energy space, and while we've seen really good earnings overall, I agree. Something like Hitachi, Aditya, let me get your view as well. Expensive stock, kind of moves it's seen at these levels is unusual. 93% in 2026.
Means, well, definitely. Stock has been a stellar performer in the last couple of months. But like Shalin said, at this level means giving a fresh buy call in this stock is not a very good idea. Yes, the stock corrects if it comes in the zone of 32,000. There one can enter into a long position with a slightly longer perspective. On higher side, 37,500, 39,000 will be the possible target. But again, in this stock also, I would like to wait for some dip before initiating into fresh long positions.
All right. One that didn't work so well on earnings was, of course, Concord. That was one that saw quite a slip. We're also watching out for a whole bunch today. I think, including, I'm just trying to pull up some of those names. I think we've got others that may react to earnings like a Coal India, Edgy Infra, a few other names as well. So lots of earnings action that seems to be continuing in the broader markets at this point. What about financials, Aditya? Let's talk about that. And where do you see strength emerging as we move ahead?
Overall, we see banking and NBFC space looks pretty positive. I mean, has been means we are seeing some accumulation in most of the NBFC stocks, and some of these stocks have given positive breakout also in last 1 or 2 trading sessions. Shriram Finance is one of those stocks. Means we saw that stock was seen accumulation for last 6-7 days at lower levels. 900 was a very strong support zone. It gave a breakout above 935, 940. So that is one stock which can be bought at current levels. Means risk reward ratio is clearly in favor of buyers at current levels. On higher side, it has potential to move towards 1,010 to 1,050 also. So at current level, Shriram Finance among NBFC is our top pick with a stop loss of 932 and a target of 1,010 to 1,050.
All right, that's on some of these names. Shriram Finance also.
Abha, when you mentioned
the
power space.
Yes, Shell.
Abha, when you mention the power space, I would look at stocks which may have gone up rapidly but still have signs of strength. You look at BHEL, already a record high, but still we have sense and sensibility into the charts as far as they are concerned. I'll also look at CG Power, 879 for you. Fairly okay kind of a market capitalization if you compare it with the bigger ones like Hitachi, as also Siemens and all. There are stocks like TD Power Systems. There is KECL, this is Kirloskar Electric Company Limited, very strong set of earnings, 126 rupees. I think this is something that you can ask Aditya to take a view on. Earnings tailwind beaten down and in a sector that's doing immensely well. So chances for KECL performing are far higher than what I would give credit Power India to.
Go ahead, Aditya.
Well, means yes, KECL is among the whole power space that we see. CG Power and KECL, both these stocks looks good. KECL saw some correction from 150 odd levels, but at 105, 107 levels, it found strong support around its 200 days moving average. It respected those levels, saw some pullback. Structure is good. I'm expecting that this stock may move towards 145 to 150 levels in next couple of days. So at current levels also it's a good buy. With a stop loss of 118, it can be bought with target of 145 to 150. Similarly, we see CG Power means we have seen a good move in last 5-6 days. But structure-wise, if we see long-term charts, stock is means in a sweet spot. It has some resistance on 885, 890, but once that is broken, it will be a positional buy. with a target of 950 to 1050 also. So CG Power among F&O stocks looks positive among power space, which can be bought at current levels. If we see cash stocks, then KECL is also looking positive.
Lots of buzz in power, in energy, some of these names really where all the action is at right now. And I think a little bit on defense or rail as well. Bharat Forge was another one that Shell was talking about. How's that looking on your charts, Aditya?
Means Bharat Forge looks positive. It found support around 1800, 1820 levels. But in Bharat Forge, upside seems to be pretty limited. 2000, 2020 will be a very strong resistance zone for the stock. But yes, means we can see some 50 to 60 rupees, 3 to 4% kind of move in this stock from current levels. For the short-term trading, it can be bought. But if yes, someone is looking for a little bit of positional perspective, then I think Hindustan Aeronautics is one stock which has been in the range for last couple of weeks, couple of months now, and at from lower levels now we are means this stock is showing some sign of recovery. I'm expecting that this stock on from positional perspective can move towards 4900 to 5000 levels. So we can easily see some 10 to 12% kind of upside in HAL from these levels. So for short-term trading, one can buy Bharat Forge. If someone is looking for a little bit of positional perspective, then HAL is also a good bet at current levels.
All right. Few other earnings today to watch.
Deep,
go ahead, Shell.
please continue, Abha.
No, I was just marking. I think we're also watching out for GMR Airports, Physics Wala, PC Jeweler, Cummins that are reporting earnings today. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out a very small pocket within the power equipment sector, which is cables. So we've already had a record high on Polycab. I would keep an eye out on RR Kabel and also smaller, cable makers like Universal Cables. These are, not exactly discarded, but stocks which are not on the radar of active traders, but nevertheless give supernormal returns. So RR Cable and Universal Cables should also be watched, given the fact that you've had a record high on Polycab. Abha.
All right, interesting to keep some of those in mind as well. I think in terms of, in terms of the kind of trajectory we've seen during the last couple of months, Aditya, with FIIs also pulling out of the markets, we saw, of course, a deep, cut and then a recovery. But in the last few weeks, we also saw a lot more conviction building up in broader markets. Going ahead, do you feel that perhaps the index is going to come back with resounding strength? Would you still sort of keep your bets to some of the broader markets and stock-specific plays?
Well, I don't think so that Nifty is going to move towards 25,000 or 25,500. So Nifty, I think, will be more or less range bound. We will see 2 to 3% kind of move in Nifty from these levels. And then again, we will see some consolidation. But yes, if we see broader markets are much more positive. Means mid cap index made a new high, small cap index has seen a good rally. So if we see large cap versus mid cap versus small cap, I think large cap will be a little bit subdued for some time. We will continue to see pressure in large cap at higher levels, but yes, mid cap and small cap, both these indices are looking much more positive. If I have to initiate position for slightly medium to long term perspective, I would go more in mid and small cap as compared to large cap at these levels. Nifty looks pretty much range bound, not a major move upside, at least from these levels, is expected.
All right, so no major move expected right now on the index, and we're watching out for some of these pockets and the action there. I know Shell said that metals have really topped out. He's tired of discussing them, but anything from the metals pack that stands out to you, Aditya?
Well, whole metal space is looking good. Means National Aluminium is our top pick among mining. And if we see Hindustan Zinc, that is another stock which is looking good. It saw some correction for last 5 6 days. It was in consolidation phase. Yesterday we saw it gave a small breakout. I'm expecting that Hindustan Zinc from short-term perspective can see up move and it may move towards 680, 690 odd levels. So from these levels, 4 to 5% kind of up move cannot be ruled out. But means if we see overall metal space, be it Tata Steel, be it SAIL, Hindalco, they are in sweet spot. Some correction was seen from higher levels, but overall structure is positive. I think the correction which we have seen in last few trading session, it can be used as a buying opportunity in metal sector.
All right, Shail, I can see you furiously typing away. So what are you picking up?
I was just writing the names of 15 cable companies that are in top shape as far as charts are concerned. I'll also request Aditya to please comment on Sterlite Technologies as well. This is an optic fiber company which just got $1 billion business from US. It was at 90 rupees in the month of February, and post that third quarter earnings, it's rocketed all the way up to 486. Aditya ji.
Well, means Shailendra, if you see this stock, then on technical front, really I won't be able to comment much. Stock is already up 65% in this month itself, that is in May. And if we see yearly basis, it is up by almost 370 odd percent. So on technical front, means not a buy, definitely not a buy. Yes, if someone is holding, they can continue to hold with a trailing stop loss. Now the stop loss will be somewhere around 420, 425 levels. But for a fresh long position, I won't be able to recommend and give any call on this count.
Fair point.
All right. I think we also have earnings coming in on an EIH. That's a squeeze on numbers this time. EBITDA down 4.8%. Transrail EBITDA down 11%. So a couple of more earnings reactions to be expected. Camlin Fin EBITDA down 65%. So that's quite a steep cut on that one. So Camlin, we've got JKTI we've been talking about as well. They're also looking at massive expansion going forward. So those are a few ideas there in terms of what's actually looking good versus where perhaps we need to look a little deeper on the numbers this time around. I think we've got an IRCTC that's seen a decent revenue growth. So as I said, railways, defense, some of those names are of course doing well. KPI Green, also further investments that they've announced. Coal India has announced 2% OFS as well. KEC International on an order wins. Again, energy, or industrials, a lot of order news coming in there. And Senco Gold, margins have come in at 13.7%, revenues up 45%. So that's one that's looking good. What do you say, Shail? Senco Gold, phenomenal numbers.
I'll stay away from gold finance, gold jewelers. This is a space I'm very, very afraid of. Gold is running up because of changes in customs duties made by the government of India. We don't know when they come in, when they go out. So very honestly and very frankly, there are better, more predictable sectors and stocks in the market. I'll stay away from commenting on Senco Gold.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that. We've got GPT Infra also bagging orders. Again, rail. Then we've got bags orders for solar supply, Satvik Green. So you can see the trend here. But coming back to gold, Senco on earnings and otherwise the gold financiers. Aditya, are you in sync with Shail or would you think differently?
Well, means we don't track Samco Gold, so I won't be able to comment on Samco right now.
All right, but gold financiers?
Well, means if we see Manappuram Finance, means stock has already seen a big rally. So overall, gold finance companies are not looking bad at current levels. In fact, they have seen a big rally. Yes, there is some volatility in gold because of the duties. But structure-wise, if we see companies, then individual companies are looking good. Muthoot Finance saw some correction, but at lower levels, it has a strong support around 3150, 3200. And now from those levels, this stock is trying to show some pullback. So if I had to go with Manappuram or Muthoot, I would go with Manappuram. Stock is showing some strength and it can move towards 345 to 315 short term.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 8:57. We are now 3 minutes away from the first day of the FNO expiry. Let me recap what has happened globally and what we are looking at. possibly a flat opening. GIFT Nifty is not showing signs of great strength for Nifty, at least in the beginning of the trade. In fact, you just might see a 17, 18, 20, 25 point downtick. Nothing to be worried about, and that's because hostilities have flared back up again in the West Asian conflict. The US, what it says in self-defense, has fired several missiles and sent fighter aircraft back into Iran. Iran has vowed to retaliate. Oil, therefore, is up $3.5 a barrel. That's painful as it can be, and therefore you see flat to weak expectations on the Nifty, but very, very strong moves are likely in the Nifty chemical space. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the chart of the Nifty chemicals index. You are seeing very sharp breakouts happening there. This is the Nifty right there in front of you. The chemicals index will come out shortly. We'll also see the Nifty mid-cap telecom index, which is also showing signs of breakout from 200-day moving average. This, of course, is the Nifty chemicals index showing at a record high. 5 stocks are on my radar. 3 small caps, which is Finiotex Chemicals, Indo Amines, and of course Chemcon Industries, as also from the larger pack Neogen Chemicals and Yasho Industries. That's what the chemical space looks at. Within telecom, of course, strength in Tejas Networks. From the equipment side, there is Black Box doing very well, and of course, who can forget the rally that's happening in Vodafone Idea. So these are stocks and structures that are strong on charts. We will shortly be having the first pre-open trade. A view, Aditya ji, that you can offer on Vodafone Idea?
Means if we see Idea stock has already seen a big up move, means from 8.5 rupees to 14 rupees. But yes, after a long time, we have seen this kind of breakout in this counter. Means 12.5 was a very strong resistance zone. Stock has given a breakout. So I'm expecting that this stock may again move towards 16 to 16.5 rupees. At current levels also, it is a good buy. Means with a little bit of positional perspective, one can buy with a stop loss of 13. On higher side, 16.5 will be the first target. And if it breaks that, then it may move towards 17.20 also. So structure is positive. Stock has given a good breakout. We are seeing fresh long positions in the counter. So at current levels also, it's a good buy.
Okay. We'll have the pre-open in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Flat on the Nifty, nothing to be worried about. Look at Adani Power, off the block, 1.7% higher in pre-open. Let's look at the top gainers. Nothing as yet that I can point out. Let me just go to F&O stocks and look at the most active counters as far as F&O is concerned. You have a mild green tick on HDFC Bank, nothing to be worried about. L&T, 0.5% higher. This is something that we are also looking forward to. You have strength, which is into Shriram Cement, 2% higher in opening trades. KPIT Tech, Marico, these are the stocks that are showing ticks on the green side. We'll again head back to NSE 500. Those are better stocks to look at. A green tick on ICICI Bank, 1/3% higher. This is something that you need to look at for the month of June. I'll also request Aditya ji to comment on ICICI Bank in a while. The CMD has given a 2-year extension, so that's continuity in ICICI Bank's boardroom, and of course the stock as well as the business has done immensely well. Aditya ji, a view that you might want to offer on ICICI Bank?
Well, means if we see ICICI Bank from short to medium term perspective, stock is looking positive. Means if we see whole banking space, particularly private space banking, they have been laggard. ICICI Bank has seen a good correction from 1380 odd levels to 1220. But I think that now we can again see some pullback in the counter. It can again move towards 1335 to 1340. So one can buy at current levels also with a stop loss of 1268. On higher side, 1330 to 1340 will be the immediate short-term targets.
Okay, 902, the pre-open is sort of doing pretty well. Look at JK Tyre. This is a stock that's moving 6% higher post the earnings numbers that have come in. I'll just show the earnings to you, but the counter recovering from well below its 200-day moving average, so you will have to keep an eye out on JK Tyre. Let's look at how the numbers have stacked up. Sales for the quarter gone by up 12% to 4,223 crore rupees. Net profit more than doubling, 178 crores versus 98 crores in the year ago period. And what is really interesting is that in front of sales of 16,300 crore rupees, the market capitalization of JK Tyres is 11,363 crores. Profit making, doubling of quarterly profit, stock well below 200-day DMA. Aditya ji, a view on JK Tyre that you might have?
Well, structure is positive, Shalin, means, but on higher side, stock has a very strong resistance around 435, 440. And if the pre-open rates are correct, I mean, the stock opens around 425, 426 levels, then from those levels means it will not be a good buy, as on higher side we can see some profit booking around 440. Yes, if the stock sustains above 440 and continues to trade above that, then in that case we can see this stock can move towards 485 to 490 also. So I will wait for some time, let the stock break 440 on higher side. Above that, we can see a big move. Yes, if the stocks open flat today, then it's a good buy for a target of 440. But the next position can be initiated only above if it breaks 440 levels.
Okay, fair point. Let's look at how gainers are stacked. Okay, let's look at the losers side of NSE 500, Coal India. Now, this is a bit of an issue. Coal India 6% lower in pre-open trade, and that's worrisome. This is a stock where structures were really good. What we'll do is we'll come back shortly and get back to you with what's the latest in pre-open trades. But Aditya ji, as always, thank you very much. What a lovely view that you have on the markets. Have a nice day. I'll be back shortly with more on the pre-open side of the market.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only
on
on
India
India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said! Well said! Well said! SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. Co-presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Good morning and welcome. You're with us here in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take you through the top stories at this hour. Wall Street shrugging off West Asia tensions as Nasdaq and S&P 500 hit fresh record highs, Micron surges 19% after UBS target hike, crossing the 1 trillion mark cap and joining tech heavyweights. Asia-Pacific markets rally despite Iran tensions, with Japan and South Korea benchmarks scaling fresh record highs. Investors track fragile Washington-Tehran ceasefire talks and hope of a diplomatic breakthrough. Tata Sons holds day-long board review of loss-making new age businesses as Noel Tata seeks clarity on profitability. Reports suggest Chandra's third term and listing plans deferred to the June 12th meeting. Government to divest up to 2% stake in Coal India via OFS between May 27th and 29th at a floor price of 412 rupees per share. That's nearly 10% below the market price. Centre may raise over 5,000 crore rupees to meet FY27 disinvestment target. ONGC reports weak Q4 despite higher crude prices. Net profit falls 21% to 6,650 crore, that's quarter on quarter. Lower production and rising costs hurt margins. EBITDA down 17%, while the board approves a 1 rupee per share final dividend and the Dahej Port JV proposal. All right, first up on your screen, the rupee starts the day lower versus the dollar, opening 7 paise weaker. Remember, the rupee has been struggling to maintain that upward slant. It continues to be pulled back down towards the 96 mark today at 95.75 versus 95.68. That's where we're at on the currency. Also joining us this morning, Sharendra Bhatnagar and Sharad Awasthi. Good morning, gentlemen. Let me kickstart with you, Sharad, in terms of how the setup is looking. We've got a truncated week. We've been hovering around 24,000. What's your outlook?
Yeah, I think a lot of focus should be there on what is happening in US, particularly the US-Iran issue. I think the way it sorts out will be the biggest reason for us to, celebrate. So I think whiffs of that have already come in, that occasionally, maybe economically for both parties, it is very hard for them to continue this like that. So most probably we will have a resolution, but then, both are hardliners as we've already been speaking. So unless and until something really comes up, no point taking a call. But I think, the tone, etc., is suggesting that most probably we are at the fag end of it. So maybe within a month, most probably we'll have some positive development there. And that should be a perfect platform for Indian markets, particularly to go higher.
All right, great. Shell, good morning. Let me get your view in as well on the setup this morning.
Well, good morning, Abha, and a very warm welcome to Sharad Ji. We missed him last time. Abha, Coal India is in pain, 6.5% lower. The immediate reaction being the OFS from the government, but all in all, it's okay. Nothing to worry about. Earnings-led JK Tyres 5% higher. You have strength coming into KEC International, Pine Labs. So it's it's an okay start to the first day of the FNO expiry. I'm looking at a flat trade today. HDFC Bank down 1.5%. Infosys weak. So Nifty would be flat to sideways. But let's hope that 23,800 holds. Abha.
All right. Okay, we'll come down to specific stocks in a moment, but a legal blow for Baiju's founder. They've got a 6-month sentence. Bloomberg Singapore court has sentenced Baiju's CEO, Baiju Ravindran, held in contempt, and the Singapore court has jailed the Baiju founder, Baiju Ravindran there. We're going to get you more details on that. But remember the kind of dues that he had pending given the collapse of Baiju's and all kinds of cases that have been held against both Ravindran and the company. Now a Singapore court has actually found him in contempt and also sentenced him. Has got a 6-month sentence. That's the news coming in for you on your screen. It's a huge legal blow to the Baiju's founder coming in. 6 months for contempt of court right now. Remember, he had disobeyed multiple orders related to his assets dating all the way back to 2024. It's finally catching up with him now. And 6 months in jail by a Singapore court for contempt. These are reports coming in on Bloomberg. This is saying the court saying he's disobeyed multiple orders relating to his assets going back to 2024. He's been instructed to surrender himself to officials, paying a cost of about $70,500 and providing documents proving his legal ownership of Bayer Investco Private Limited, a corporate entity that held shares in a related company. Now, the threat of jail time here is the latest blow for Baiju Ravindran. He's been trying to claw back from losses that go into the billions. And this, of course, is, one of those sort of success to disaster stories. It's actually a reverse, given the kind of capital he attracted and the kind of success and scale that Baiju's had reached before all of this caught up with the company and with the founder. So currently, he is being pursued in the Singapore court system. This is by a subsidiary of the sovereign wealth fund, Qatar Investment Authority, which had also participated in a round in the firm. And latest is a 6-month jail sentence coming in for Baiju Ravindran. That's the big news coming in for you this morning. All right, we'll of course take you through some of the other newsmakers in a moment, but let me come down to key stocks to watch out for as we head into opening. Just a couple of minutes left to go. We are just seeing a flat opening on the pre-open, and at this point of time, a whole host of earnings coming in as well as newsmakers, a lot of order wins. We've got the Coal India OFS to track. We've got ONGC on the back of poor earnings hit by rising costs. We've got a whole host of broader market plays as well. And we are seeing rail, defense, metals, some of these themes continue to play out and see strength in the market. So let's take a look at how the screen is going to kickstart today. It looks like a pretty steady start is what we're going to see. And there you have it, just about a 30-point down tech coming in at this point of time, just about a 0.2% on the index at this point. So we'll continue to bring you some of the key movers and shakers. A quick look at the precious metals as well. They're steady this morning. Silver up about 1,400 and gold up about 150 right now. So it's been mildly choppy. I'd say range bound. They've pretty much been around this level for the week. 2.72 lakh per kilo on silver, and MCX gold is at about 1.58 lakh per 10 grams currently. So not too much movement on the precious metals. They're trading firm and likely to be firm given the steadiness emerging out of the West Asia scenario. But the impact of rising costs is what's being seen on earnings and some critical earnings, maybe not fully this past quarter, but especially going ahead, and of course in what we're seeing on prices. Nifty this morning just under 24,000. Just about flat, 30-point downtick coming in. Let's pull up the Nifty Bank and then, of course, some of the index gainers for you. Nifty Bank also just a minor downtick. Let's pull up the top gainers and losers just to get a sense of where the action is at in the market right now. Broader markets in the green, but also pretty much range-bound this morning. We've got Sun Pharma up, Hindalco, ICICI Bank, so that's where some of the action is at currently. And BEL also continuing to see gains. Adani Enterprises, the whole Adani bunch, of course, was on our list to watch this morning. On the downside, Coal India, 6% drop. OFS is open, so lots going on there today. Tomorrow, ITC is down about 2%. Margin pressure there as well. HDFC Bank also down over 1% this morning. ONGC down about 1% despite weak earnings. EBITDA down 17% on that one. And it is still just seeing about a 1% knock right now. Maybe we'll talk about it with Sharad in just a moment. And otherwise, on the advance decline ratio, just to pull up the map, we've got over 1,000 advances, just about 500 declines. So breadth seems to be intact, sentiment seems to be intact, but continuing range bound for now. Shell.
Yes, Abha, out of 19 indices that we track, you have 16 in the green and 2:1 on breadth. So while the Nifty might be sideways, but the party continues on Dalal Street as far as the mid-cap and the small-cap sectors are concerned. The Nifty mid-cap select 100 is a 3% higher. Mid-cap 100 index is a 3% higher. Small-cap is also into gains, and overall advance decline fairly good. Let's look at where the action is in terms of gainers. JK Tyres taking it away, 5% higher. Hindalco 3.3% higher. From the metal space, Usha Martin clicking in at 3%. And of course, you have a nice uptick, Abha, on Swiggy, which we had discussed. Remember, all-time low, below offer price, offers value in a market which is a duopoly, 2.5% higher. And this is what Sharadji should answer his view on Swiggy.
A bit what I'm aggressively bullish on this one. I think the space is expected to grow very well over the next 4 or 5 years, and there will be a lot of positive surprises. But yeah, some businesses, some verticals might not do as well as expected in the short term, maybe 1 or 2 quarters. But largely, I'm very positive on the space. We are working with around 4 times the EV to sales. I think the ideal multiple should be around 7 to 8 times. So I think the minimum upside that we're looking at is around 100% from current levels. So once the tide turns, there is a high possibility that this could be something that could give you very decent returns. Mid-cap stock. So I think you could expect doubling your money over the next 1.5 years.
All right, still a mixed market when it comes to Swiggy, but let's talk about some of the other names. ITC, ONGC seeing pressure on ONGC, particularly, Sharad, this is despite the crude prices. It's more on rising cost pressures that we're seeing these kind of earnings. What are the charts telling you on ONGC and Coal India, the OFS opening today, so that one also in focus?
So ONGC, I think you still have valuation upside. The only thing with commodities typically will be that if oil prices start correcting with the Iran situation normalizing, most probably the sentiment around ONGC and oil will not be that positive. But I think at these valuations, what are you looking at? I think we are looking at 45, 50 kind of earnings this year. 42. So around 42, 43, if it reports, I think it should easily get 9-10 times. So I think still there is decent upside of around 350, 400. You're looking at a dividend yield of around 4.5-5%. And then there is the positive side where, the new ramp-ups could help it. Even recently, they've been talking about ramping up, some of the existing oil fields also. And some new discoveries in the Andaman space. If some more confirmation comes out of it, I think that could be a very big reason to rejoice in ONGC. So, at 6.7 times 1 year forward, I would not be very negative. I think one should continue to hold. Coal India, it's already trading at, 9 times forward. So not much of earning growth, but you are expecting 54, 55 kind of earnings next year also. Again, the dividend yield, etc. is good, But I think, once you are trading at 8-9 times in these stories, you don't have much upside. So maybe at 300, 350, it was a screaming buy, but now more or less it's done, I think.
Okay. A few more earnings. We've got Finolex moving higher on earnings. JK Tyre also seeing a really good quarter. Finolex is up 11%. JK seeing a good traction. We've got Carraro India that's moving up as well. So some of these names are seeing earnings reactions on your screen. I'll just pull them up for you. Metals are holding steady. So metals across the board are seeing a good reaction as well. Aluminium prices are moving up. So we've got a Nalco back in trend, but we're also seeing, for instance, a Hindustan Zinc that's moving. So metals, as you say, up today about 1.25%. Hindalco on those aluminium prices is up close to 4% right now. Sharad, metals, while they've run up, there seems to be no end in sight. So would you continue buying at these levels?
No, across the metals, I fail to find opportunities where I would be very positive. Even today, I believe most of the aluminum stocks are doing very well. But I think you could do this through a proxy play. I think players who provide to these metal players, primarily the frontline base metal players, I think they are good bets. Rain Industries is one idea that we have been focusing on, a primary supplier of CPC, etc., and carbon products to aluminum industry. So I think that could be one stock to look at. And for the alternative to steel, I think the graphite electrode, the electrode makers are something that we are looking at. So maybe HEG graphite are still good. And most probably we are expecting, every quarter the margins to improve there. So rather than play the base metals directly, I think straight away it's hard to find winners right now. Everything's moved up very fast. So it's better to play it through HEG, graphite and stocks like Rain Industries.
Okay, fair enough. ITC is trading ex-dividend, so that's why we're also seeing ITC trending about 1.5% lower today. All right, let me also now bring you the latest on the G7. The economic heft of the group could soon be sidelined by the E7, or the emerging seven nations. With the current Iran war changing the way the world trades, multilateralism could also be giving way to bilateral trade agreements like the one between India and the UAE, which has seen a considerable boost in the past few years. Here's an excerpt from a fireside chat between Business Today Group editor Siddharth Zarabi and UAE's Minister of Foreign Trade, Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi. Listen in.
If both UAE and India join forces, we can do amazing job in Africa and our surrounding region and Asia, etc. Just matter of us putting the right efforts and the right brains and heads together, and the growth is going to be massive. It's not only for our own market, but also to the region that we're covering from here. And if you remember, it was one of the main purpose even for the CEPA. It's not only about the bilateral, it's about the connectivity of both nations. And guess what? Even in all my visits, some of the Indian colleagues are part of my delegation. And it shows that we're really ensuring that we're opening up businesses and doors and market access to them wherever we go outside. We really maybe one of the stories I always love to say, and I said it even in Rwanda, one of the most impactful investor in Africa, or a UAE-based company in Africa, is an Indian colleague called Gagan. He's the owner and he's the founder and the CEO of Arise. And they're doing an excellent, impactful investments in Africa. That is a small example of many, and I'm sure many of our business people here are doing the same. So it's not only about the numbers, it's about the impact that we're going to do in the neighboring regions, and I'm sure the many opportunities which we can do together.
Minister, before I ask you some follow-ups on the potential of our partnership, I want a broader comment from you. There are businessmen here, and as we were preparing for this event, we realized that the only thing certain for a businessman anywhere in the world, particularly in this region, is uncertainty. That is the only certain thing, and many businesses are evolving, many are not. From your perspective as someone who's not only pursuing that and is the minister in charge, but because of your own personal study, has the multilateral global trade order that we all grew up in and the benefits of which have led to economic development for many nations across the world, has that permanently altered and changed, and is regional trading now the future?
See, the principles of multilateralism are still there because we're still working around the same principles, foundations that has been set by those international organizations. But is it changing? Absolutely. And is there an intervention that is happening in the global system? That's what we're seeing today. And we're going to continue seeing because the model has been built for a certain period when certain groups were much powerful than others. Now we're seeing an excellent and strong growth by many countries, especially India lately and some of the emerging economies, which moving much faster. I remember 5 years ago, I was doing a lecture to one of the students in New York University, and I said the G7 countries are going to be replaced by the E7, emerging 7 countries.
That's a good line. The G7 will be replaced by the E7.
We're talking about 5 years ago. We're not talking about it today. And in reality, yes, the highest growth are happening in those E7. And who are they? It's India, it's Turkey, it is Brazil, it is South Korea, it is South Africa, it is Mexico, and it's Indonesia. So those countries are going to be almost have double the growth of the current G7 by 2050. And are we seeing that growth? Absolutely. And those E7 are going to be the countries which is going to have an impact on the growth globally, industrial, supply chain, capital movements, etc.
All right, markets continuing steady, but in the green, just up about 10 points. Remember, it's a market holiday tomorrow, so we will see, of course, continued range-bound trade today, but hopefully an end in the positive, keeping the bulls on track for the week. That's where we leave it for now. Back at closing at 3 p.m. Thanks for watching.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, This investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. .28, ladies and gentlemen, the first 10 odd minutes of trade are upon us. It's a flat start to June's expiry as far as Nifty is concerned. 23915 is what is there in front of you. There is weakness in the oil and gas space, primarily because of the 6% downtick on Coal India ahead of its OFS. Nifty Financial Services Index is down 0.3%. And the private banking index is down 0.3%. What's gaining? The metal space 1.6% higher. You have the commodities index 0.8% higher. The Nifty next 50 in strength. And of course, let's look at how stocks are doing. Adani Power 2% higher. Apollo Microsystems 2.5% higher. Very strong volumes. Post earnings. You have strength coming into JK Tyre, and in terms of new highs within the market, you have Vedant 3% higher, 355.3. You have Hindalco in strength, GE Vernova T&D 3% higher, 4988. CG Power 3% higher, 905. You have strength coming into Usha Martin 5% higher, and of course Saskin from the technology space 5.7% higher, 2121. What we will do is now speak to Mr. Kiran Jani, Head of Technical Research at Jainam Broking. Namaste Kiranji, a very warm welcome. How does the June FNO expiry look to you? Flat start for the Nifty and strength coming back into metals and of course mid caps.
Very good morning, Sailji. So overall, if we look at the June month expiry, so we ended on very good note on May expiry. However, it started with very wrong way, or I can say bearish way. But end of the month, we have seen there are certain sectors and even Nifty, Bank Nifty closed with the green note. Now coming to the technical setup of Nifty and Bank Nifty, yesterday, of course, afternoon, we received a news, or everyone is discussing about again a geopolitical tension between US and Iran, and that is what reflecting on market also. But technically speaking, we are at a very good zone. I can say 23,800, 23,700 earlier was a resistance. Now it will act as a support, number one. Number two, we have seen there was a gap up opening on 25th May. Now that gap has been filled on Nifty price chart. So 23,800, 700 again, I'm repeating, it's a very good support. Buy on the dips would be the strategy. Keep a stop loss below 23,600. If price is not breaking down those level, then definitely this June month expiry, we can see prices to retest or close somewhere around 24,400 to 500. So risk reward ratio is favorable. Buy on the dips again on Nifty would be the best strategy. Coming to the Bank Nifty was underperformed entire month, but since last 2 days, it is outperforming market. Today again, it is trading near at 55,000. Overall, if you look at the price chart, 54,800, 54,600 was the earlier resistance. Now it will act as a support. So any dips towards 54,800, 700, it's actually a buy zone. One can accumulate Bank Nifty, keep a strict stop loss below 54,500, and do this June month
Right,
expiry,
sir.
expect 55,000, 56,000 for sure.
Right. We look at strength that is coming in within the metal pack, a strong move coming into Steel Authority. This is a counter which is now at 207. Of course, look at National Aluminium, 428.25, 2.9% higher. All of yesterday the counter was in strength and has moved in from 405 all the way to 429 in 2 trading sessions. Kiranji, a view that you want to offer on National Aluminium?
See, overall, definitely the metal sector into the bullish zone, and within the metal sector, National Aluminium remains the outperformer. We have seen from January 2026, the metal sector started falling, or there was some profit booking happening. But during that time, National Aluminium holding its 50 days and 100 days moving average, and way above its 200 days moving average, which shows the inherent strength. Now, at current market price, it is giving a breakout of consolidation since last 5 months, we can say. So the prices is trading somewhere around 428 above its all important moving averages in previous all-time high, which was made in January 2026. So definitely one can hold this particular stock. If anyone wants to go long at current market price, definitely they can go long on at current market price. Keep a strict stop loss below 400. If price is not breaking down below 400, then definitely we can expect 450, 480 kind of a target on National Aluminium very soon.
Right. Let's look at the broader structure of the market. The commodities index is also 0.5% higher at 10,452. Steel Authority in top shape, 207. This is what I've already marked. Let's look at strength that is coming in. Josil from the chemical space, 162 rupees, 11% higher. High Tech Corporation, 10% higher, 220. You have Gulf Petro in strength, 8% higher at 36. And similarly, lots of movements coming into JK Tire, 6% higher, 417. Kiranji, a view that you may want to offer on JK Tire. The stock has come up with very, very strong earnings and has seen bad times. What are the charts telling you after today's move?
The overall, the price move started with corrections. We have seen the corrections overall, auto and auto ancillaries. So tire is one of the considered as an auto ancillaries. It has a very bad pace from 590 prices corrected till 350, 360 level, and from that level since last 4 days, prices regain the previous level. Now it's above 20 and 50 days moving average. No doubt it's struggling to go above its 200 days moving average, but last 3 days is remain very good. On daily price, that stock price giving a breakout from falling wedge. So it's a very bullish reversal pattern. So anyone holding this particular stock, they can hold. For fresh buying, I feel wait and watch. There is a big gap on daily price chart. So any dips towards 410, 405 would be the great accumulation zone. One can start accumulation in during those level. Keep a strict stop loss below 400. If price is not breaking down below 400, then you can definitely expect prices to retest somewhere around 450, 460 kind of a level.
Okay, so that's the state of play that is coming in the markets as of now. Tech Mahindra now showing signs of strength. Let's look at what the IT index is doing at this point of time. The Nifty IT index flat at 28,943. Tech Mahindra 1469. Anything that catches your fancy as far as Tech Mahindra is concerned, Kiranji? What are the charts telling you? I have it in front of me that the stock is moving fairly strongly. Your view on Tech Mahindra?
So Shelji, before going on the Tech Mahindra, I would like to highlight Nifty IT chart. If you look at the Nifty IT chart, recently it made a very good bottom we can say. Earlier prices made a bottom somewhere around 28,400, regained till 32,000, did not sustain, and back to low pattern, and broken its previous low also. Now during that time, the momentum indicator has developed or formed a bullish divergence. So at current market price, definitely we are liking Nifty IT or IT sector. One can definitely hold this sector as a portfolio for sure. So now within this, OFO is doing very good. Now coming to the Tech Mahindra is also forming inverted head and shoulder pattern. No doubt stock price is below its 100 and 200 days moving average, but it is with that stock price is also trading above its 20 and 50 days moving average, which is a positive sense. So as for the trading point of view, definitely one can go long, keep a strict stop loss below 1450, 1430. If price is not breaking down those levels, then you can definitely expect price to retest 1550, 1560 kind of a target in next 15 to 20 days.
Okay, 9:37, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a detour into where volume is buzzing in terms of price. Okay, Granules India. Kiranji, I'll request you to kindly please keep that chart ready. 782. This is 3.5% higher, but the volumes are substantial. 59 lakh shares have been traded. This is 8.6 times the 5-day average. I'm also thinking that Granules is at a record high. Yes, that's the state. Kiranji, what are the charts of Granules India telling you?
The overall Granules India looks very fantastic. During all this geopolitical tension, Granule India does not give any downfall, and it keep rising into the, or it is keep trading into the rising trend channel only. Now today we can see a fresh breakout level of recent consolidation, which has a resistance of 770, 760. Now stock price is 787 or 788. It is trading as of now. So at current market price, we are not suggesting to go long, since the momentum indicator into the overbought zone. But anyone holding this particular stock, they can hold with the strict stop loss of 760 now, and you can expect price target of 820, 830. So as a risk reward point of view, it is not favorable to hold, but anyone to go fresh long. But anyone holding this particular stock, definitely they can hold.
Okay, fair point. Earlier in the month of April, Granules reported a 23% rise in fourth quarter sales to 1471 crores. Net profit surged 45% to 202 crore rupees. That's the trajectory that we are seeing. Granules at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is the fourth most active counter on the chart on volumes, 464 crore rupees traded. I'll also bring out Coal India. The reason why I mentioned Coal India for you is that an OFS is coming from the government of India. It wants to raise funds, and what we have seen is a gap down. The low was 428 and now the low is 438. So people are buying this dip, and the counter is 4.5% lower. Very sharp volumes for the moment. It's a space dominated by the power sector. Power India, which is Hitachi, 2.9% higher, 37,075. GEV and T, this is GE Vernova, fresh record high, now in the 5,000 rupee range. Granules, of course, that is something we have discussed. Kirloskar engines, again from the power equipment side, doing very well, 1780, 1.5% higher. Kiranji, do you track Kirloskar engines?
Yes, we do track a very good fundamental company. Earlier it was in our portfolio also. In recent time, we have seen there was a correction happen from 1400 to 600, almost a 50% kind of a correction. But after making a low somewhere around 600, stock started trading into the rising channel, and now stock price is trading at 1780, 1790. Overall, multiple ascending triangle pattern breakout we can see, and based on that 2000 kind of a target we can expect. So as of now, anyone wants to go long on Kirloskar engine, definitely they can go long. Viewers who is holding this particular stock, they can hold with the strict stop loss of 1650. If price is not going below 1650, then definitely you can expect price target of 2000 in very short time.
Oh, Okay. 941 for us. Strength in Apollo Microsystems. This is post earnings. I think Apollo Microsystems is from the defense space. That's of course a given. But very, very strong breakouts happening on the defense counters. Kiranji, are you tracking Apollo Microsystems? Earnings came 2 days ago.
So not fundamentally we are tracking this particular stock, but yes, overall technically speaking, the stock price on daily price chart, it made a high of 315 and post that it corrected somewhere around 170, 180 level. From that level, it started going up in upward trajectory in rising trend line. So considering all this entire pattern, there is a rounding bottom pattern breakout, we can say. Apart from that, there is a flag pattern breakout happened on 320, 315 level, which is a target of 440, 450. So definitely the overall chart pattern looks very much promising. But given the fact the momentum indicator into the overbought zone, so viewers be alert, and the risk reward ratio is not favorable at current market price. But the viewers who already holding this particular stock, they can hold with the strict stop loss of 400. If price is not breaking down 400 in near time, then you can definitely expect 450, 480 kind of a target.
Okay. Kiranji, would you want to comment on Bharat Forge?
Yes, definitely, sir. So Bharat Forge has, as a fundamental, it has two tailwinds. But now coming to the overall chart pattern of Bharat Forge, definitely a very good candidate. We have seen that prices was not able to cross its 1900 level, and now it is sustaining about 1900 level. There is a small ascending triangle pattern breakout, we can say, at current market price. Momentum indicator is trying to get back into the bullish zone. Overall chart pattern looks promising, and risk reward ratio is also favorable. So at current market price 1930, 1940, we can accumulate this particular stock. Keep a strict stop loss below 1900. If price is not breaking down below 1900, then you can expect price target of 2050, 2060 in short time.
Okay. Nalco in top shape. We've just discussed this, but fresh intraday high 429.85 for you. And the strength is gathering pace. Remember, we've seen an all-time high of about 445 or so some time ago, and very nice pattern emerging on this one. Kiranji, a shot on Nalco?
So overall, National Aluminium on Nalco, if we discuss, we already discussed, the price chart looks very much promising. Anyone holding this particular stock, they can hold. A fresh buying is also advisable with the strict stop loss below 400. And if price is not breaking down 400, then definitely a candidate can touch 480, 500 kind of a target in very short time.
Okay, fair point. Before we let you go, Kiranji, your final thoughts on how the day is likely to be, and two stocks that you're looking at in terms of strength.
Right. So see, overall day, we believe that buy on the dip would be the strategy. No doubt volatility will be there, because yesterday again we are hearing some of the news of geopolitical. So be alert, but buy on the dips again would be the great strategy. Now on the stock particularly, we are expecting chemical sector to sign. We already discussed graphite and HEG on with you since long time. So I wanted to reiterate graphite particularly. We discussed somewhere around 650, 640. Post that, stock price made a high of 800. Now after making those high, stock price retested its previous breakout level of 740, 750. After retesting, now since 2 days, stock price started trading into the bullish territory or higher top, higher bottom pattern. So one can go long on graphite at current market price. Keep a strict stop loss below 740. If price is not breaking down below 740, then you can expect prices to retest 830, 840 kind of level in short time. So graphite is our one of the preferred pick within the chemical sector. Other stock which we are liking, that is VBL, Varun Beverages. You can see daily price chart. After, we can say, April 2025, first time VBL is trading about its 500 level. Currently stock price giving a breakout of a cup and handle pattern. So one can go long on VBL at current market price 530. Keep a strict stop loss below 500. If price is not breaking down those levels, then we can expect price target of 600 in very short.
Okay. On that note, Kiranji, we'll call it time. Thank you for joining us, and here's hoping June works out to be as good as April was. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause it for now. Flat trade on the market as far as the Nifty is concerned, but lots of hectic activity in the metal space. Steel Authority, National Aluminium, Vedanta, Usha Martin, all of them in top form. Please continue watching Business Today Television. Have a very nice day.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Joining me now is someone who's been indelibly associated with India's reforms, economic reforms. Former chairperson of the Planning Commission, has held several important posts in the economy. Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, good to have you on the show today. I want you to begin by responding on a day when we've seen the fourth fuel price hike in 14 days. There are those who are saying that these fuel hikes are inevitable. That's what the government says. Do you agree that these hikes were inevitable, particularly the slow drip manner in which they are coming at the moment? Every few days, the price is hiked marginally.
I think the passing on the price hike was essential. In fact, failing to do so would have given the impression that we don't know how to manage the situation. You know, whether these things are done in a slow manner, in the past also we've done things gradually. So if it's easier to do it in 2 or 3 stages, I have no problem with that. I think we need to look further ahead because actually we don't really know how deep this crisis is going to be. Everybody emphasizes that, you know, there are people who say the Strait of Hormuz might become open in another week. Others say it might take 2 or 3 months. So quite frankly, I think the country should be ready that if the oil prices increase further, then those increases would also have to be passed on. To some extent, the government can cushion that if it takes the hit on its own revenues. But that only worsens its own fiscal deficit, which means it has to do something else to cut other expenditure. But this was essential. I mean, there's no way of avoiding it.
There was no way of avoiding it, but the fact is that when oil prices were low a few years ago, the benefit was never passed on to the consumer. Instead, the government is the one which made the revenues by raising excise and duties. So do you believe that the government needs to ensure that it can't pass on the burden to the consumer when prices are high, but when the prices are low, the burden is not passed on to the consumer? That's used then for the government to cushion up its revenues.
Well, I think that's a very valid point, and that is exactly what happened. Mind you, that's why initially the government took the hit by lowering excise duties on petroleum. I think many years ago, we produced this theorem 20 years ago that we have dismantled the administered price mechanism. But actually, we never did. It's still effectively a government fixed price And I think we should make it transparent. People should know what exactly is happening, what is the cost that we have to bear. It is true that the tax burden in India has been higher than in many other countries. But many people also say that if you want to get away from petroleum to, let's say, electric vehicles, keeping a high price for petroleum products, diesel and petrol, is a good thing. So I think it's a little complicated how you handle it.
But whichever way you're saying it, you say you need to be transparent. You cannot claim that you're doing away with the administered price mechanism. Yes. And then seek to control petroleum prices as they are. I want to turn, Dr. Ahluwalia, to what the finance minister says today. She is saying the naysayers, those who are questioning the government, criticizing the government, talking down the economy, are fear-mongering, that the economy is in good shape, and those who say that, that the economy is doing badly forget that this is because of external factors. How would you respond? Are you a fear-mongerer?
No, I'm not a fearmonger, but let's face it, look, politics is about differing views. So you would expect the opposition, whatever it says, it will be raising the negatives. I think it's the responsibility of the government to put across a consistent picture of why it thinks the economy is in good shape. Now, there are some strengths to the economy, but there have also been weaknesses, which we've known for some time. I mean, it's not just the oil price hike. I mean, for example, private investment has been low for several years. Exports have not done well for several years. So I think there are problems in moving towards Viksit Bharat. I think even the government's own position was, it's not as if we are there, rather we need to do more reforms. I mean, the Prime Minister himself has said, reform, perform, transform. So I think that implies the need to spell out what is our reform agenda. And in my view, internationally, there's a lot of nervousness around the world. I mean, people with money don't quite know where to put it. We have to give a very clear message on our major policies, and this is the time to make those messages totally clear. That's what we should do.
So what's gone wrong? Well, is it only a problem of messaging, or is there something structurally that has gone wrong? When you say private investment has declined, there have been FII outflows. The rupee, of course, has depreciated substantially. There are pressures both on the current and the capital account deficit. What's gone wrong? Is it messaging, or is there something beyond that? MSMEs are also reportedly struggling.
Yeah, I think you need to separate a few of these things out. I mean, number one, there's no question that the oil price increase had to be passed on. Weakening of the rupee was also pretty much unavoidable, because for a long time we were running a current account deficit which was easily managed with the capital inflows we had. Those capital inflows dried up over the last 2 years or so. So unless you intend to make up the gap by simply running down reserves, which is not a good idea, you would expect that the current account, that the exchange rate would take a little bit of the hit. I mean, it helps exports in the medium term. I don't think, by the way, allowing the rupee to slip was a wrong decision. I mean, the whole idea that the currency will reflect market conditions implies that when market conditions turn adverse, you will allow the exchange rate to depreciate a bit. And I think that decision was a good decision. But I think we need to do a lot more. I mean, for example, in the last year, we have signed FTAs with, let's say, UK and with the EU. Very good idea. But, you know, the most important area in the world, which accounts for the bulk of world trade expansion, is Asia. And I've been of the view, and many others have also been of the view, that we should signal our determination to make the best use possible of international trade by signing up, for example, on the CPTPP, which is the new kind of free trade arrangement which includes most of East Asia. We could have done that with the RCEP, but we decided not to, whatever the reason. Maybe it was because China, our industry is not really ready to take on competition with China. But the CPTPP does not include China. And I think we should do that. I think it's also the case, by the way, that the investment protection side of our overall policy has been made very uncertain. because we used to have bilateral investment treaties which were wound up. The BITs were wound up in 2015. You know, when everything is going well and the economy is booming, people may not mind very much. But, you know, when things become tough, people add up all kinds of things. And the fact that we don't have BITs in place for all the major countries, I mean, we haven't negotiated an investment protection agreement with the UK or with the EU, makes investors wonder, I mean, what is our intention? And I think it's also true, by the way, that if you look at the past record of disputes that India has had on investment agreements, it's not a good record. The general impression is that the government simply does not, and I'm not referring to this government, this has been there for a long time, we simply appeal everything up to the highest possible level. That doesn't create confidence amongst investors that if things are problematic, that they will be resolved. And I think we need to put in place an investment protection agreement which matches, let us say, that of the most progressive emerging market economies, maybe 10 of them. And that should be done in a very expert manner. And indeed, we should put it out for discussion. I think at the moment, there is some talk that we are working on a BIT, but we don't know what it is.
So in a sense, what you're saying is the seeming crisis that we are in, and I presume you're saying we are in a crisis. You're saying it's not a case, you can't ignore some of the headwinds that we are facing at the moment. Am I correct? That these global headwinds are here at the moment. We can't pretend that all is well.
Director General of the International Energy Agency has said that the Hormuz crisis is the most serious energy crisis that the world has faced since 1970. So it's very unlikely. I mean, we are highly dependent on imported oil. 80% of our oil is imported. So if the world is in an energy crisis relating to the availability of oil, how can we say that we are not part of that crisis? I'm not saying, by the way, that we can't handle it. But I think we should recognize this a problem. It's not business as usual. That's why I think if we make that clear, and I think the country should know that keeping oil prices low at this point, petroleum, doesn't make sense. I mean, if there is an increase in global prices, a shortage in supply, that will have to be taken care of. Now, it's not just oil, it also affects fertilizers, because fertilizer prices are going to shoot up. It raises, I mean, we are caught in policies which, quite frankly, never made sense for many, many years. I mean, we are currently pricing fertilizers at 10% of the import cost. And as a result, as people like Ashok Gulati and others have said, it all leaks out to Nepal, Bangladesh, what have you. Now, this is not sustainable. But at the same time, it's very difficult to persuade people about the need for change. So I think we need more transparency and more discussion.
So
maybe something.
So in a sense, Dr. Ahluwalia, what you're saying is that the crisis, if we can call it that, also provides an opportunity for reform. I can take you back to 1991 when you were part of that stellar team, including P.V. Narasimha Rao, Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Manmohan Singh, others, all of you were together and actually use the balance of payments crisis to push for liberalization. Do you believe this is also an opportunity to relook at subsidies, relook at reform, including, as you just mentioned, fertilizer pricing? All of this is a moment actually to be doing more, not doing less.
Yes, absolutely. And what is more,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. Well, in a truncated week, we are also looking at the markets that are further slipping after yesterday's muted close on the D Street. 23,876, which means that we have yet again given up the 23,900 mark. Most of the experts I've been speaking to all of yesterday have mentioned that till the time 23,800 holds, the upward trend in the markets can continue. But once it again dips below 23,800, there could be further pressure. That's something that we will try and discuss with our market expert today, because now we are nearing the 23,850 odd mark, 34 points lower on the Nifty. When we look at what's happening below the surface, below the Nifty, among the sectors, what exactly is the picture looking like? Metals have continued their rally. As from yesterday, the index was up 1%. Today, it's up almost 2%. So they have extended the gains. The metals are clearly in focus, viewers, in today's trading session at the day's high point. This is just within the first 45 minutes of trade. What else is moving? The real estate pack. That's another space that is clearly buzzing in the session. We'll also look at the mid and the small caps that are also buzzing in the session. Let's also look at where the pressure point is. The banks that continued to decline yesterday are still under pressure. Private banks are down. You can see Nifty Bank as a whole is down by 0.3%. IT stocks have dragged. FMCG, oil and gas, these are the other pockets that are still feeling the heat. And the financial services also down in the session. Within the banking space, only the PSU banks holding up about 0.2% in the session today. But let's look at the top movers on the Nifty. Hindalco, 4% higher. Again, among the metal names, that's really hovering higher in the session. Tata Steel is another one. NTPC is another one. These are the stocks that are moving higher. JSW Steel, Eternal, Power Grid, Asian Paints. These are all the stocks that are hovering higher in the session as well. Let me bring in Tapan Doshi, our market expert of the day, to give us an understanding on the markets overall and give us an understanding of how to look at this metal rally that is unfolding. Tapan, good morning to you. Good to have you with us. First up, the markets continuing to be under some more volatility and some more pressure. Is it just the pressure of the truncated trade or the non-clarity that we have on whether the peace talks are progressing in US, Iran or not? What exactly is the key reason that the markets are constantly switching between gains and losses right in the second week continuing after last week?
Yeah, good morning, Sakshi. As you told, no, the main reason is that only that still the clear direction is not that where the US-Iran war will go on, when the resolution will be there. And that is the problem, because oil again going around $100, that is where the panic is creating. See, it's been almost 2.5 months, 3 months that this war is going on, and the continuous higher oil will have a pressure on inflation at the end of the day. Next quarterly earning, Q1 earning, that will be from April to June earning, that will be a decisive one, because now the inflation will be on a higher side. Again, higher oil prices will have an impact on the raw material prices. So that is why the market is little bit skeptical. Yeah, you can see somewhat the market is going up as and when some news comes, but it's much more on a decisive way on the when the resolution is going to happen. Talking about the quarter results, that were okay. Quarter 4 was not bad. But somehow we have to see the quarter 1 result, how it will be. Again, in India, as the oil prices remaining high, you can see the inflation going up. Also, LNG prices and many other places, we can see the impact. So it's overall, I think at this level, no, it's much more depend on when the resolution will come, and we have to see the quarterly results.
Absolutely. What about the metals space? How are you looking at this upward move that we are seeing in the metals rally today? There's been also a tie-up with the US when it comes to the rare earth minerals as well. With Marco Rubio already in the country, there are several agreements that are underway too. So is that one of the key reasons why we are looking at an uptick? And what exactly is happening within the metals structurally? Is this getting into a good zone that one should definitely keep an eye out on?
See, we have been bullish on metals from last more than 9 months. Now, the reason is simple. It's been in like a super cycle. If you see the way the copper prices, zinc prices, even aluminum, the prices gone up, that is actually given a great profitability to all these companies. I think all these companies, whether you talk Hindalco, Hindustan Zinc, Hindustan Copper, and all these companies, so they are almost near to all-time high. The reason is simple: as the base metal prices goes up, their profitability literally shoots up, and that is what is happening now. Whether this demand will continue will depend on much more on the future demand, and in that I think the data centers, AI coming in a big way, again EV will have a more demand for the metals, especially for copper, aluminum, and zinc. And that is where you can see the much more bullishness coming. Again, as you told, the news is already there, and the critical mineral, every country is trying to have a critical mineral production, all that at their backyard. And because this is where the problem is created for many other, you can say the critical earning sourcing because of China. No, everyone is trying to have their own production. So you can see the demand is across there, and I think it will continue. Even the margins are at a higher level, but I think the margins are at a peak. It may be sustained 1 or 2 quarters, so one has to be a little bit careful, keep a stop loss in place. But currently, I think the bull run is there. I think one can stay in these stocks.
One can stay in these stocks. Any top choices from your end, Tapan, within the metals pack that you are looking at with good valuations, good risk reward, and where the opportunities can be looked at currently?
I will talk about 3 stocks. One is the Hindustan Zinc at a lower level. One can buy that. Reason is that that the silver production is going up and silver prices at a higher price. 80%, 70% profitably coming from silver. I think that it will benefit. Again, the zinc price is also a higher side. Another stock is Hindustan Copper. Buy on dips. That also copper demand will be one of the fastest growing metal in next few years because the demand will be on us. So Hindustan Copper, buy on dips. And the third one will be Hindalco. Hindalco also, I feel, aluminum. I think there I think the price will be on us, so that also will be benefited in future. If you want to keep an eye on Vedanta Aluminum, which is going to listed, I think that will also be a good one.
Okay, so got that. So I hope that this has definitely helped you out in terms of the key, names that you should be looking at in terms of the opportunities within the metals pack, where the action currently is being seen as well. One more pocket that I want to discuss is the mid-cap space with you. The mid-cap index recently hit a record high level. So at least some hope is coming back to the investors that the markets are again, getting their mojo back after staying underperforming for a large bit of time and underperforming the global markets as well. There are some pockets within the markets that are already looking at record high levels. That's where the action is picking up. Your sense of how are you approaching the mid-cap index, half odd percent higher, and of course the stocks within this sector, how are you picking out those stocks?
Both mid cap and again I'll talk about small cap also. Now both the segment is doing quite well from last few months, and now after a long time, maybe 1.5 year, you can see such a bullishness. The reason is simple. We can see the quarterly result. The result were much better. Some area like banking, even defense, power, and many other area, hotels. Then hospitals, we can see all the mid-cap stocks are been doing well, and I think this may continue little bit. The only caveat, as I told you, that because the oil price is on our side, so we have to see the Q1 result how it will be. But at least the you can say the worst is behind small cap and mid cap, and that's why we are also quite bullish on that, and we have been overweight on mid cap and small cap. The reason is simple, that the way the stocks have fallen, almost 40-50%, most of the stocks have fallen 30-40%. And all this area which I told you, the sectors there, the bullishness is there, still the trend is going on, and I think in future also the profit will come. So yes, it's a time to buy mid cap, but it should be a selective one.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also given you a large sense of how to look at this space. Now let's come to some of the earnings that have been reported to see how the reaction is being seen. Meanwhile, viewers, the Nifty is again climbing up above 23,931. So keep an eye out on the Nifty as well. We'll focus on the earnings, especially ONGC. That's something that we are going to be focusing on, especially when we talk about the Q4 numbers that have been reported for the company. We are seeing that the revenue has seen an uptick of 14% at 35,928 crores. The net profit, however, was down by 20.6% at 6,650 crores. This has come down from 8,371 crore rupees in the previous quarter. EBITDA has also come down by 4.5% and margins have remained at 56.5% vis-a-vis 67.4% in the last quarter. Now the company has also talked about how they have formed a JV with Gujarat Maritime Board to develop liquid port at Dahej as well. That's something that we are looking at. Plus the company has also declared a dividend this time of final dividend of 1 rupee per equity share. That's something that's been announced as well for the company. For the full year FY26, ONGC has posted a net profit of 32,894 crores. This was also down by 7.6% compared in FY25. Now, the company has also reported high write-offs related to exploration wells that did not result in commercial hydrocarbon discoveries. The company has written off 4,876 crore rupees in exploration well costs in the March quarter. And what we've seen is that for the full fiscal year FY26, the exploratory well write-offs stand at 8,235 crore rupees as well. The higher exploration expenses and the lower production volumes have weighed on the company's quarterly performance despite the stability that we saw in the commodity prices as well. Now, what are the brokerage houses saying here? Global brokerage firms like Jefferies have maintained a buy rating on ONGC with a target price of 360 rupees per share. Jefferies has described the March quarter as a soft quarter, noting that EBITDA has come in around 20% below their expectations due to higher OPEX and dry well write-offs as well. But they've said that the crude oil and gas production remains broadly in line. Macquarie still has an outperform rating on the stock with 300 rupees price tag, where the brokerage has said the quarterly performance was a weak print, but said the company has firmer path going ahead, especially when they're talking about the lower than expected production volumes and elevated exploration expenses, which both the brokerage houses have talked about as major concerns. According to Macquarie, oil production volume declined by 2% year-on-year in FY26, while the gas production also fell by 1%. UBS, on the other hand, has maintained a buy rating on ONGC with a 350 target price as well. Now that we understand what are the brokerage houses saying, look at the stock price performance. The stock has also dipped a bit, 3.2%. Of course, this is as a reaction to the dip in the operational performance for the company and the higher expenses and the write-off that is being seen in this quarterly number. Tapan, how would you look at ONGC? One, we have crude oil prices that are constantly elevated. Two, we have seen these negatives of write-offs. Would it be comfortable to say that this is a one-off in this quarter? Can this continue going forward? Looking at the global scenario as well, how would you trade ONGC?
See, currently, because the oil prices are elevated, of course, they will be benefited. And again, in future, no, KG basing output growth will be there. Again, the capex, you can see they've given off almost 35,000 crores. So I think they are going to work on it. And of course, the output should be on a higher side. See, deep water projects are scaling gradually. But the main, the problem was, as you already pointed out, no, that the exploration expenses are remaining elevated. Now, that is actually creating a problem on the margin fronts. And we know that anytime government may apply withholding tax and all that. And that is the problem is with this company. See, oil price volatility is going to remain. And now still the resolution not there. I think, but still oil price will remain above $80 at least for next 6 months to 9 months. And that is where this company will be benefited. Exploration expenses, they have to see how they are able to control. But no, government is pushing for the exploration. As we have seen last month, I think 2-3 weeks back, no, government is pushing for that because we have an energy crisis. And the dividend yield is almost 6%. So looking at all this scenario and still the oil price on an elevated side, I think one can hold on with the ONGC. I think still, I think from here 10-20% movement actually it looks like.
Okay, fair point. So that's ONGC for you. But let's also talk about the oil marketing companies at large. All the three OMCs, BPCL, HPCL and IOCL have all reported their numbers already. Why are we bringing that up? Because across social media, we are now looking at a lot of information that's going around asking that while the oil marketing companies continued to post profits in Q4 of FY26, why is it that we were talked about and told that these companies are incurring heavy losses on under recoveries on petrol and diesel, and therefore these two pictures do not match. Today we will try and break this down for you as to what the true picture is. Remember, there are also questions being raised that in case the companies are in huge profits, then why is the need for the fuel prices at petrol and diesel pumps need to be raised at this sharp level. We've already seen 4 consecutive times when petrol and diesel prices have been raised, and people are questioning that on the one hand we were told that oil marketing companies are incurring losses, but on the other, when we look at the Q4 results, we actually find that these companies are posting profits. So where is the true picture? That is something that we will try and break down for you as well. So first up, let's try and understand. Yes, the oil marketing companies IOCL, HPCL and BPCL have posted profit after tax in Q4 FY26. We've seen IOC and HPCL posting handsome profits. BPCL profits largely remained flat. Remember, international oil prices that were around $72 a barrel before the West Asia war broke out on February 28, that has surged about 66% in the last couple of months and has reached $120 a barrel on March 9. However, they softened a bit in May and remained elevated in the entire month of April. Currently, the oil prices are hovering at around $105 a barrel. That is around 14% below the peak of $120 a barrel that we see. Cumulatively, these 3 oil marketing companies have seen a 130% jump in their combined net profit in FY26 to around 77,280 crore rupees. This is compared to 33,600 crore rupees of combined net profit that they had posted in FY25 according to their standalone financial results that were declared this week. Now, the performance was largely on account of stable oil prices for much part of the year till the US-Israel-Iran war broke out in February that roiled the market. With the raw material prices relatively low, the finished product prices stable, these companies enjoyed high refining and marketing margins. That was one reason which aided the results for the company. HPCL that reported its numbers in Q4 and FY26 results on May 13th, we saw a 46% jump in its net profit number in Q4 that came in at 4,901 crore rupees. Remember, in the full financial year FY26, HPCL's net profit was 17,175 crores, a 133% jump as compared to 7,365 crores that the company had reported in FY25. The company has also declared a dividend of 19 rupees per share, and what we've also seen, an interim dividend of 5 rupees per share has been declared. Now let's come to IOC. IOC was the second to declare financial results on May 18. This is the country's biggest refiner. It posted a profit of 11,377 crores in Q4, and that registered a jump of 56%. For FY26, the company registered a profit of 36,802 crores. Again, this was a jump of nearly 184% as well. Now, what did the company say? The improvement in the net profit is mainly on higher refining and marketing margins is what the company has said. BPCL that posted its companies last week, we've seen it has seen the marginal decline in profit after tax by 0.7% here to 3,191 crore rupees in Q4. Remember, for the full fiscal year FY26, the company, however, has posted a sharp jump of 75% jump in the net profit number, which has come in at 23,303 crore rupees. Remember, the government did not raise petrol and diesel prices for more than 2 months after the war had begun. After the company's monthly revenue losses surged to about 30,000 crore rupees. The first hike in petrol and diesel of 3 rupees a litre came in just last week, and we saw over the last 4 times that this has cumulatively gone up by 7.5 rupees for petrol and diesel almost. Now, what did the companies and executives and government officials said? They said that these companies are unlikely to repeat the same financial performance in FY27 if the war prolongs and if the energy prices remain elevated. Even after the petrol and diesel prices have been raised by around 7 rupees, yes, their per day losses of about 1,000 crores, cumulative losses that they are incurring on these fuel prices because of under recoveries, it has come down to 600 crores. But even after the 7.5 rupees surge that the fuel prices have gone up by, the government has come and talked about how these three companies are still incurring 600 crore rupees of a loss per day. What did the company executives say? They said that the losses have reduced because of two reasons. One, international oil prices have softened a bit in May compared to March and April, and the companies have also reduced their losses on petrol and diesel by raising some of the rates that have actually gone up. Now, India's average crude oil purchase basket, that's called as the India basket, that also has come in at $70.99 a barrel. This has spiked after the war in West Asia. It almost went up to $140, $150 a barrel as well. That was another reason why the pain point was being seen for the company. Now, yes, we do understand the crude oil prices have softened a bit from their all-time high levels. Rupee is also, cooling off from its peak, but it has continued to remain, impacted through because of the depreciation against the dollar as well. Now, we will try and understand from Tapan what really is happening here. Tapan, I want you to explain to our viewers the clear picture. Yes, there is a profit when we look at the bottom line of these companies, financial year 2026 that I highlighted, and even in Q4. Now, the question comes in, are these real profits? Will they be sustainable? Is there something else that we need to know why the companies are being still seen as having losses of upwards of 600 crores or 1,000 crore rupees per day on these under recoveries?
Yes, Sachi, you beautifully explained on the why they have given a profit, but I think this is not going to replicate next quarter, no, because whole month of you can say the April, May, June, will the prices were at the elevated level, so there we can see a dip on the profitability. And next 1 or 2 quarters, at least I can see a sustainable dip in the profitability. The reason is simple that as the prices are elevated again, the whatever prices has gone up, almost 7.5 rupees is not enough to cover it. Almost 30,000 crore losses normally the OMC are suffering now because of this price hike. It is come down substantially, but still we don't know till what time these prices will be on a higher side. So as an investor, I'll talk from the investor perspective. You have to see that this is a period of 6 months or 9 months where the stocks will be, you can say in a range bound and may not go up. But one thing is so clear that after maybe 6 months, 9 months, when the conflict is over and the resolution is there, the prices, when it goes down below $80, then the profitability again will start shooting up. So I don't expect any rise in profitability for next 2 quarters, but this will be a time if it goes, all these stocks or IOC or BPCL, HPCL, I think once it goes below 10 to 15% from here, I think that is a time to one can accumulate, provided you have a period of 1.5 year at least 1 to 2 years. So that if the oil prices goes down, again the profitability comes. See, it's totally depend on the oil prices. Again, government policy, all this there. But I think government will ensure that this company does not make much of the losses. Remember, 1.5 year they've made a very good profit earlier. Okay, so I think one can think about this, but they have to wait for 1 or 2 quarters more, let it stabilize, and then you can think about another 1 year, 2 year, then only getting.
All right. So I hope viewers, you are able to understand that all these oil marketing companies do not just make profits by selling petrol and diesel only. There is a mix of a lot of things that they do which lead to their profitability, like refining margins, like marketing margins, like inventory gains or losses, like the petchem exports that they also do, that also contributes to their bottom line, and the timing mismatch between the crude purchase, at what time did they do, and the fuel sale, what happened when they sold this entire refined crude to the petrol pumps as well. So this entire process is complicated, and we need to understand all these aspects and just do not equate mitigate, these under recoveries that are being seen currently because of the crude oil and the strong FY26 and the Q4 numbers. Both things can be true at the same time. Yes, you see the profits right now, but the current situation is different because of the sharp surge in crude oil prices and the sharp uptick in the under recoveries due to rising crude oil prices. So why the oil marketing companies reported big profits was largely because the prices were stable for a large part of FY26 on crude oil, around $70 a barrel. They helped the oil marketing companies to earn very high refining and marketing margins. They bought the crude cheap. They refined it into petrol and diesel. They sold fuel at a relatively at elevated retail prices. They pocketed strong margins as well. That's why they had earned FY26 profits in a strong manner, both for IOC, HPCL and BPCL, like we highlighted for you. But because the situation has changed sharply because of the West Asia conflict, now the crude oil prices are above $105, $110 a barrel. But the retail prices have not immediately increased right when the price was, seen on the upward direction. 2 months, these companies had to bear all the losses because of course, some of the reasons that all of us keep talking about, whether the government did not allow the price rise to happen because of elections. Many experts will say that. But at the time when the government kept on postponing it, it was the oil marketing companies that kept on bearing the losses as well. They bought expensive crude oil, but they were selling domestic fuel at a much lower price. This gap is called the under recovery. Suppose the actual cost becomes 100 rupees per litre, but you are still getting 94 rupees per litre. It is the 6 rupee gap that the companies had to face. That is something that we are talking about. So the officials have estimated losses of 30,000 crore rupees per month for these companies. So the first 2 months when the prices were not raised at the fuel pumps, these companies almost bore the losses of almost 60,000 crore rupees together in the last 2 months. Now they are recovering some of those losses, but will that gap be fully filled up with the kind of price rise we have seen already? Will there be need for further price rise? Most of the experts say yes, there will be need for further price rise if we need to see covered up losses for oil marketing companies as well. So now the important thing is that Q4 FY26 is more backward looking. What we are now seeing is a forward looking measure that you will see in Q1 and Q2 as well. If you could also explain, Tapan, will we see a negative impact of the under recoveries in Q1 and Q2 for oil marketing companies in case the situation remains tense, in case they are not able to pass on the full impact of the under recoveries to people?
Of course, it will show because still resolution is not there. And there are chances Q1. There are much more chances in Q2 also because they have inventory and whatever they have bought at a higher level will be going at these prices and higher prices. And again, the petrol pump prices has gone up just now. So yes, Q1 there will be higher chances that they will have under recovery. Again, for the second quarter also there are chances. So at least I think the next 2 quarters will be tough for these OMCs.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll thank you then, Tapan, for being with us on this special edition and for sharing all your thoughts there. I hope this has given a lot of clarity to viewers who've been looking at a lot of social media news points and seeking some clarity there. I hope you have now got an understanding of what truly is the clear picture with regards to OMCs having posted profits in Q4, but what is the real picture of the losses. I hope we have been able to address some of your concerns there. Thank you so much, Tapan, for being with us on the show. Stay tuned. We have a very interesting show coming up with regards to mutual funds. Stay tuned for that.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today. From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching this special edition on busting the mutual fund myths. That's what we are going to be focusing on over the next 30 minutes in case you are a mutual fund investor. But in case you have this question in your mind whether your mutual funds are truly giving you the kind of returns you should be getting. Are you optimizing the kind of returns that being a mutual fund investor you should be truly getting? Or is there a lot of confusion in your mutual fund portfolio? Do you have too many repeated kind of mutual fund schemes that you've invested in? Is that resulting in somehow eroding your end returns? If that is the question that is in your mind, then we are going to be solving all those questions over the next 30 minutes. We have with us just the right person you need to know as an expert who will help you understand what is the right way to create a mutual fund portfolio, how many funds are enough to have the best kind of returns that you can aim for, what kind of categories should you diversify in to definitely get the best of the returns that are possible as well. Those are the kind of concerns that we are going to be solving over the next 30 minutes. Let's welcome Niranjan Awasthi, Senior Vice President and Head of Product and Marketing and Digital Business at Edelweiss Mutual Funds. Welcome to you, Niranjan. Good to have you with us as always. Well, first up, give me an understanding. Is that a question that a lot of clients come to you with, or is that an observation that you make with a lot of mistakes that these clients often do? They come to you with, yeah, they've heard some mutual funds, they will start investing in it without thinking whether these mutual funds are actually leading to some kind of erosion in their end returns. Is that a common thing? Could you unmute yourself, Niranjan? We couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. So good morning, Sakshi. Thanks for having me. Absolutely, you're bang on. I think so. Over a period of time, when we meet investors and speak to them, even my friends and family members, they start with one or two mutual funds, but over a period of time, as they spend more years in mutual fund investing, what they end up doing is bunching up too many funds, because what they believe is they need to have the top performing funds in their portfolio, and every year or two there will be one or the other fund or the category which is doing well, and they keep adding them, so they end up bunching too many funds in their portfolio, which actually hurts them a lot.
Okay, so owning more mutual funds can actually hurt your portfolio than helping it. Is that the right way of putting it? Not necessary you need to have too many funds to enjoy the benefits, and like Niranjan pointed out, that every year there will be some or the other fund that will be at the top. So you don't need to just follow the previous returns and keep adding those mutual fund schemes to your portfolio, thinking that because this fund has performed in the last year or the last 2 to 3 years, this will constantly keep giving you good returns. Is that the right way of putting it out? More funds does not equate to more returns?
Absolutely, Sakshi, you put it very well and in a very simple way. So just bunching up fund doesn't add to returns.
So what is the ideal number of mutual funds for a well-balanced portfolio? Niranjan, if you could help us understand, how do we understand how many funds are enough?
Right. See, broadly, anywhere between 8 to 10 funds enough, but more than that, the more than the number, what is important is how do you spread these 8 to 10 funds, right? These 8 to 10 funds should be spread across styles, across category, most importantly. So you have maybe a flexi cap, a large and mid cap, a mid cap, and a small cap fund, which means it gives you exposure to each and every segment of the market. There could be style diversification, like you have some value style fund, some growth style fund, and finally a mix of good active and passive. So if you diversified across style categories and passive and active between 8 to 10 funds, this number is enough for a very well diversified portfolio. If you go beyond that, I'll give you one example. Say, we have seen some portfolios having maybe 5, 6 flexi cap funds, just bunched up all flexi cap funds. What happens is not only the portfolio looks very clutter, and there are two issues with it. One is the portfolio overlaps between these 5, 6 funds that you have within the flexi cap category. There will be at least 40% on average overlap between each of these funds. The other major issue is if you end up having maybe 5, 6 funds, the number of unique stocks that you have in your portfolio would be somewhere between 300, 250 to 300. The moment you increase these number of flexi cap from 5, 6 to maybe 10, and in some cases people do have 10 flexi cap funds, the number of unique stocks that you hold is roughly around 400. Now imagine you're holding 300, 400 stocks in your portfolio. You're essentially having the entire index, which is Nifty 500, in your portfolio. So the better way is to just buy an index which is low cost and take the market returns. The way to beat the market or beat the overall market or index benchmark is to have few funds diversified across styles, which can give performance across cycles and ultimately generate that 2 to 3% additional return over the market. And hence it is very, very important to not keep adding to your portfolio, and you be very, very mindful and have maybe 8 to 10 stocks. The moment you are adding a new fund, you should make sure that you are also removing one fund which is probably not suiting your objectives or your goals.
Okay, so one thing clear, 8 to 10 funds are enough that you can actually look at adding to your portfolio. You do not need to go beyond that, because Niranjan as an expert believes that if you have good, well diversified across styles, across various diversifications that you can look at, you would have covered mostly everything. But do not keep the same category of fund across those 8 to 10 funds that you are invested in. Do not have multiple same category of funds, which means do not have a small cap fund from various companies, say 4 to 5 small cap funds, or do not have 4 to 5 mid cap funds, or do not have just 4 to 5 flexi cap funds, and you think that all of these will be able to give me the kind of variety. Why? Because Niranjan clearly explained that one kind of a fund, one category of the fund is looking at giving you the same kind of exposure to the same kind of stocks. So you might end up holding about 300 to 400 stocks in your portfolio in case you look at just one category of fund, and which might not really help you out. Is that right, Niranjan, what you're saying? And could you also explain what you mean by styles when you say different styles of funds?
Yeah, that's correct, Sakshi. When I say different styles, so one is, first is category between large cap, mid cap, small cap. That is category diversification. The second is style. In style, there are two ways. One is within the active fund managers, there are fund managers who have probably a tilt towards value investing. There are fund managers probably who have tilt towards growth style or quality style. So selecting these fund managers or these fund styles when you are picking active funds is extremely important. The other style is active and passive. That is also a kind of style. So if you are creating a portfolio today, a mix of active funds and passive funds is equally important. So when you say style, it is basically active plus passive, and along with that, growth, value, and quality kind of style tilt towards the active funds will be a good way to diversify.
Absolutely. Now, also give our viewers an understanding, why do multiple funds often hold similar underlying stocks? That's what we are trying to understand. Why is it that they choose similar kind of underlying stocks?
Right. So it's also, Sakshi, the nature of the fund you are investing in. Say, for instance, if you're investing in large caps, now in cap, the 80% exposure of the portfolio has to be in the top 100 stocks, which is the large cap stocks. Now, within, and imagine, a large cap fund having maybe 60, 70 stocks. Now, within the 100 universe, selecting 60, 70 stocks, naturally between the two funds, there will be some overlap, there will be some common stocks because it is constrained by regulation and, the way it is structured. If you go to maybe mid cap, the overlap would be much lower. If you go to probably flexi cap, so between large cap and flexi cap, large cap usually you will see 40 to 50% overlap if you are holding maybe 5-6 large cap funds. The same number comes down in probably a mid cap or a small cap to maybe 30% because the universe is wider, universe is large. So that's the reason, because if you look at the nature of a market, almost 60-70% of market cap is held by large cap companies, which is the top 100 companies. So when a portfolio is created by the fund manager, naturally there will be a tilt towards those stocks, and then the tail stocks where he has a lot of conviction. But the important part is, while the stocks are common, a lot of fund managers and even at Edelweiss, what we do is we do take active bets. When I say active bets, it is basically how much you are underweight or overweight in those particular stocks versus benchmark. And that actually is the deciding factor of whether the fund is able to beat the benchmark or not. So that is very, very important. Active bets for investors, if they have access to this data, like at Edelweiss in our fact sheet, we do give this data. What is the active bets percentage in the portfolio? Anywhere between 50% and above is a good way to see that the fund manager is actually taking active calls while the stocks are common, but it is actively taking overweight, underweight positions versus the benchmark.
Okay, I think one of the key reasons why people also tend to choose same kind of category, multiple times in their portfolios is, one, because they also get to see and hear quite a bit that it is probably the small caps that give you the highest return with the highest risk. So those which have higher risk appetite, they fill their entire portfolio with a lot of small cap stocks, thinking that I will be able to creating a lot of alpha, I will be able to create much better returns than anybody else in my portfolio. But why is that not the right thinking is something that I want you to explain to our viewers. Why, despite the fact that small caps, as we all understand, in the long term can give the best sort of returns among all the other categories, why should you not fill your portfolio with just one category?
So whether it is small cap or large cap or mid cap, as you rightly mentioned, Sakshi, anything bunching up only in one category is not good, because within the categories also there will be cycles. There will be cycles when small caps would do well. There would be cycles where large cap and mid cap would do well, and vice versa. So diversified across these segments, what happens is over cycles, you have more consistency in your portfolio. And with more consistency, what happens is it builds a confidence amongst the investors' mind that, okay, my portfolio is doing well, let me continue. Otherwise, if you bunch up everything in one category and a year when this category is not doing well, probably maybe small cap, you start disbelieving in your own portfolio and start taking actions which are not good for long-term investing, probably stopping SIPs, redeeming funds. But when you have a well-diversified portfolio across styles, categories, during difficult years when small cap probably is not doing well, the other part of your portfolio, which is large cap or mid cap, probably add more value and they tend to help the portfolio. And hence it is extremely important that you diversify across style, categories, and not to bunch up only in one category. Because while we know large cap and small cap would do well over the 10 years and 15 years, but you invest and see your portfolio every year, probably every month, and some people every day. So during those period, you should not get heartaches. You should not be lose belief in equity investing and mutual fund investing, and that is very important reason to diversify across categories.
Okay, so is it fair to say fewer well-chosen funds can deliver better outcomes than just a quantity-filled portfolio?
Absolutely, Sakshi, because in investing, what is important? investing, it is important to invest in high conviction stocks. Let's say you have a stock portfolio and you want a portfolio that can beat the benchmark. You can't build that portfolio by having all the 500 stocks in the benchmark, right? Or 400. Build that portfolio by having probably 50 stocks. Same way in mutual funds, you can't beat the market by having 20, 25 funds in your portfolio. In fact, in many cases, such a over diversified portfolio underperforms the benchmark. You can beat it only when you have high conviction funds in your portfolio and keep adding to these portfolio and keep holding them for longer period of time. That's the ultimate mantra. So you have to have high conviction, whether it is investing via stocks or via mutual funds, and hold them for long term to deliver that additional returns and alpha.
Absolutely. So how should investors evaluate whether their portfolio is truly diversified or not? What's the trick to understanding that?
Right. So quite simple, one is definitely the number of funds. The moment you have probably 4, 5 funds in only one category, flexi cap, definitely you're over diversified. Also at the portfolio level, markets are up maybe 10%, your portfolio is also up maybe 9.5%, 10%. Probably you are over diversified, and that's where it is not beating the benchmark. Underlying stocks, a lot of applications today, a lot of websites today give you analytics that at the portfolio level, how many stocks you're holding, how many sectors you're holding. The moment at your portfolio level you cross 300 stocks, forget about passive funds, but in an active fund portfolio, you cross that 200, 250 stock unique number of stocks, you are over diversifying, because you that diversification won't add excess returns to your portfolio. So these are a couple of simple checks which can tell you whether you're over diversified and whether your portfolios are overlapping or not adding value.
Okay, so help me now understand, experts like you and your role, AMC's role, mutual funds role. What can they do in helping investors simplify their portfolios to really understand whether they are in the right set of your funds?
Right. See, we always believe that, as manufacturers and as AMCs, we will have multiple funds, but, not necessary that if we have 10 funds, investor needs to choose all those 10 funds. They need to come with very, very clear objective and clear goal. One way I think so for investors to bifurcate their portfolio is based on their goals, because if your goal is for 3 years, probably go for hybrid funds, create a portfolio of hybrid funds for that 3-year goal. If you have 5 to 10-year goals, create a portfolio of equity funds for that goal. The moment you do and match your investment horizon with your goals and your objective, and then select the fund, definitely your portfolio will be very, very differentiated and you won't bunch up. The moment you start adding funds, which is the top performing, and without matching it with the goals or objective that you have, you will end up bunching too many funds. So that is secondly, definitely seek advice, seek guidance from a mutual fund distributors or advisor, because what they do is they actually, and very important thing, they decide you by to invest in every top performing fund, because that is the very reason why people just bunch up too many funds. They keep you held into a fund which is consistently doing well, in which you have your SIPs, and for long term. Not adding a new fund is a very, very important thing, and I think so with guidance from distributors and advisor, that is very, very important. Also, when there is guidance, they also help you analyze funds. You need to monitor fund, you need to review them. The moment you have 25, 30 funds, you can't review these funds, how much ever expert you are. Even I've spent almost 2 decades in mutual fund industry, but I can't and 20, 30 funds in my portfolio. It becomes very, very difficult and very taxing. Advisors and distributors help you narrow down this and give you a very detailed review of your current holdings. If you need to change the portfolio, it's very, very important to have guidance in that area.
Okay, I think you mentioned some very important points. Can we come to a point where we can simplify for our viewers, just like how you were talking about, decide your tenure and then look at the category of the fund that you should be invested in. You said that if somebody has a 3-year horizon, probably a hybrid fund category will be better for you. in the kind of returns that you can expect to make over the next 3 years. But in case you have a long-term goal, say you want to buy a house after the next 10 years, then you should be looking at an equity fund. So let's try and look at various timelines and see what category suits best, because this will truly help our viewers understand how to go about selecting as per your goals, as per your timelines. We'll start off with the lowest, say 6 months to 1 year time frame. If somebody has just absolutely the shortest time frame to be invested in, what kind of fund should they be looking at for good returns or decent returns?
So arbitrage funds and probably on the debt side, liquid funds enough for 6 months to 1 year. So if you are, if you want a tax efficient way, arbitrage funds, if you don't worry about taxation, a lot of categories don't worry about taxation, then probably, liquid funds. That's it. 2 options.
2 options for you in case you only have a 6 months to 1 year time horizon, viewers. Go for an arbitrage fund if you want tax benefits. If you do not worry about the taxation part, then look at a good liquid fund. Then next, let's come to the 3 to 5 year time horizon. You talked about the hybrid fund category there. What else can be looked at?
Right. So in 3 to 5 years, hybrid funds definitely. Within hybrid also, there are various categories now. So let me try to simplify, because in hybrid you have equity savings fund, which has probably 25-30% equity and rest is arbitrage and debt. So it is probably low risk, moderate return kind of portfolio. And you also have multi-asset funds, balance advantage funds. So I will try to simplify for the viewer. I think so the simplest way, anything between 1 to 3 years, equity savings fund probably is a better option with slight amount of equity and remaining almost 60-70% into arbitrage and debt. Low to moderate.
ELSS? Are you talking about ELSS?
Equity savings funds.
Equity savings fund. Okay.
Yeah. So equity savings fund are kind of hybrid funds which are suitable for 1 to 3 years kind of short-term investments with very low equity. In a pure equity, you have almost 80, 90, 100% equity exposure. Here you get just 25 to 30% equity exposure. Rest is in fixed income and arbitrage. So it's good. Anything between 3 years to 5 years, balance advantage funds are good. Balance advantage funds are essentially funds that dynamically manage equity exposure based on market cycles. So what they do is they give you equity-like returns over 3 to 5 years, but with half the volatility.
Okay,
so again, 3 to
point.
5 years, 1 to 3 years equity savings fund.
Fantastic. Let's come to a little longer role, time frame. Say for instance, 8 to 10 years. If somebody has that kind of a time frame, what kind of categories should they explore?
So here a mix of 3 categories, I would say: a multi-cap fund, a mid-cap fund, and a small-cap fund. These 3 category of funds would suffice your need. From 8 to 10 years, you can go for SIPs, lump sum investments. Just probably 3 funds in these 3 categories would be enough.
Okay. And then let's look at the absolute long term. Somebody is only looking for retirement planning, 20 years or plus. What should they be looking forward to?
I think so, a same mix, because anything beyond 8 to 10 years, a good mix of, multi, mid and small. Only thing is, if your horizon is 20 years, probably you can be more aggressive between mid cap and small cap allocation. And if your horizon is less than 10 years, probably you should be, your allocation to mid and small should be probably smaller. Just to simply probably a 50% mid and small exposure and 50% into maybe a flexi cap and multi cap. If you're looking for 15 to 20 years would be good. If you are looking for somewhere around 10 years, then probably 30% into mid and small and remaining 70% into flexi cap and multi cap would be a better creator portfolio.
Fantastic. Now you're also talking about how we should assign goals to each of our fund investments. That's the best way to look at it as well. So within, say for instance, an average person, 25, 30-year-old, he may have or she may have a lot of financial goals within the lifetime that they would want to cover for in terms of these investments. So, and we're also talking about a well-diversified portfolio, which means that you should be having the best of all worlds that are available to you. Now, how do you decide which goal should go with what kind of fund? Let's try and break that, Niranjan, for our viewers.
Sure. So goals, see, ultimately when you select a fund, it is a matter of how much risk you are able to take and what is the time horizon. We just spoke about the time horizon and the options for them. I think so. The moment you match your goal with the time horizon, the same options apply. So if you have very long term, you are able to take higher multi cap and small cap. The moment you have, probably, I'm just taking random examples of goals that usually people have. Probably you are investing for your child's education for next 10 years. Now for child's education, you don't need to take too much of risk, right? Probably in that case, a mix of only a flexi cap, a multi cap fund, or a balanced advantage fund would be very, very good option to select for. So what is important is the goal time horizon and how much risk you can take for that goal to achieve. If you are able to take higher risk, probably pure equity funds are good. If you're not, then a mix of hybrid and equity would be a good option to go for.
Fantastic. All right, Niranjan, I hope that this is truly simplified a lot of confusion amongst the people who still are looking at mutual funds. They've understood one thing, that mutual funds sahi hai, and they're going forward with it, but probably their strategies are not right, or probably they're not aware of how to really look at what kind of funds suit your goals, what kind of fund categories suit your time horizons. Those are the things that were probably most critical to understand, and after this conversation, I truly hope that a lot of that confusion has gone. But we will continue to keep getting Niranjan back on our program to help us further understand as to how do we go deeper into the categories, how do we go deeper into the selection of the kind of fund schemes that we should have, how do you look at your fund manager. All of those things will also be coming in later part of the series as well. But thank you so much, Niranjan, for coming in again and helping our viewers really understand and busting some of the myths that truly surround the mutual fund world.
Thanks, Sakshi. Always great to speak to you. Good day.
Thank you so much. All right, viewers, I hope you've taken down all those notes that Niranjan has shared with you. Remember, we've also got Niranjan and Ratika previously on Business Today television for, an understanding on the book that they had recently brought about. I could see that behind Niranjan as well. So go forward, look at that conversation as well to garner some more understanding of the categories, the mutual fund myths, and all of those conversations that will continue on the channel even going forward. Thank you so much for joining in onto this special.
And joining us now on this global exclusive interview on the eve of U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio's maiden visit to India is Ambassador Gaur. Ambassador Gaur, thank you so much for making time for us and doing it on such a short notice. It's truly global because I'm somewhere else, part of the world. You are in New Delhi. Secretary Rubio is somewhere else, all converging to be meeting in New Delhi tomorrow. Can you tell us, what is the significance of this visit? Because there's been a lot being said about it. What can we expect from this visit?
Well, Rohit, it's good to talk to you tonight, and it's good to see you. I know you're on the way back to India, so we look forward to seeing you in person tomorrow. Look, the significance of this visit is that the United States cares about the relationship with India. And so you have the Secretary of State, who's also the National Security Advisor, who's coming to India for 4 days, which is quite unusual. When the Secretary travels, it's usually for one night, maybe two. He has yet to go to one place for 4 days. So when the Secretary visits here, he'll be going to Delhi, he'll be going to Calcutta, he'll be going to Agra, he'll be going to Jaipur. The significance is a lot. It's the relationship between our two countries. It's also a Quad meeting. So we expect some big things to come out over the next few days.
You rightly said it. It's unusual. He's beginning in Kolkata, comes back to Delhi, does the bilateral, then does the Jaipur, Agra, comes back, does the Quad. I mean, massive, a 4-day event. Just tell us, what could be some tangible outcomes that we could be looking out for? I mean, there's the cultural aspect of it. There's the bilateral aspect of it. There's also the Quad. I mean, any tangible outcomes that we could be looking at?
I don't want to preempt the announcements, but there will be some announcements that relate to our bilateral relationship, but also some Quad announcements. So as partners in the Quad, we will have some deliverables that all 4 sides are very excited about. And so that'll come out over the next few days. Individually between the United States and India, this is something that we've been building on over the last few months. I've been here now almost 5 months. The secretary has engaged with Dr. Jaishankar on a very regular basis. They have met multiple times, both in the United States, on the sideline at other events. So this is a continuation of that, but we do expect to see some results of that. Talk is good, but action is even better. And so since I have arrived in India, we have seen that on a monthly basis. In my first month, we worked on closing the trade deal, which is now in the final stages of getting signed. But for all intents and purposes, the trade deal is done. The legal language is what is being worked out on. The next month, India was added into Pax Silica, one of the first 10 nations in the world that was added. The reason India was added is because it's a trusted partner to us. And so we've continued to build upon that. The secretary coming here is as big as it gets outside of the president. So we're beyond excited to have him here.
Ambassador, it is very interesting that you said that, because Secretary Rubio, even when he was a senator, was a big, he wanted, America to get closer to India. As you rightly said, he's a NSA and a Secretary of State. What message is he carrying from the President of the United States? Because as you said, he is the biggest person after the president when it comes to the bilateral relationship. Any message you think he's carrying from President Trump for India?
Look, I think the message is that we want to work even closer with India. The president, as you know, as I've often said, holds the prime minister in very high regard. And the message will be clear. The United States and India are natural partners. And that's something we hope to build upon. I spoke to the president 2 days ago, just before the secretary left for Europe. He's in Europe tonight and gets into India tomorrow. And the president was very clear on what he wants to see happen and what he wants to see come out of this trip. And that is our two sides working along hand in hand and identifying those win-win situations for both of our countries. This is Secretary Rubio's first visit to India. So it's an incredible thing. Any one of those things that you mentioned would be worth the trip. A Quad meeting, the bilateral meetings, but also the fact that he's able to experience the incredible culture and history and frankly, the warmth of the people. And Delhi's great, but it's also good that he's getting out of Delhi. Too many times visitors come to India for a few hours, they have a meeting in Delhi and they depart. To me, that's not the full picture.
That's rightly said. And before I let you go, sir, one last question. Secretary Rubio, when he was boarding the plane from the US, he talked about how India is an ally and a partner. He talked about America first, and he said that doesn't mean, America alone. Is this a relationship where you think it's America first and taking India forward?
I think, as the secretary said, the two are not mutually exclusive. America first is not America alone. And so we do have identified partners that we do trust. There's a reason the Quad is only 4 people. 2 of them are some of our biggest allies, right? Japan and Australia. And so to have India in that group, in that mix, it's not by coincidence. And so I do think there's a lot that we can build upon. India and the Prime Minister have a friend in the Oval Office. It comes down to that. And so it is my job to bring those opportunities and identify those win-win situations, both for America and things that also the Indian side would appreciate.
All right, Ambassador, thank you so much. I know you have a busy schedule. We'll look forward to seeing you more in the next few days, and we'll keep, chatting with you as the trip progresses. Thank you so much.
We'll see you tomorrow, Rohit. Safe travels.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Neetu Chandra Sharma and you are watching Business Today. Sun Pharma has reported another year of growth led by its India business and innovative medicines portfolio, while also announcing one of the largest global acquisitions with the proposed Organon deal. To understand how Sun Pharma is balancing growth, integration, R&D investments and capital allocation at this stage of its journey, I have with me on the show Jayashree Satagopan, Chief Financial Officer at Sun Pharma. Jayashree, a very warm welcome. Pleasure to have you with us on the show. And since we last spoke about the Organon acquisition, you told us that the transaction is expected to expand Sun Pharma's presence in women's health biosimilars and several international markets. So now looking at this quarter, innovative medicines now contribute more than 20% of Sun's sale. How's that changed the way you think about the capital allocation and growth priorities compared to 5 years ago?
Thanks for having us on the show. As I mentioned earlier on, I think the focus for Sun continues to be to grow the innovative medicines portfolio. Organon will definitely add to this. And from our 20% to the total sales, innovative medicines business could have a potential to grow about 25%. So in terms of looking at what this deal could bring to the table is a faster or an accelerated growth path for the innovative medicines business. Clearly, women's health is a attractive portfolio which will add on meaningfully into Sun. The capital allocation obviously has been to see how we can increase innovative medicines portfolio, and that also augurs well with the Organon deal. Apart from that, Sun will continue to evaluate interesting opportunities in the therapies of interest, and depending upon what comes in, we are open to look at those on a selective basis.
All right, so Jayashree, Sun's India market share gain this year was the highest since the Ranbaxy acquisition. So what structurally is working better for the India business now for you?
See, India business has been growing from strength to strength. It's not something we have done only in Q4. Over the past few years, there have been multiple things that have been happening in the India business. To name a few, the connect that we have with the prescribers and the doctors' fraternity has improved a lot. We have invested in the field strength, and currently we have almost close to 16,500 sales force on the street who are able to connect meaningfully with the doctors. We have also decluttered our portfolio over a period in time and brought in new products which makes perfect sense to the doctors and to the patients to cater to the healthcare requirements. And above all of this is a strong execution focus that the India business has in terms of delivering their results.
So let's also talk about the US market. The US generics market remains volatile, yet Sun continues to expand its innovative medicines business there. So how do you see that balance between specialty growth and generics risk evolving?
The focus for US market definitely is on innovative medicines business. And that has also been demonstrated by the good growth that we have had over the past few years. And we will continue that focus even for the coming years. Generics is also a very attractive portfolio. However, as we all know, in US, there is pricing pressures, and that's the reality of the market. And therefore, continued pricing pressure will also mean decline in revenues, which can be offset with new product introductions in the markets. And as our plans get fully compliant, we will also be able to complement it with additional products in the market, which will also trigger another set of growth.
Okay, so let's also talk about the research and development part of it. So Sun Pharma spent more than 3,550 crore rupees on R&D in FY26. So how do you internally measure whether this investment is, delivering adequate returns? So how is that going forward?
So we do have measurements for all our activities, including research and development. Part of it is also the number of ANDAs and NDAs that we file, the number of formulation life cycle extensions that are being worked out both for our domestic formulation business as well as the innovative medicines portfolio. So there are reviews that happen on a periodic basis internally to look at the investments that have been made in R&D and how each of those are happening, A, on time, B, is also able to generate a return that we had envisaged as we approved the R&D spend.
So also tell our viewers that how should investors think about Sun Pharma's margin profile over the medium term as the business mix shifts further towards, innovative medicines and specialty products?
Normally, we do not give a guidance in terms of margin or margin profile, but one could look at the past and then have their views accordingly.
All right. So after Ranbaxy and now Organon, what has Sun learned about the integrating large global businesses without affecting the operational discipline? If you can tell our viewers about that.
Yeah, I think the first and foremost thing about the integration is about appreciating both are very large companies. Both have their own strengths, both in terms of products, geography, as well as the segments that they are operating in. Therefore, understanding and appreciating the strength that both organizations bring in is going to be extremely critical. The second one is all about the culture. I think Sun is a very large Indian pharma company which has a large global presence. Organon is a US company having global presence. Therefore, cultural integration is also going to be key. And this is where we look at our values of humility and also be in a listening mode to understand what Organon could bring into the table, find the best of both worlds, integrate, and then build in a much stronger combined enterprise. So that's the second part of it. Third one, obviously, in these integration is also to play on the strength, whether it is a complementary markets or the products that we have, but more importantly, the scale which gives us the ability to go and work for new pipeline products. Working through that over a period in time, we believe that this combined organization should be in a position to steer growth as well as work on the synergies that had been identified.
So also help us understand one thing, that the Organon business has seen limited growth for several years. So what gives Sun Pharma that confidence that it can revive growth where others could not?
Look, the issues that have been with Organon is it was a spin-off from Merck. And as it was spun off, it had a large debt in its balance sheet. And over the past few years, the strong cash generation has gone in partly in terms of servicing the debt and also large dividend payouts. Last year, Organon had also indicated that they are cutting down their dividend payouts. With the combined organization and the strong cash flows, almost close to $2.5 billion on a pro forma basis, I think this would be good cash that can be used for paying off the debt and also used purposefully for some of the pipeline products. But more importantly, there are geographies that are completely complementing each other. There are Sun's products that could be sold in Organon's territories, and there are good Organon portfolio products that can be sold in geographies where Sun has a very strong presence. I think complementary markets, scale of operation, and also a very disciplined approach towards cost, we believe will all enhance the cash generation from the business, which could be used both for new pipeline products, which will generate growth, and also faster or accelerated payout of the debt, which also will mean that you have money which can be purposefully used for further growth.
So having said that, you also spoke about the R&D spends. So with those debt levels rising after the acquisition, how do you protect the R&D investments while maintaining the balance sheet discipline?
As I was mentioning, there is good cash generation from both the entities. On a pro forma basis, it's about $2.5 billion. So that cash will be purposefully deployed both for debt repayment as well as considering some pipeline products. We believe that the R&D spend that Sun is doing will not be curtailed because Sun has always been a very growth-focused company, and we would continue investment in R&D.
So also help us understand that what areas of the business do you believe will contribute most meaningfully to the Sun's next phase of growth over the next 3 to 5 years?
I think all aspects of business would contribute meaningfully. We do not see anything that would fall behind. The generics business is an interesting opportunity and it will continue to grow. Biosimilars will add meaningfully into this space. The established brands business that comes in complements very well with our branded generics. These are very large opportunities, as we mentioned earlier, both in terms of life cycle management, extensions, formulations, combinations, so on and so forth. Women's health will add to our innovative business portfolio. Already our innovative business portfolio is been growing. This will also meaningfully add to that. Overall, we think opportunities in terms of the various products is exciting. The market reach is even more with 140 countries and almost 18 countries where we will have presence with a significant revenue of more than $100 million. I think there are several growth levers that we can work upon.
All right, Jayashree, thank you so much for speaking with Business Today and sharing insights on the company's performance and outlook going forward. All the best to you and appreciate your time, and we look forward to speaking with you again in the next quarter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very good evening to all of you. Minister, Excellency, thank you very much for making this time. This is wonderful to be having you here, and on behalf of the UAE India Business Council, the esteemed delegates here, all the members, as well as the India Today group, it gives us great pleasure to have you. This is not the first time I'm interviewing the minister. Remember, this CEPA that's happened with India is perhaps the fastest trade deal of any sorts that India has ever done, and credit goes to the gentleman here to get the whole Indian system moving to do that. And at that time, I had the pleasure of interviewing him in Delhi. A lot of water has flown through the Hormuz, Minister, since then. I want you to focus on not those issues, but the potential of this partnership. There's an emotional connect. I visited Dubai for the first time way back in 1998. Family lives here. It feels like India in a much better way, of course. And therefore, as the minister in charge of non-oil trade, how far should our ambition go? How much should we look up into the sky in terms of the relationship that can evolve?
Well, thank you so much. And it's a real pleasure to have many of the friends, their families, colleagues, and as the ambassador said, we really consider everyone who's living in the country as one of the national persons who are contributing to the developments and the growth of this nation. And we're going to be continuing working with the same spirit, because every single contribution is an important step toward the fulfilling the achievements and the vision of the nation. Now, coming back to the bilateral relation, we're seeing a very excellent and rapid growth in our bilateral non-oil trade. Last year, non-oil trade without oil, without services, we exceeded $76 billion. And the growth is above 17%. And we're continuing with this momentum, although the global trade is not growing with the same pace. And it shows the potential and shows as well how close both nations to each other and the potential in this relation. Now, if we look at the emerging economy, if we look at the growth in Asia, as well as the growth in our neighboring regions, especially Africa, the growth is massive. And I just came back from Rwanda, and we announced some of the numbers that we're having last year with Africa. We exceeded $160 billion. We were not even expecting to reach 140 or 135, but we outperformed. If both UAE and India join forces, we can do amazing job in Africa and our surrounding region and Asia, etc. Just matter of us putting the right efforts and the right brains and heads together, and the growth is going to be massive. It's not only for our own market, but also to the region that we're covering from here. And if you remember, it was one of the main purposes even for the CEPA. It's not only about the bilateral, it's about the connectivity of both nations. And guess what? Even in all my visits, some of the Indian colleagues are part of my delegation. And it shows that we're really ensuring that we're opening up businesses and doors and market access to them wherever we go outside. We really maybe one of the stories I always love to say, and I said it even in Rwanda, one of the most impactful investor in Africa, or a UAE-based company in Africa, is an Indian colleague called Gagan. He's the owner, and he's the founder and the CEO of Arise. And they're doing an excellent, impactful investments in Africa. That is a small example of many, and I'm sure many of our business people here are doing the same. So it's not only about the numbers, it's about the impact that we're going to do in the neighboring regions, and I'm sure the many opportunities which we can do together.
Minister, before I ask you some follow-ups on the potential of our partnership, I want a broader comment from you. There are businessmen here, and as we were preparing for this event, we realized that the only thing certain for a businessman anywhere in the world, particularly in this region, is uncertainty. That is the only certain thing. And many businesses are evolving, many are not. From your perspective as someone who's not only pursuing that and is the minister in charge, but because of your own personal study, has the multilateral global trade order that we all grew up in and the benefits of which have led to economic development for many nations across the world, has that permanently altered and changed, and is regional trading now the future?
See, the principles of multilateralism are still there because we're still working around the same principles, foundations that has been set by those international organizations. But is it changing? Absolutely. And is there an intervention that is happening in the global system? That's what we're seeing today. And we're going to continue seeing because the model has been built for a certain period when certain groups were much powerful than others. Now we're seeing an excellent and strong growth by many countries, especially India lately and some of the emerging economies, which moving much faster. I remember 5 years ago, I was doing a lecture to one of the students in New York University, and I said the G7 countries are going to be replaced by the E7, emerging 7 countries.
That's a good line. The G7 will be replaced by the E7.
We're talking about 5 years ago. We're not talking about it today. And in reality, yes, the highest growth are happening in those E7. And who are they? It's India, it's Turkey, it is Brazil, it is South Korea, it is South Africa, it is Mexico, and it's Indonesia. So those countries are going to be almost have double the growth of the current G7 by 2050. And are we seeing that growth? Absolutely. And those E7 are going to be the countries which is going to have an impact on the growth globally, industrial, supply chain, capital movements, etc. Now, going back to your question, is the multilateralism going to be the basis for, is going to be changing the way that we move forward? Absolutely. We should not continue thinking that the old system is going to continue, otherwise we're just fooling ourselves. We have to adapt, we have to be resilient, and we have to be ready for the unknown that is might happening. But let's be fair with ourselves as well. If life is going to continue with the same quietness and relaxations, will not be strong. And the different incidents that's happened in the last 10 years made us as nations, as governments, as economies, much stronger than before. And we're learning from those incidents or international crisis, and we're becoming much stronger than before. And that's exactly what is happening. If you count the last 4 or 5 years, COVID and geopolitics, and now the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist attacks by Iran, it all makes us much stronger and more resilient and coming up with new ideas. If that's not the case, we'll not be able to be innovative in the way that we're running the businesses, and we'll not even find our real friends and partners like India.
Absolutely.
So we need such this to shake up the system and ensure that who is going to back you up and work with you during those tough times, and who are going to be exposed immediately the minute such crisis happens. So we really appreciate that, and I'm telling you, sometimes it's good to shake up the system so you know who your real friends are.
A very, very straightforward answer, and thank you for that. Since you mentioned the word learning, I want to follow up. The UAE is an economic miracle, and it stands out almost like a jewel. What learnings in the immediate term have been learned from the recent crisis, particularly with regard to resilience in the supply chain? I'm not only talking about oil, but non-oil trade as well.
I'll tell you some secrets. Our non-oil trade grew up in the last 4 months, and we had the growth much better than last year, but we did not announce it. It was going to be announced at the right time, but we had the growth. So yes, it got disturbed in the first 2 weeks, but we adapted ourselves and we start maneuvering around the issue. But in general, we had an excellent growth, even in comparison to last year, much better growth. So now, come back to how we're going to be resilient and overcome the issue of the disturbance of supply chain. The most important thing that every nation or economy has to do, the investment on infrastructure, investments in logistics. And your logistics should not be only focusing on your own domestic infrastructure. You have to connect it with your international investments. Otherwise, you will not be able to maneuver around the challenges. And we're connected to more than 400 cities, points, airports, ports, and mainlands. That gave us the flexibility to move things much quicker and ensure that there is a continuous supply chain to the country and from the country. The second point, which is an important one, and we're seeing it with others, not necessarily our neighbors, but others. We have to ensure that there is international investments. Otherwise, your businesses are going to die. It's going to be affected in 2 weeks or 2 weeks to 2 months. Your international investment is going to cover up many of your losses or challenges here locally, and vice versa. Because the world is disturbed, the geopolitics is everywhere. If something happen in one point, your domestic one will compensate that. Ask colleagues from DB World, I'm sure they're speaking highly about their international investments, which compensated their internal disturbance of their businesses. That is a small model of many of our international investments, and that's why the message that we always carry for our investors, even the international ones who are living with us, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's not only about investments here. It's about we open up your market, and the market access that we're offering from the UAE is much bigger than the 10 million or 12 million that we're having in the UAE. We're covering a 3 billion population from the UAE through the different CPAs. Ambassador was talking about 34, 35 CPAs. We reached 37, and we're about to close another 2 in the upcoming few weeks as well.
You know, this conversation could go on for half an hour, but I know you're very short of time. I'll still try and squeeze in one final question. This target of 200 billion, and since 100 billion has been done well ahead of time, I ask you as a newsman, how soon will the 200 billion target be achieved?
Well, with this speed, we will achieve it, but I will ask Nil and Adib because they're going to be responsible about it.
Okay, and one final message to all the businessmen, particularly from India and Indian companies who are here, some of them I know who are right here in the hall. What message do you have to them regarding the resilience of the UAE to operate and continue to flourish in what are uncertain times?
Well, we're going to continue diversifying. We're going to continue bringing the talents to the country. And we're going to be as well strengthening our relation with our real friends. And that is one of the main messages or lessons that we learned and we're carrying from the last two months. The real friends, we're going to double down. We're not going to stop our engagements with the other countries, but will not be as strong because you know where you're putting your investments, your trade, your agreements, etc. The second one, which is as well an important one, we're going to double down on our investment domestically in our infrastructure when it comes to data centers, especially in the Northern Emirates. We're going to increase the capacity of our ports in the Fujairah, Farfakhan, and even other cities, which are going to have more expansion. We're going to have more logistical connectivity to that area. We're going to double down on the technology when it comes to food security and pharmaceutical products. And as well, we're going to double down on the projects which we saw was highly needed during those times. One of the main lessons here when it comes to supply chain, and maybe this is related to your previous question, will not be dependent on any country providing more than 50% of any commodity. We'll make sure that there is a diversity, and we'll make sure that there are some other sources to bring the commodities from, in case something even not happening here in this region and in their part of the world will not disturb our supply chain.
One final word, Dr. Thani, as we end this. For the UAE-India Business Council, clearly a very important entity, which is operating only to boost trade and business ties between our two economies. What sort of role would you want them to continue to play in the future?
Well, we need to work together in the strategic sectors. We need to work together on the sectors which is going to have a positive impact on our people in both nations. And I think it's time for the private sector to start taking the lead, because even the projects which His Excellency the Ambassador was mentioning, IHC, the ADIA, as well as the Emirates MBD, Those are the mega projects or mega companies that we're having, and those are the big transactions. It's time now to do a joint collaboration, joint ventures between our big business people and having impactful investments between both nations. I see that still a gap, which we haven't cracked, and it's going to be one of my KPIs with His Excellency Piyush in the upcoming few months, to start bringing big projects led by our private sector and the big business people. That is going to be a big milestone for me personally to see in this relation.
Here's to real friendship. Here's to the UAE and India working together, making the lives of their people much better and proving to be strong, perennial, and ultimate partners in this very uncertain world. Thank you very much, Minister, for your time with us today. A round of applause for the Minister.
If you like the video, do like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour et tous. It's fantastic to welcome my friend Piyush, Minister Goyal, to Canada with the largest delegation, a business delegation from India ever in history. And this really built on our conversations which started last year from my visit in November to Delhi, where we met with, of course, Minister Goyal, Minister Puri to talk about energy, but really to lay some groundwork for our leaders to be able to announce the launch of our CEPA negotiations in South Africa at the G20, followed by a visit from Prime Minister Carney, where we joined Prime Minister Carney in Mumbai and in Delhi, both the financial and the diplomatic capitals in India, met with many of the business delegations there, but also announced a $2.6 billion uranium deal with Cameco. And so this visit is very timely. As you know, there's a lot of excitement to do more with India in terms of our economic partnership. I'm hearing from the business communities across the country, from chambers of commerce, from our stakeholders, and I'm proud to announce that I too will be taking a Team Canada trade mission to India later this year to match the energy that Minister Goyal brought here to Canada. And this is very important. It's going to be building on the meetings that we're having over the next 48 hours. We're going to be sitting down with our chief negotiators. 2 rounds have been done. We're going to be working together, a lot of WhatsApp diplomacy between us to conclude a deal this year. We promised Canadians that we'd be moving fast, just like India has. India has signed with many of our allies, with the UK, with New Zealand, with the EU. We've also been signing FTAs as well with Indonesia, with Ecuador, with the EU, and with others. And so this is very important. We made a promise to Canadians that we diversify our trading partners and we'd unlock roughly $300 billion of additional non-US exports. And this is what we're focused on in this visit, but it's going to be a very productive session. Please.
Thank you very much, Maninder. Truly delighted to be in Ottawa. 3 years since my last visit, but as green, as beautiful as ever. They warned me the weather is going to be very cold, but the warmth of your friendship and the welcome truly is wonderful. I think this is a partnership that is being reset very, very rapidly. We had the visit of Prime Minister Mark Carney in India just a couple of months ago. And it was the first visit by a Canadian Prime Minister to India in 8 years. But I think it completely changed the way Canada and India looked at each other. It has set in motion the pathway to a complete overhaul of this relationship, setting new agendas, new goals in mission mode. And I can clearly see the speed and intent of both sides, Canada and India, is phenomenal when it comes to working together for the shared prosperity of the people of India, the people of Canada, providing business opportunities for both countries, and a very ambitious target going forward, where our prime ministers have tasked us not only with completing the free trade agreement with a comprehensive outlook before the end of this year or earlier, but tripling our trade from a current $17 billion US level to a $50 billion US level by 2030. Very much doable. given the sincerity of purpose, given the wonderful work both the negotiating teams have put in over the last 2.5 months since we signed terms of reference in March, and given the trust between the Prime Ministers of India and Canada and the warmth of that relationship, we feel empowered to be able to make rapid progress, to deliver results not only to businesses but to the people of both countries. I have come with the largest ever business delegation that stepped out of India ever in our history. At last count, early this morning at about 5 o'clock, I was reported 112 Indian businesses had already taken off from India. I think by the time I reach Toronto along with Maninder tomorrow morning, we don't know where that number will stop. But clearly demonstrating that there's huge interest in this partnership, and undoubtedly Canada and India, two very consequential economies, two democracies, two set of people who believed in the shared prosperity of not only our two countries, but our own contribution to global economies and global peace and security, is a relationship that's going to be very important in the years to come. I have full confidence that under Maninder's leadership, we'll make rapid progress and we'll deliver good results. Thank you. My best wishes to businesses on both sides, and I'm very, very much looking forward to the next 3 days that I spend in Canada.
Thank you. We've got a lot of work to do. Thank you. Let's get a picture.
The simmering land dispute in Munambam, a coastal village near Kochi, has taken a new turn. The Kerala State Waqf Board has registered the contested land on the central government portal Ummeed, pushing the future of over 600 families into uncertainty.
ഇത് അനുവദിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റൂല നമുക്ക് ജനങ്ങൾ അത്രയും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇത്രയും സ്വത്തുക്കൾ നമ്മുടെ കാരണന്മാരായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അനുവദിച്ചു തന്ന ഈ സ്വത്തുക്കൾ ഒരു കാലയളവിൽ ഈ വഖഫ് ബോർഡിന് എഴുതി കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നടക്കണ കേസൊന്നുമല്ല. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ കാടത്തെ നിയമം എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും അവസാനിപ്പിച്ച് ഞങ്ങളൊരു സുരക്ഷിത മാർഗത്തിലേക്ക് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി നയിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അഭ്യർത്ഥന.
These families, many of who have lived and worked on this land for generations, face the threat of losing their homes and livelihoods. The development has triggered a fierce political storm, with the Syro-Malabar Catholic Church, through its mouthpiece Deepika, slamming the Waqf Board's actions as a direct threat to secular Kerala itself.
All the ministers in the last government, they went to Munambam. They offered them that you would not be evicted from that place. But unfortunately, the Sangha Parivar has been planning to make a divide between two religions. The previous government's action was indirect. Now it is very clear that they also acted very directly.
Newly sworn in Chief Minister V.D. Satheesan, who had boldly promised to resolve the Munambam dispute within 10 minutes of UDF coming to power, is now blaming the previous LDF government, drawing criticism from both the church and the BJP.
റവന്യൂ അവകാശങ്ങൾ മുൻപത്തുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ റവന്യൂ അവകാശങ്ങൾ പുനഃസ്ഥാപിച്ചു തരണമെന്നും ഇപ്പോഴുള്ള വഖഫ് ബോർഡിനെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി അത് പിരിച്ചുവിടണമെന്നും താഴ്മയായി അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിക്ക് മാത്രമേ അതിനെ ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി തന്നെ ഇതിനെ മുൻകൈ എടുക്കണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്.
With the ownership dispute still pending before the courts, the state government's assurance of legal protection offers cold comfort to 600 families who simply want the right to the land they call home. For them, every passing day is another day of uncertainty.
welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Patra and this is our earnings special focus show that we have. Today we put the spotlight on BKG Foods that's reported its numbers. The company's reported in Q4 of financial year 2026 a revenue uptick of 18%, which has come in at 721 crores. The volume growth has been reported at 16.1%. EBITDA has come in at 88 crores for the company, margins stand at 12.2% and the net profit also stands at 39.8% higher at 56 odd crore rupees. This is for the Q4 earnings that we have. Let's actually welcome the top management of BKG Foods to share with us and to decode these numbers. We have Manoj Verma joining in. He's the COO of BKG Foods. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out. We'll start off by understanding the strong growth parameters for you, the revenue uptick of 18 odd %, the net profit uptick of almost 40% in this quarter. What have been the key driving factors for you in Q4? What has led to this strong move?
Good morning and thank you, Sakshi, for having me on this channel. I think this quarter has been a very good quarter for us, and actually not just this quarter. If you look at the momentum started building post the GST new regime change, that's what was the inflection of change in demand. So therefore, if we break this year into two parts, so there's been two different stories. First half wherein the muted growth, and the second half more importantly post GST factors. So those were the stuff. What we also did was we infused some money in marketing, got some two mega marketing campaigns aired. So one was Bhujia to BKG, so as to bring focus back on Bhujia and drive consumption. And the second was we looped in Pankaj Tripathi for our campaign, which was more focused for UP market. This was Kya Baat Hai Ji. Both these campaigns worked very well for us, and accordingly are the numbers which are reflecting. So this quarter, it's not just a story of one category. I think this is all of our categories has done very well.
Okay, got that. Let me also talk about the volume growth there. For Q4, you've posted a 16% volume growth. Where do you see the volume growth panning out for FY27? If you could give us a guidance there. Especially for FY26, I think your volume growth has come in high single digits of about 9.5%, sir. But has it come below your own expectation, and what has been the key reason behind that?
So guidance for next full year, if we talk about, would be to the tune of about 11-12% should be the volume growth. This growth looks higher because post GST we passed on this benefit. So for the small pack it was increase in grammage, and for the larger pack it was price reduction. So that was the factor which is reflecting in this quarter. But with now the inflation hitting us, the petroleum prices post the war and all this stuff, so prices have gone up. In fact, in this quarter itself, we have passed about 3 to 4% prices back to the consumer.
Okay, so how much does that GST benefit that you had passed on, does that get covered up or offset with the price hikes that you have taken in this quarter of 3 to 4%?
So not completely. In fact, the GST benefit which we got was of around 7%. So from 12 to 5, right? So I think part of it is gone, and then let's see how things move. So I mean, if required, so maybe we'll have to do a second stuff. But for now, we are covered in line with the bottom line, what we are trying to deliver.
Which are the raw material prices where you are facing the pressure right now, sir? Is it just the crude oil impact on the derivatives, or are there specific raw materials, if you could highlight, where the prices have gone up and you are feeling the pinch and you might have to take a second round of price hike?
So one of the large RM is the palm oil. So the prices of palm oil has also gone up. That's one. And second is on the back of petroleum prices increase, it's the packaging material which has gone up. So that's a huge increase which is what we have felt. And for now, this 3-4% take care of whatever the inflation has happened. Now going forward, if it softens, I think we'll be in a very comfortable state and should not look for a next round of price increase. But then if it continues, maybe we'll have to consider.
Okay, and any expectation? Will it have to be in the similar quantum as you have undertaken in Q4, sir, 3 to 4%?
So this actually purely depends on what kind of inflationary pressures are there.
Okay. Also, let me understand from you, since you talked about your marketing campaigns that are driving the momentum on top line and bottom line, will you expand this focus beyond UP, like with Pankaj Tripathi, your focus has been in UP? Are you planning to take this to various other geographies with either the same ambassador or different ambassadors, or expanding the scope of this marketing campaign?
So we do pan-India marketing campaigns. Amitabh Bachchan happens or continues to be our brand ambassador. We are also on the prime time. So the programs like KBC, and also we are co-sponsors on that stuff. So this is one of the campaigns which we did, and I thought of mentioning to you when you asked.
Okay, fair point. Let me also ask you, sir, when it comes to the consumer sentiment, what are you observing right now? At this point in time, is the discretionary demand slowing down? I'm asking as an industry expert as well, what really is happening? This comes in at a time when, of course, on the large spends, the Prime Minister is already talking about austerity steps. But at the lower end also, are you feeling or are you seeing some impact on discretionary spend of the consumers?
So almost 2/3 of this quarter is passed by now as we talk. I mean, we haven't felt any slowdown in demand standpoint. So this the momentum continues for now. And we don't anticipate a major, or radical change as well in this stuff.
So in the entry level price points, 5 rupee, 10 rupee packs, is the demand intact, or is it growing, or is it slowing down?
So no, so demand is there across both those, the impulse pack, which is 5 and 10, and also the family pack kind of stuff.
Okay, let's also talk about your various segments. Let's talk about ethnic snacks revenue. That's gone up by 16%, sir. What's your expectation here in the ethnic snacks? Are you doing any further innovation, adding any further products to the lineup, or do you feel whatever you have on the portfolio is enough to cater to the demand that there is right now? And what is the trajectory of growth in the revenue that comes in from ethnic snacks that you have for FY27?
So ethnic snacks should continue to grow in this momentum. And talking about innovation, so this category needs some, engagement, interaction, tweaking. So that's what it's the way of working for this stuff. So we keep adding or tweaking products now in our portfolio in the ethnic snack space.
Okay, which are your best-selling products in ethnic snacks, sir, right now?
So currently, if we look at, bhujia is the topmost selling stuff, followed by the Sab Kuch, which is all-in-one mixtures. Then is Moong Dal. So these are our top 3 SKUs.
Okay, let's also talk about packet seeds. Here also we've seen the revenue uptick of about 14%. What's the kind of demand that you're looking at? Is it again seasonal, or do you think that the demand is now getting structural when it comes to packet sweets? And do you think the availability of such sweets is now getting more broad with your e-commerce presence as well?
So in the packet sweets, demand is consistent, but the behavior is such that during festive time, which is say from Rakhi to Diwali, this is huge demand. I mean, that's when it's more of a gifting phenomena. So in fact, if we look at say about 75%, 70 to 75% of our sales happens in those 4 months, right? And then balances are consistent stuff. What the endeavor is that how's that we can make it a round the year kind of stuff, and those are the tasks or the projects we're working on.
Okay, and on the Western snacks, this is your most recent category that you entered into. How has your product portfolio expanded over the last couple of months? If you could explain to us, what all have you now focused on? What is the kind of demand and acceptance you're seeing from consumers on these Western snacks, and what is the trajectory going forward? This time the revenue was uptick of about 8.6% for all the viewers.
Yeah, so Western snacks is a very small category for us, but in terms of opportunity, it's a huge opportunity. Therefore, we cannot choose to ignore. We have a long range. I mean, so in terms of if we match it with a competition or what sells in the market, we have the entire stuff with us. Now, the focus would also be, besides chips, on the snacking portfolio as well. So that's what we're working on. And you will see that next quarter onwards, so there'll be a good improvement in this category as well.
Good improvement. If you could also help us understand your revenue mix in terms of your ethnic, packaged sweets, western snacks, maybe even papad. If you could give us what's the kind of revenue mix here and what's your focus? Is there going to be a change going forward there?
So currently about 70% is the traditional snacks, ethnic snacks. Then about 8.5% is Western snacks. Sweets is about 12.5%. Papad is about 6.5%. And then is our others. So wherein we do some frozen stuff which primarily sells into the exports business, exports market. Going forward, what we see that our others, so which is as the exports grow faster, so the others contribution would increase by a certain basis point. And the Western snacks also over next 3 years, you'll see that it will be a double-digit contribution to our business.
This is for which one, sir? You're saying the double-digit growth for
so
the
not growth. Growth certainly will be double-digit. I'm talking of the Western snacks, which
Western
currently
snacks.
is at about 8.5% contribution,
Will be
then be a double-digit contribution to the business.
Okay, and most of this will be led by exports like you focused on, and what is the current growth and what is your outlook there?
So Western snacks will be on back of domestic business, and the others, which is frozen, would be on back of exports business.
Okay, fair point. Give me an understanding of the export situation, sir. What is the current, picture looking like? Where are the markets where you've grown the maximum? And going forward, are you expanding your reach beyond your current markets as well?
So exports has done extremely well for us, and this indeed is an outcome of the kind of interventions and investments we made behind it. Last year, we had invested in a company called Ariba Foods, and this was basically to get our back end right, to have products ready which produces the frozen stuff. This worked very well. So we've delivered 50% growth in exports this year, and we will definitely, in fact, do even better in the subsequent year.
And which geographies, sir, are your focus geographies right now where you're seeing this growth coming from?
So US and Canada are our largest market and have done extremely well. Whereas we export to many other countries, upwards of 25 countries. But if we look at, so it's US, Canada, followed by this UAE, then UK. These are our key markets where we sell.
Okay. Within the Middle East crisis that has happened, is your, plan still on course on expanding in UAE, whatever timeline you set in, or are you going to be postponing it a bit?
So business is on. I mean, certain prices, the freight prices, because getting vessels and container becomes a challenge. So that's at a cost. But then the business is on, and we see it moving in the same speed.
What about the US, sir? We are also awaiting the trade agreement to be signed between the two countries. Are you also looking at that? Will there be a further benefit coming in with the trade agreement that gets signed eventually between US and India?
So amidst all uncertainty in the past, also if you look at our US market has done the best, and the kind of the seeding stuff what we have done in US, we see the continued momentum. In fact, now we have started planning for Diwali, so the kind of orders what we are getting. I don't see a major impact on this or what we are waiting for.
Okay. Give me an understanding, sir, on your direct reach, which has expanded. Now you have about 3.5 lakh outlets, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and give me an understanding of how are you progressing further onto that, and digitally, how are you looking to expand further?
So 3.5 lakhs outlets is our direct coverage. What we intend to do is year on year, we'll be adding 50,000 outlets. That's the plan for, and we wish to be at 500,000 outlets as our direct reach. When we talk about our indirect reach, so using, the wholesale channel, e-com and all other business. So otherwise our presence is in 1.4 million outlets. That's the reach where Bikaji products are sold. We'll continue to invest behind the channels like e-com, which is exponentially growing. for the category, and so is true for Bikaji as well.
Okay. And lastly, on the outlook on FY27, you did say double-digit growth for sure will be there as far as your revenues are concerned. You talked about a 12 to 13% volume growth as well. What are the other parameters that we can expect?
So we're looking at about 15-16% year on year we should be growing. So for FY27, that's the guidance what I can talk on.
Okay, all right. And on the margins front, sir, what do we expect there?
So margins, the way we have delivered this year, so upwards of 35% gross margin, we would intend to improve it by 50 basis point. That's what we are looking at.
All right. Okay. All the very best to you, Mr. Verma, for these aspirations that you have, and we will of course get back to in a conversation with you around the next quarter as well to seek some more insights into the business. All the very best for the upcoming quarters. Thank you so much for your time on Business Today Television. All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note on this special earnings conversation with Bikaji International. You've heard, the company talking about how they have undertaken some price hikes to overcome the impact of the rising costs on the input level. There could be, a reason to go for the second round of hikes, but they will have to look at the current expanding inflationary scenario to come forward towards that. But all their segments are growing in strong and they're looking at double-digit growth even for FY27. Thank you so much for joining us on this special. Stay tuned. Much more on markets coming ahead with you and with Shell as well.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television. We are at the moment navigating the last working day of the F&O expiry for the month of May. The markets are in pretty good shape. Strong rallies are witnessed in mid caps and small caps, even as the broader market remains flat. What is the way forward for the markets in the month of June, as also in the remainder of calendar 2026? To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Deven Choksi. He's the Managing Director at DR Choksi Finserv Private Limited and a long-term watcher of Dalal Street. Good afternoon to you, Deven Bhai, and a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, Shane.
How are you at the moment analyzing the month of May? We have seen terrible days and we have seen fairly volatile times as well. As a reader of sentiment, how do you feel about this broadening of the rally?
So, good afternoon, Shane. Well, on one side, I think we are finding that investors are quite resilient to this kind of volatility. No more panic of yesteryears. I think, given situation, I think a real investor would panic. These days, investors don't panic. So that is a very good and matured sign that you can find in the marketplace. Most of the fund investors, the AMCs, they are equally very, very agile and alert, I think, with the kind of volatility in the markets. They are receiving the SIP money on a regular basis, and that's a good sign. Investors not stop allocating funds for the investments. But at the same time, I think most of them are equally, I think, asking a question that how do we invest in a given situation when the market is so volatile? So yes, I think this volatility in a given context, in a given situation is bothersome. And even though the stock prices have recovered, and even though mid-cap and small-cap prices are also, I think, reasonably recovering, in my viewpoint, I think the confidence level of an investor is today still missing, not as much as I think they would have otherwise invested. So that's a story at this point of time.
Okay. So what are you telling your clients at this point of time? Are they, in sync with the rally that is there in the mid-cap or small cap space, or are they primarily holders of large cap stocks?
So mix of all. I think I would say that as a house, we have always been positioning our recommendations in some of the best quality stocks for investment. So generally the clients' portfolios are covering those stocks, which is our coverage stocks, our recommended stocks. So over there, I think we are not seeing too much of a confidence loss or a dent in the stock prices. But at the same time, I think those retail clients who are probably operating on their own, they may have some junk of stocks, I think, which are not performing as well. Over there, we are helping them by restructuring their portfolio as and when and wherever it is possible. So that's what I think we keep doing it. But whole endeavor and effort is to keep the portfolio in a good quality stocks, fundamentally sound companies.
Okay, fair point. You are obviously noticing the very sharp rally that we are seeing in small caps and mid caps. Pharma has been one of your favorite hunting grounds, in particular Divi's Lab, Sun Pharma. We have often discussed Aurobindo Pharma and Granules as well. How do you see this record high on the pharma index? Is there more to it in the coming months given the depreciation of the rupee?
Yes, I think the selectively few names.
Welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock questions on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is flashing on your screens. This is where you send me all the questions that you have regarding the stocks in your portfolio or onto your watch list. You could also join us on our YouTube channel live. In case you're watching us there, you can go to Daily Calls Live, use the comment section to send me your questions. I'll be happy to get that addressed with our top market expert who will be joining in. And today we have our very special guest, Anshul Jainji, joining in from Lakshmi Shri Investments to share with us his view on the markets as well as to solve all your questions as well. Right now, if you look at the markets, we are at 23,925. Again, very, very choppy, range-bound trade is what we are witnessing for the last couple of hours. The market's toggling between the highs and the lows, and the choppiness just continues. Let's try and get an understanding from Anshulji as to how to look at this choppy market and what's the best way to go forward with it. Anshulji, good afternoon. Good to have you with us as always. जो ये मार्केट्स में लगातार एक वॉलेटाइल ट्रेड चल रहा है, पिछले हफ्ते पूरा वॉलेटाइल था, इस हफ्ते जबकि ये ट्रंकेटेड वीक है, कल भी मार्केट्स बंद हैं, बाजार में इसी तरीके का उतार चढ़ाव लगातार चल रहा है। इस मार्केट में आइडियल स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होती है निवेशकों की?
मैडम नमस्कार आप सभी दर्शकों को धन्यवाद बुलाने के लिए। पहले तो आपको बधाई हो, आपका लाहौरी जीरा वाला ये पॉडकास्ट कल हम लोगों ने ऑफिस में चलाया था क्योंकि ऑफिस में पार्टी थी, तो कोल्ड ड्रिंक की जगह लाहौरी जीरा आया था, तो उन्होंने ऑफिस में बताया कि आपने पॉडकास्ट भी किया है, तो हम लोग ने पूरा वो 40 मिनट का पॉडकास्ट थोड़ा सा चीटिंग किया था, 1.25 करके हम लोग ने जल्दी देखा था, बट कल आपका पॉडकास्ट देखा गया, बहुत बेहतरीन पॉडकास्ट था।
थैंक यू।
बधाई हो आपको पॉडकास्ट के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। निखिल दोदा जी सुन रहे होंगे तो बहुत खुश होंगे, मैं उनको डेफिनेटली आपकी बधाई वापस पास ऑन करूंगी और बताऊंगी कि काफ़ी लोग इंस्पायर हो रहे हैं इस पॉडकास्ट से और लगातार उनकी ड्रिंक्स पर, हेल्दियर ड्रिंक्स पर अब स्विच ओवर कर रहे हैं कोल्ड ड्रिंक से।
जी धन्यवाद। नहीं लेकिन पॉडकास्ट वाकई में बहुत बेहतरीन पॉडकास्ट था, अच्छा लगा देख के। और अब जहाँ तक मार्केट पे आए, देखिए मार्केट में आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना है इस समय। मार्केट 5 दिन में बैंक निफ्टी स्पेशली, क्योंकि हम बैंक निफ्टी ज्यादा डिस्कस करेंगे क्योंकि रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ वहीं पे फॉलो थ्रू मूव और ट्रेड वहीं पे बनेगा। तो बैंक निफ्टी 5 दिन में 2700 पॉइंट्स चला था, 600 पॉइंट्स का करेक्शन है और 200-300 पॉइंट का करेक्शन आता है तो भी आपको कोई खास घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है। ट्रेड कब बनेगा? ट्रेड बनने तक शांति से बैठना है। ट्रेड बनेगा 55,205 के ऊपर। 55,205 के ऊपर एक 15 मिनट की कैंडल क्लोज कर ले तो आपका ट्रेड बनना स्टार्ट होगा लॉन्ग साइड प्रीवियस डे हाई जो कि 55,536 पे है, उसके ऊपर 56,334 पे है। तो यहाँ तक का ट्रेड आपको आराम से बनेगा। निफ्टी थोड़ा सा लेगार्ड है, अवॉइड कर देंगे तो ज्यादा बेहतर है। एक बार शायद निफ्टी 23,831 ये लेवल तक रिट्रेस कर सकती है, बट ये रिट्रेसमेंट के बाद वापस से अपमूव रिज्यूम हो जाएगा। रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ क्लियरली बैंक निफ्टी पे है, तो जब भी ब्रेकआउट या बेयर ट्रैप बने आपको बैंक निफ्टी प्ले करना चाहिए। स्मूथ अपमूव 56,300 यानी यहाँ से लगभग 1300 पॉइंट्स की अपमूव है। अब ये सिर्फ प्राइस एक्शन पे नहीं है, दिस इज बैक्ड बाय डेटा। कल निफ्टी की एक्सपायरी थी 6,14,000, परसों की ईओडी फ्यूचर प्लस ऑप्शंस मिला के FII की शॉर्ट थी। कल एक्सपायरी में पोजीशन कटने की जगह मतलब जो कटी सो कटी, फ्रेश पोजीशन ऐड हुई है। 7,87,000 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट शॉर्ट वापस से हो चुके हैं और लास्ट टाइम ये जो 2700 पॉइंट की रैली आई थी बैंक निफ्टी पे, ये लगभग 9 लाख कॉन्ट्रैक्ट शॉर्ट से हम 6 लाख कॉन्ट्रैक्ट शॉर्ट गए थे। तो मैं वही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि 8 लाख कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे हम खड़े हैं। अगर 1 लाख कॉन्ट्रैक्ट और शॉर्ट ऐड हुए तो आपको थोड़ा सा और 54,600 तक का पुल बैक दिख सकता है, बट वापस से हम 9 लाख कॉन्ट्रैक्ट शॉर्ट पे पहुंचेंगे। और अगर हम हायर लो बनाते हैं, उस हायर लो से अगर मैं 2000 पॉइंट की भी रैली पकड़ूं तो हम 56,300 तो आराम से ही पार कर लेंगे। तो वो तो पेसिमिस्टिक टारगेट है। लॉस आपको केवल आपका इम्पेशेंट नेचर देगा। अगर आप पेशेंसली 55,205 के ऊपर 15 मिनट कैंडल क्लोज होके ब्रेकआउट कंफर्म होने का वेट करते हैं, आराम से आपको एक अच्छा ट्रेड 56,334 तक का मिलेगा। तो इम्पेशेंट होने की जगह आराम से एक 15 मिनट का चार्ट लगाइए, उस पर एक लाइन लगाइए 55,205 का, कैंडल क्लोज होने दीजिए उसके ऊपर, तब रिव्यू कीजिए कि कैंडल अच्छी है खराब है, उस हिसाब से फिर एक्शन लीजिए। बट लॉन्ग साइड में रहिए, शॉर्ट साइड में जाने की कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी वैसे भी नहीं है और जगह भी नहीं बन रही है बाजार।
ओके, गॉट दैट। तो चलिए, एक ओवरऑल व्यू तो आपको समझ में आ ही गया अंशुल जी की तरफ से कि बाजार को इस समय कैसे देखें। अब चलते हैं आपके सभी सवालों की ओर। बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, तो स्वागत है सभी का। यूट्यूब पर जो हमारे दर्शक हैं, द्विशा, ऋषिकेश, विनीता, स्वागत है आप सबका। और हमारे पास व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए भी बहुत सारे सवाल आना शुरू हो चुके हैं, तो स्वागत है आप सभी का। एक एक करके आपके सवाल लेते हैं। सबसे पहले द्विशा का जो सवाल आया वो लेते हैं। मोरपेन लेबोरेटरीज़ को लेकर पूछा है इन्होंने अंशुल जी, आपसे 61 रुपये के भाव पर खरीदा हुआ है ये। अब पूछना चाह रही है, मोरपेन लैब से क्या आप विमता लैब्स में स्विच करने की सलाह देंगे या फिर मोरपेन में ही बेहतर इनको रिटर्न्स मिलने की उम्मीद बना सकती हैं ये?
देखिए, मोरपेन लैब तो मैंने हमेशा ही मना किया है कि मोरपेन लैब मत लीजिए। जब CDMO के दिन फिर रहे थे तब भी हमने विमता लैब रिकमेंड किया था, लेकिन विमता लैब में टारगेट कंप्लीट किया 511 और वापस से रेंज के अंदर आ गया। तो विमता लैब या तो 408 के आसपास लेना है या 512 के ब्रेकआउट पे लेना है, बीच में कुछ नहीं करना है विमता लैब के। मोरपेन लैब में तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है, इसको जितनी जल्दी छोड़ के भूल जाएंगे उतना अच्छा है। और CDMO कंपनी में अगेन मैं फिर वही रिपीट करूंगा, PPL फार्मा, इसको भर के बैठिए। 144 से 195 आ चुका है, पुल बैक ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीटेड लग रहा है, 20 डे मूविंग एवरेज कैचअप है। यहाँ से अब जिस भी दिन मोमेंटम आएगा, फिर आप टाइमिंग के चक्कर में कैच नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट नेक्स्ट लेग मोमेंटम मेरे को लग रहा है 195 क्रॉस करके 220 240 की जोन तक जाएगा। तो अगर CDMO प्ले करना ही है, बेस्ट प्ले स्टॉक PPL फार्मा है। पेरेंटेज भी बहुत अच्छा है, पिरामल ग्रुप, दामाद साहब हैं अपने मतलब मालिक साहब के, तो पेरेंटेज अच्छी है, सब चीज अच्छी है। तो पैसे को रिलेटिवली सेफर जगह प्लेस कीजिए, आपको 240 का टारगेट बहुत जल्दी ट्रेडिंग टारगेट मिलेगा। अगर आप इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं तो ऑल टाइम हाई जा रहा है।
ओके, गॉट दैट अंशुल जी। अब एक सवाल लेते हैं साहिल का, ही हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पर जुड़े भी हैं। साहिल जी नमस्कार, क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं? साहिल, आपको आवाज आ रही है मेरी? Okay, I think there is some issue. We'll try to connect with Sahil once again. Sahil, if you can hear me, you can go ahead with your question. Okay, I think there is some issue, but we'll try and take another question in the meanwhile. We have Sumed Lashkar asking the next question. NMDC के ऊपर इनका सवाल है, 93.9 पर खरीदा हुआ है और इनकी क्वांटिटी है 600 शेयर्स की। पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे, कैन आई होल्ड दिस स्टॉक और स्विच टू अनदर स्टॉक, बिकॉज मैं इसमें स्टक फील कर रहा हूँ कुछ लॉसेस में पिछले 10 दिनों में, तो अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? यानी कि ये शॉर्ट टर्म इन्वेस्टर हैं, क्योंकि लगातार पिछले 10 दिनों में जो वीकनेस आई है उसे भी देखकर इनको एक थोड़ा कंसर्न हो रहा है। 93.9 के लेवल पर लिया है, फिलहाल 91.8 पर चल रहा है शेयर। कैसे देखते हैं अंशुल जी इसे?
देखिए, आई एम नॉट श्योर शॉर्ट टर्म में क्या करेगा, क्योंकि एक तो सरकारी कंपनी थोड़ा सा धीरे चलती हैं, उसकी एक दिक्कत रहती है। बट मेरे को एनएमडीसी बहुत बेहतरीन लग रहा है। आपको याद होगा एनएमडीसी मैंने रेगुलरली आपके प्लेटफॉर्म पे लगभग 68 रुपीज से रिकमेंड किया है, फिर 73 का ब्रेकआउट भी किया था, फिर जब बेस ऑन बेस ब्रेकआउट 83 पे आया था तब भी रिकमेंड किया था विद अ टारगेट ऑफ 94 का हाई बना है। स्लो एंड स्टडी 2-3 हफ्ते 4 हफ्ते में ऐसा लग रहा है 99 भी निकल जाएगा और ओवरऑल ब्रेकआउट का टारगेट 140 के करीब है। तो बताते समय, रिकमेंड करते समय बताया था कि दिस इज नॉट अ ट्रेडर्स काउंटर। ये जीएमडीसी, टाटा स्टील, ये सब इन्वेस्टमेंट के काउंटर्स हैं, पीपीएल फार्मा। तो अगर ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हैं तो काउंटर से ही सेलेक्ट कीजिए। ये इन्वेस्टमेंट ग्रेड का स्टॉक है, धीरे धीरे आपको 140 मिल जाएगा। तो ट्रेडिंग के लिए अगर लिया है तो एक बार आप चाहे तो निकल भी सकते हैं, क्योंकि डिसअपॉइंटेड ही रहेंगे इन्वेस्टर्स। अगर कोई डिप मिल जाती है 87 के अराउंड तो और एक्यूमुलेट कीजिए, 140 रुपीज जा रहा है। इसके साथ ही इसका भाई है जीएमडीसी। ये भी आपको याद होगा, हमने जब ब्रेकआउट डिस्कस किया था, मल्टी मंथ का ब्रेकआउट, रीटेस्ट कंप्लीट होके वापस अप मूव आ रही है। तो जीएमडीसी भी धीरे धीरे एक्यूमुलेट कीजिए, वो भी 900 रुपए तक जा रहा है।
All right. We have another caller with us. Sai from Hyderabad is on the phone line. Hi, Sai. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead with your question, Sai.
Yeah, actually, I actually brought Astra Micro yesterday on the rate of 1353. So I am actually looking at, I need a target and a stop loss for 3 months.
Okay, Astra Micro is something that you have got into. We'll try and pull up the share for all our viewers to see. Around 1300 is the price at which you've got this stock. The stock has been in momentum for the last couple of sessions after the Q4 numbers as well. Not just that, stock has also been outperforming on various parameters in the last 1 year as well. If you look at the last 6 months, it's gone up by 50%. We've also seen that in the last 1 year, the stock has also given you handsome gains of 30% odd. But of course, from its all-time low levels, it's up by 945 points. It's definitely one of those stocks that has been an outperformer. Your sense, Anshul ji, Astro Microwave, for those people who are entering now, what is the next 3 months projection looking like?
देखिए, अभी तो अगर आप एंट्री कर रहे हैं तो ये मोमेंटम चेस करने वाली बात हो जाएगी। ऑलरेडी वीकली चार्ट पे 20% ऊपर है और नॉन स्टॉप लास्ट 10 वीक्स में अगर देखेंगे 30 मार्च वाले वीक से लेके 961 से 1414 आ चुका है। तो 3 मंथ्स परफॉर्मेंस ऑलमोस्ट बहुत बेहतरीन रही है। लगभग 3 मंथ परफॉर्मेंस देखेंगे तो 66% की अपसाइड मिल चुकी है। बट स्टॉक में फ्रेश ब्रेकआउट बना है, ऑलमोस्ट 57 वीक्स का रेक्टेंगल पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट है। 587 1182 की रेंज थी, करंट वीक में इसका ब्रेकआउट आया, तो करंट वीक का लो 1187 ये आपका स्टॉप लॉस होना चाहिए और टारगेट जो है ब्रेकआउट का वो 1700 के आसपास है। तो अब फ्रेश बाइंग के लिए रिस्क रिवॉर्ड मैच नहीं करती, बट अगर है तो 1182 के स्टॉप लॉस से, क्लोजिंग बेसिस स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड करना चाहिए। 1700 पे एक बार या तो सवाल पूछ लीजिए या प्रॉफिट बुक कर लीजिए।
All right, okay. I hope that this has helped you out, Sai. 1182 is the stop loss you need to keep with 1700 as the target price. In case you get that level, either book out if you're comfortable or else ask the question again. Let's take another question. डिफेंस स्पेस से ही आशीष नकील का सवाल आया है व्हाट्सएप पर और इन्होंने लिखा है 30 MTAR के शेयर्स हैं इनके पास, MTAR टेक के। एवरेज परचेज प्राइस इनका 735 का है। यहाँ पर क्या करना चाहिए पूछना चाह रहे हैं आपसे। और फिलहाल देखा जाए तो इस शेयर ने तो मल्टी बैगर रिटर्न्स दिए ही हैं पिछले कुछ साल में और 7850 पर चल रहा है। आपने तो 3 डिजिट में ख़रीदा हुआ है इसको, यानी कि आपको तो ये ऑलमोस्ट 10 बैगर रिटर्न देता हुआ नज़र आया है। क्या सलाह रहेगी अब इनकी? यहाँ से इनको प्रॉफिट लेकर निकलना चाहिए या अभी भी बने रहे?
देखिए, 9 महीने में 9 मंथ्स में नॉन स्टॉप रैली रही है। सिर्फ 1 मंथ बीच में 2 महीने साइडवेज रहा, फिर 1 महीने इनसाइड बार रहा, बट 9 मंथ्स की ऑलमोस्ट नॉन स्टॉप रैली है। 507% चला है और 49 मंथ्स का बेस ब्रेकआउट आया था 2500 पे। सारे टारगेट्स एक्सीड हो चुके हैं। अब यहाँ पे टॉप प्रेडिक्ट करने की जगह ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लेना चाहिए। अगर ये स्टॉक 7700 के नीचे क्लोज करता है तो आपको ये 150 रुपीज और आपका करंट मार्केट प्राइस से नीचे चला जाएगा, बट ये स्टॉप लॉस लगा के थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम चेस करने की कोशिश कीजिए। हो सकता है कि आपको 9000 तक के भी प्राइजेस मिल जाए, तो 150 रुपए की रिस्क है, ले लीजिए। 7700 के नीचे क्लोज करे, क्लियरली प्रॉफिट बुक, एग्जिट और फॉरगेट। अगर ये नहीं करता है तो धीरे धीरे ये छोटे छोटे करेक्शंस लेते हुए ये ऊपर 9000 तक जा सकता है। तो हर हफ्ते अगर कोशिश करिए, रिव्यू करा लीजिए, ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस ऊपर की तरफ लेते चलेंगे जब जैसे नए स्विंग हाइज बनते जाएंगे। फिलहाल के लिए 7700 का क्लोजिंग बेसिस स्टॉप लॉस होना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped you out. अगला सवाल लेते हैं और ये सवाल है सूरत से। जिया लिखती हैं व्हाट्सएप पर कि आई हैव बॉट अदानी पावर at 250 1000 shares. What is the view that I can get for the next 6 months on Adani Power? पिछले कुछ दिनों में काफ़ी बढ़िया मोमेंटम में अदानी समूह के सभी स्टॉक्स चल रहे हैं। अदानी पावर आज भी 2% ऊपर है, फिलहाल 249 पर है। आपने 250 पे लिया, यानी कि आसपास ही आपने खरीदारी की है। इनफैक्ट मैं अभी एक रिपोर्ट भी देख रही थी कि इस ग्रुप की पूरी मार्केट कैप जो है वापस से शायद 20 लाख करोड़ के आसपास आ रही है, जिस तरीके का मोमेंटम रहा है अदानी समूह पर। हमने कई बार डिस्कशन भी किया है अंशुल जी, और बहुत सारे स्टॉक्स के ऊपर आपने राय भी दी है यहाँ पर। फिलहाल अदानी पावर को लेकर क्या फ्रेश व्यू है?
देखिए, अदानी में तो जितना लोगों ने सवाल पूछ के मतलब वो किया है, उतना तो लगभग किसी स्टॉक में नहीं किया है। ये जो एनएमडीसी वाले सज्जन थे, उनके लिए एक सीख होनी चाहिए कि अगर आप बड़ा पैसा कमाना चाहते हैं, ट्रेडिंग की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अगर आप बड़ा पैसा कमाना चाहते हैं तो आपको लेके पेशेंसली वेट करना पड़ेगा। हम ये मान के चल रहे थे कि हमने अदानी खरीदा है, 2-3 महीने में चल जाएगा। उसने लगाया 5-6 महीना लगाया, लेकिन आप समझिए कि 5-6 महीने का अगर समय आपने दिया है, आप 5-6 साल का पैसा निकाल के बैठे हैं। आप एफडी या म्यूचुअल फंड की रिटर्न कंपेयर कीजिए, आप 5-6 साल का पैसा निकाल के बैठे हैं। तो अगर 4 महीने का पीरियड देखेंगे तो एकदम डल रिटर्न, कोई रिटर्न नहीं रहा, एकदम खराब पीरियड है, खराब स्टॉक है। लेकिन उसी में एक 5वां महीना जोड़ दीजिए, 5 साल के रिटर्न निकल रहे हैं। तो पैसा ऐसे ही बनता है। एनएमडीसी पकड़ के बैठेंगे तो 140 मिलेगा। अब आए अदानी पावर पे, मैं अगेन टॉप प्रेडिक्ट करने के मूड में नहीं हूँ। 250 तक के टारगेट्स थे, अभी ऑफलेट भी 2 दिन पहले भी बाई दिया था 227 के ब्रेकआउट पे। 250 का टारगेट आज कंप्लीट हुआ है। स्टॉप लॉस मॉडिफाई कीजिए, 234 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लीजिए और लेट द स्टॉक रन, अलाउ द मार्केट टू थ्रो यू आउट। जब मार्केट आपको बाहर फेंके तब बाहर होइए। फिलहाल वो लेवल है 234 का, इसके नीचे क्लोज करे तो अदानी पावर से प्रॉफिट बुक करके एग्जिट करना है। हर किसी की हर तरह के लॉन्ग से एग्जिट कर लेना है 234 क्लोजिंग बेसिस स्टॉप लॉस पे। अगर नहीं करता है तो धीरे धीरे 275 280 लेवल आएगा, वहां पे दोबारा सवाल पूछना है। इसी के साथ अदानी एंटरप्राइज, ये भी लगभग हमने 1900 के आसपास डिस्कस किया था। 2976 से लेके 3158 ये जोन में आ गया है। अदानी पोर्ट भी कंफर्टेबली 2000 की तरफ चल रहा है। तो अभी स्टीम बची हुई है थोड़ी थोड़ी स्टॉक्स में, पीलिंग आउट पोजीशन करते जाइए और होल्ड कीजिए। स्पेसिफिकली एटीजीएल 620 अभी एक हफ्ते पहले था, आज 770 के फाइनल टारगेट्स भी आ गए। एक बार ट्रेडिंग के तौर पे लिया है तो प्रॉफिट बुक कीजिए, डिप्स पे ऐड कीजिएगा नेक्स्ट राउंड। और अगर इन्वेस्टर है 3-4 साल समय दे सकते हैं तो फिर कुछ भी मत कीजिए, 1189 तक जा रहा है। अगर ट्रेडर है, डिप्स पे ऐड करना है तो यहाँ पे बुक कीजिए, डिप्स पे मौका मिलेगा।
Next we have a caller with us on the phone line, Maurya from Bengaluru. Maurya ji, namaskar, how are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hope you are doing good. I
Good
just
afternoon,
wanted
I'm
to
very well.
ask
Thank you. How are you?
opinions. I'm doing good, ma'am. Thank you.
Tell me.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask about Tata Motors PV. I'm holding 405 CE for June series at 4.55. So I just wanted an update on it.
Okay, for June series, this is a call option. He is holding for Tata Motors passenger vehicle at 405. He's got this at 4.55 rate. Anshul ji, what is your recommendation? Tata Motors passenger vehicles June series 405 call option at 4.5.
देखिए, टाटा मोटर्स में एक ब्रेकआउट बन रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ ब्रेकआउट है। अगर स्टॉक 390 370 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो फिर 410 तक रैली स्ट्रेच होगी। बट कॉल ऑप्शन में कितना पैसा कमा पाएंगे कहना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि स्लो मूवर है, टाइम वाइज उतना कंपनसेट कर पाता है थीटा को, बीटा का मोमेंटम कहना मुश्किल है। बट एक स्टॉप लॉस ले लीजिए 383 का। 383 के नीचे क्लोज करता है तो स्टॉक में वापस एक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आएगी, नहीं तो ये स्टॉक 410 रुपए जा सकता है। आई एम नॉट श्योर टाइम वैल्यू और बीटा कितना आपस में कंपनसेट करके आपको प्रॉफिट दे पाएंगे, बट स्टॉक पे यही व्यू है।
stock par yahi hua hai. I hope that Maurya you've taken down all those notes that have been suggested to you. Let's take Vinita's question next. She says, good afternoon, where should I book my profit? If you could please suggest between Skipper and Greaves Cotton. What is your suggestion? So she's not given her current price. You know where, no actually she's written one more stock. I think this is Finolex cables she wants to know. At 1040 she has invested this one and she wants to know where should she book the profits. What she is asking about Skipper and Greaves is that should I invest in them afresh or not. Finolex cables 1040 ke khareed hai, where can she book her profits? Currently the stock is at 1127.
देखिए फिनोलेक्स केबल आप ही के चैनल पर रिकमेंड किया था जब 230 डेज का ब्रेकआउट आ रहा था एट 1010, फिर जब पुल बैक लेके ये रिकमेंड किया था हमने वेडनेसडे 6 मई वाले शो में अराउंड उसी टाइम में, और ये लास्ट वीक भी हमने डिस्कस किया था कि रीटेस्ट कंप्लीट होके वापस से अपमूव आ रही है। आपको अगर एक्सट्रीम शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेड करना है तो स्विंग हाई 1172 आपका टारगेट होगा, और अगर आप समय दे सकते हैं तो एमटाटेक में हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस किया कि किस तरीके से सारे टारगेट्स एक्सीड करते हुए निकला है, तो ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगा के चलते रहना चाहिए। तो मैं प्रॉफिट बुक करने की जगह ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस के फेवर में ज्यादा हूँ। फिलहाल 1040 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस है, 1172 के अराउंड हम वापस से रिव्यू करेंगे, स्टॉप लॉस ऊपर की तरफ सरकाएंगे और उसके ब्रेकआउट पे शायद फ्रेश ऐड करने की भी सलाह देंगे। अगेन एक स्टैंडर्ड डिस्क्लेमर, आज सुबह मैंने 1110 में मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे बाई भी दिया हुआ है काउंटर को, तो अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को। प्रोबेबली 1300 1400 के टारगेट मिलना चाहिए। बाकी इनके जो दो काउंटर्स हैं ग्रीव्स कॉटन में एक छोटा सा ब्रेकआउट आया है। प्रॉब्लम मेरी ये है कि इसमें बहुत इंस्टीट्यूशन होल्डिंग नहीं है, तो मोमेंटम बनते बनते कई बार फेड भी हो जाता है। तो अभी फिलहाल के लिए 177 का ब्रेकआउट है, 200 तक का टारगेट दिख रहा है, बट इंस्टीट्यूशन होल्डिंग नहीं है, इसलिए मेरे को थोड़ा सा आई एम नॉट वेरी क्लियर कि ये मोमेंटम कितना सस्टेन होगा। बट अभी प्राइस एक्शन स्ट्रांग है, 170 के स्टॉप लॉस से होल्ड कर सकते हैं। स्किपर में टारगेट दिया था 515 रुपए का, टारगेट आ चुका है, प्रॉफिट बुक करके एग्जिट करना चाहिए।
चलिए तो होप करते हैं विनीता, एक तो आपको जहां पर राय दी गई थी फिनोलेक्स केबल्स पर वो भी आप फॉलो करेंगी, स्किपर के ऊपर भी आपको एक ओवरऑल राय मिल गई है कि कहां पर आपको इसमें निवेश करना और क्या टारगेट्स यहां पर दिए जा रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ कॉलर विद अस, प्रणीत इज विद अस ऑन द फोन लाइन। प्रणीत, हाय, गुड आफ्टरनून।
हाय मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून, होप यू आर डूइंग गुड।
Very well, Praneeth. Thank you so much for asking. Go on with your question.
Yeah, I hold Gateway District Parks Limited 10,000 shares at 82 per average per share.
Okay.
Should I hold it for long term for more than 10 years? And I want to do further SIP in this stock. Is it good idea to hold and to do SIP?
Okay, fine. We'll definitely get Anshulji to address your question. Anshulji, Praneeth wants to know about Gateway District Parks. इनके पास 82 के लेवल पर ऑलरेडी ये शेयर हैं, फिलहाल ये 57 पर है, लेकिन ये लॉन्ग टर्म निवेशक हैं, 10 साल तक भी इनको रुकने में कोई आपत्ति नहीं है शेयर में। अगर आप इन्हें एडवाइस करें कि हर महीने SIP के तौर पर भी इसमें निवेश करें, तो क्या वो एडवाइस इनके लिए रहेगी सही या नहीं?
देखिए 10 साल के लिए तो अगर आप किसी फंडामेंटल वाले चेक कराएंगे तो आपको ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। मैं ट्रेडर हूँ, मैं ट्रेडिंग की एडवाइस ज्यादा अच्छी दे सकता हूँ। एक अदानी में इन्वेस्टमेंट की एडवाइस देके तो मैं इतना परेशान हुआ हूँ कि अब मैं जल्दी देता नहीं हूँ। बट स्टॉक ऐसा लग रहा है कि मंथली चार्ट पे ऑलमोस्ट बॉटम बन चुका है, 53 का लो स्वीप हो रहा है मंथली चार्ट पे, एक बेरिश हेड एंड शोल्डर का ब्रेकडाउन बना था जो ऑलमोस्ट फेल हो रहा है, तो वीक लॉन्ग्स ऐसा लग रहा है कि एलिमिनेट भी है। बट ब्रेकआउट कब बनेगा स्टॉक पे? इनिशियल जो ब्रेकआउट बनेगा वो 64 पे मंथली क्लोज पे बनेगा और आइडियल ब्रेकआउट 72-80 पे बनेगा। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि बॉटम डन है, ऊपर 72-80 तक बाउंस बैक करेगा, वो निकलता है तो फिर नए सिरे से अप ट्रेंड रिज्यूम होगा। एक बार किसी फंडामेंटल वाले से फंडामेंटल और चेक करा लीजिए, टेक्निकली तो ठीक लग रहा है, जब तक ये काउंटर 53 के नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं करता ऑन मंथली तब तक सब चीज ठीक लग रही है।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं एक ओवरऑल अंडरस्टैंडिंग आपको इस शेयर पर मिल गई है। अंकुर मोदी का क्वेश्चन है नेक्स्ट, लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, होप यू डूइंग गुड एज ऑलवेज। थैंक यू सो मच डियर अंकुर। यस आई एम गुड एंड आई होप द सेम फॉर यू। ही सेज आई एम फ्रॉम जयपुर एंड इन दिस स्कॉचिंग हीट वेव आई वांट टू नो व्हाट एग्जैक्टली आर द स्टॉक्स अंशुल जी इज लुकिंग एट in terms of summer related theme or maybe consumption related theme, even liquor related stocks that he could advise. Well, Ankur, first of all, we'll try and understand on the summer theme. We have discussed this even before, and Anshul ji has been constantly talking about how this theme has not been really picking up very well over the last couple of years. But what is the key reason, and will it change this time, is something we will try and understand from him. Anshul ji, summer related theme के बारे में आपने पहले भी बताया है कि लगातार पिछले 1-2 साल से ये थीम बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं चल रही है, तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है इस बार कि समर रिलेटेड स्टॉक्स जो हैं बहुत ज़्यादा पिकअप नहीं कर रहे हैं, और क्या ये चेंज हो सकता है जिस तरीके से हीट वेव बढ़ती चली जा रही है नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में?
और देखिए, मेरे को दिल्ली का नहीं पता, लेकिन बनारस में तो आप रेगुलरली देखिए थोड़ी सी अंधड़ चलती है, टेम्परेचर एकदम राइज होता है और एकदम नीचे भी आ जा रहा है, तो वो कंसिस्टेंट हीट वेव नहीं आई जो आनी चाहिए थी, और ये 3rd ईयर है जहाँ पे नहीं परफॉर्म कर पा रहे हैं स्टॉक। मैं हाईली डिसअपॉइंटेड हूँ, मतलब क्रॉम्पटन तो मैं एकदम चार्ट पे क्लियर था कि ये नीचे जाने हैं, बट मैं हाईली डिसअपॉइंटेड हूँ यूनाइटेड ब्रिवरेज लिमिटेड यूबीएल से। मैं नहीं मान के चल रहा था कि इतना लंबा करेक्शन स्टॉक में आ जाएगा कि ये मंथली सपोर्ट जोन टेस्ट करने आ जाएगा। तो अगर आपको गर्मी की थीम प्ले ही करनी है, ट्रेडिंग के तौर पे मत कीजिए, थोड़ा सा इन्वेस्टमेंट के तौर पे प्ले कीजिए यूनाइटेड ब्रिवरेज लिमिटेड। ये अपने मंथली के मेजर सपोर्ट पे आ चुका है, ऑल टाइम हाई से ऑलमोस्ट इसने करेक्शन भी अच्छा 42% ले लिया है, रेगुलर अच्छा काउंटर है, अच्छा पेरेंटेज है, तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। 25% ऑफ द कैपिटल जो भी आपको लगानी है, 25% ऑफ द कैपिटल इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। अगर ये स्टॉक ऊपर 1450 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट देता है तो फिर और ऐड करेंगे, थोड़ा थोड़ा डिप देता है तो थोड़ा थोड़ा एक्यूमुलेट करेंगे। तो जो एसआईपी वाले अभी सवाल थे, आप यूबीएल में एसआईपी करके छोड़ सकते हैं, या फिर इससे अच्छा यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट है। यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट में रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ भी है, चार्ट भी अच्छा लग रहा है। मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट पिक यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट रहेगा। आउट ऑफ द 2 अगर मेरे को लेना है, मैं यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट लूंगा। वो मेरे को बहुत जल्दी ऑल टाइम हाई आते हुए दिख रहा है। अभी हालांकि ऑल टाइम हाई से लगभग 20-25% नीचे है, बट वहां पे ऑल टाइम हाई आते हुए जल्दी दिख रहा है। तो आउट ऑफ द 2 आई वुड पिक यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट। और गर्मी थीम में भी ये एसी पंखा कूलर नहीं चल रहा है, एक यूनाइटेड स्पिरिट, यूबीएल, इन चार्ट में कुछ आपको बाइंग देखने के लिए मिल सकती है।
ओके, उम्मीद करते हैं आपको यहाँ पर भी पूरी तरीके से जो राय मिली है इसको आपने समझा होगा और इसे आप फॉलो करेंगे। नेक्स्ट सवाल की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। हमारे साथ एक कॉलर हैं बिहार से, ब्रिजेश जुड़ रहे हैं फोन लाइन पर। नमस्कार ब्रिजेश जी, कैसे हैं?
नमस्कार मैम
जी, बताइए क्या सवाल है आपका आज?
टीवीएस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पर बाय है मैम, 50 शेयर है।
ठीक है, किस भाव पर आपने खरीदा और कितना समय आप इस पर देना चाहते हैं?
531
खरीदारी की हुई है, ठीक है। और कितना लंबा समय रुक सकते हैं? 6 महीने, साल भर रुक पाएंगे?
1 मंथ।
1 मंथ, यानी कि शॉर्ट टर्म निवेश के लिए ही आपने इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है। 531 पर 507 पर आ गया है आपकी खरीदारी से नीचे। टीवीएस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, अंशुल जी, 1 महीने में क्या रिवाइवल दिख रहा है चार्ट पर?
टीवीएस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक का बाउंस बैक बहुत बेहतरीन आया है। 569 का ब्रेकडाउन आया था और ब्रेकडाउन आने के बाद वर्टिकली नोज डाइव गिरा था 337 तक। तो बाउंस बैक में 569 मेजर रेजिस्टेंस प्रूव होगा। फिलहाल लग तो रहा है कि 569 तक चला जाएगा, क्योंकि बाउंस बैक में लगभग 4 इंस्टीट्यूशन कैंडल है, जहाँ 3300%, 414, 1780 और 1495% वॉल्यूम राइज है। तो मैं मान के चल रहा हूँ कि बाउंस बैक आपका 569 तक चला जाएगा। वहां पे जरूर सवाल पूछ लीजिएगा, क्योंकि वो एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है।
ओके, चलिए, तो आप उम्मीद कर सकते हैं आपका लेवल भी आ जाएगा, शायद उससे बढ़िया लेवल्स भी आपको दिख जाएं। तो फिलहाल रुक के रखिए, और जैसे ही आपके लेवल के बाद एक बार ये वापस से चलना शुरू हो, दोबारा से डायल कीजिए और अपना सवाल पूछिए। श्रीकांत है बेंगलुरु से, लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, गुड आफ्टरनून, आई हैव मैनब्रो इंडस्ट्रीज एट 85, शुड आई एग्जिट और एवरेज फर्दर? इफ यू कुड हेल्प मी विद अंशुल सर's recommendation on this stock. It was his recommended stock and I want to know what exactly should I do now? Okay, for sure श्रीकांत, तो आपके अंशुल जी आप ही के रिकमेंडेशन पर मैनब्रो इंडस्ट्रीज खरीदा, 85 पर है, अब इनको क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए, मैं नोट करके भी आया था, मैं बताने ही भूल गया। मैनब्रो इंडस्ट्री में आपको एवरेज करना चाहिए। आज भी इनको कल भी इनको 9 करोड़ का ऑर्डर मिला है मेघालय पावर कॉर्पोरेशन किसी चीज से, 9 करोड़ का ऑर्डर मिला है। तो कंसिस्टेंटली जो नई कंपनी केडी ग्रीन ने टेक ओवर किया है, ऑर्डर विन उनके जैसे एक्सपेक्टेड थे वैसे आ रहे हैं। स्टॉक थोड़ा अंडर परफॉर्म किया है, हमने यहाँ पे एवरेज कराया है क्लाइंट्स को। 65 रुपीज का वीकली क्लोजिंग स्टॉप लॉस के साथ हमने एवरेज किया है। लास्ट वीक भी इनसाइड बार थी, करंट वीक भी इनसाइड बार ही है। 65 टूटता है तो हम रिव्यू करेंगे अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी को। नहीं तो 87 के पास हम वापस से रिव्यू करेंगे। बाकी टारगेट अभी भी 130 का दिख रहा है, तो 87 का लेवल है जहां पे आपको सवाल पूछना है कि ऐड करना है या मोमेंटम और प्ले करना है, या 65 के नीचे वीकली क्लोज करता है तो आपको एग्जिट करना है। एग्जिट पे कोई सवाल नहीं, 65 के नीचे क्लोज करेगा हम अपने क्लाइंट्स को एग्जिट करा देंगे। तो 65 वीकली क्लोजिंग स्टॉप लॉस, एवरेज बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, 3 रुपए की रिस्क है। ऊपर में 87 पे 8790 प्रिसाइज लेवल है, वहां पे सवाल पूछेगा। तो ऑर्डर विन 1-2 और अच्छे आ जाते हैं तो वापस से स्टॉक में बाउंस बैक मिल जाएगा, तो स्टॉक अच्छा लग रहा है।
ओके, स्टॉक अभी भी अच्छा लग रहा है, एवरेज करने की सलाह, लेकिन स्ट्रिक्ट स्टॉप लॉसेस को आप बना के रखिए और डेफिनेटली यू कैन रिविजिट by asking Anshul ji again when you do see some move on this stock again. Let's take the next caller with us. We have Lavish from Indore. He's a regular viewer of Daily Call Show. Hi Lavish, good afternoon. कैसे हैं आप?
Ma'am, I am fine. How are you, ma'am?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for asking, Lavish. Tell me, what can we help you with today?
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 queries. First one regarding Lloyd Engineering share. I have 200 Lloyd Engineering share at the rate of 76. And the second one is South Indian Bank. I have 500 share of South Indian Bank at the rate of 41. So please tell me the target. I have 1 year view for that.
Okay, for sure, Lavish, we'll help you out with this. 2 stocks, Anshul ji. Lloyd Engineering, he bought at 76. I think currently it's trading around 72, 77 levels. So it's slightly higher above his price. And he's also bought South Indian Bank. He bought this at 41. Both these stocks he wants to hold for the next 1 year. What could be the target that he can expect?
देखिए, लॉयड इंजीनियरिंग में तो वर्टिकल रिकवरी आई है और पूरे मिडिल पैक में अच्छी रिकवरी आई है। 38 वीक्स में 55% करेक्ट हुआ था। समय देने वालों का सबसे फायदा यही होता है कि अच्छे स्टॉक में अगर आप समय देते हैं, आप देखिए वर्टिकल रिकवरी है। 38 वीक्स में 55% गिरा और केवल 8 हफ्ते से 8 वीक्स में 112% चल के ऑलमोस्ट पूरी रिकवरी कर ली है। अब इस स्टॉक में एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस जोन जो आती है वो आती है आपकी ऑल टाइम हाई के अराउंड 8150 पे प्रिसाइसली, 8150 82 जोन। यहाँ पे मेजर सप्लाई आएगी लॉयड इंजीनियरिंग में। 8150 82 जोन के ऊपर एक वीकली क्लोज मिल जाए तो पूरे स्ट्रक्चर का ब्रेकआउट बन जाएगा। और ये स्ट्रक्चर है ऑलमोस्ट एग्जैक्टली करंट वीक को भी मिला लूं 96 वीक्स का ब्रेकआउट बनेगा। तो होल्ड कीजिए आराम से। 82 के ऊपर जिस दिन क्लोज करे एक बार आके वापस सवाल पूछेगा। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट सस्टेन हुआ तो 110 का टारगेट खुलेगा, अगर फेल हुआ तो फिर एग्जिट कराएंगे। तो एक बार चांस दीजिए, मार्केट को मौका दीजिए, 2 से 3 हफ्ते का समय दीजिए। अगर 82 के ऊपर क्लोज करता है तो हम बल्कि रेकमेंड भी करना स्टार्ट करेंगे अगर इतना बड़ा ब्रेकआउट मिलता है तो, क्योंकि बड़े बेस हम प्ले करते ही है। अगर ब्रेकआउट मिला तो हम भी रिकमेंड करेंगे, बट आप एक बार सवाल जरूर पूछ लीजिएगा 82 के अराउंड। साउथ बैंक में तो अगेन थोड़ा सा 19 स्टॉक है, क्योंकि 31 के लेवल पे 75 वीक्स का जब ब्रेकआउट आया था कपनाडल का, तब अभी ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे रिकमेंड किया था। 45 का टारगेट था, 46 का हाई बना। इसके बाद एक कोई नेगेटिव न्यूज आई थी 30 जनवरी को, जिस दिन ये 178 मिलियन के वॉल्यूम से गिरा था, 47% वॉल्यूम राइज। तब से स्टॉक साइडवेज है। मोमेंटम 42 के ऊपर बनेगा, 2 हफ्ते दीजिए। अगर अगले 2 हफ्ते में 42 के ऊपर नहीं निकला तो एक बार सवाल पूछेगा, मोस्ट लाइकली एग्जिट की सलाह रहेगी। अगर 42 निकला तो एक बार 46 अटेम्प्ट करेगा, वहां पे प्रॉफिट बुक कर लीजिएगा। और शिफ्ट करना है तो जम्मू कश्मीर बैंक, यूनियन बैंक, इनमें शिफ्ट कर लीजिए, इनमें बड़ी अपसाइड बची हुई है।
ठीक है, let's move forward and we'll take the next question now. This is Lavkesh. He says, I'm a very big fan of Anshul sir. Sir, I want to understand from you about NIBE shares. I am right now in losses. I have 200 shares at 1700. Long back I got into this share, but I am now feeling stuck. Is there any sign of recovery in this stock? NIBE Limited की बात कर रहे हैं। ये 1441 पर ये शेयर चल रहा है। पिछले 5 दिनों में तो कुछ 11% तक का मूव आया है। पिछले 1 महीने में ये कुछ 29% मूव भी किया है। तो पिछले 1 महीने का मोमेंटम तो स्ट्रॉन्ग है, लेकिन 1700 के लेवल पर इन्होंने लंबे समय पहले खरीदारी की हुई है। क्या करें इसमें?
देखिए, अगेन आपके लिए भी सबक है और बाकी दर्शक जो सुन रहे हैं उनके लिए फिर यही सबक रिपीट कर दे रहा हूँ। मेरे को आईपीओ स्टॉक दिख रहा है क्योंकि मेरे पास डेटा इसका फरवरी 2025 से है, तो आई बिलीव ये आईपीओ स्टॉक था। आईपीओ बेस बनने का वेट करना चाहिए था। आप देखिए, अगर वेट किए होते तो ये पूरी जो डाउन मूव आई थी 2000 रुपीज से बॉटम आउट हुआ था 809 पे, ये पूरी डाउन मूव आपने बचा ली होती और फिर 72 डेज का आईपीओ बेस बना के 1130 के ब्रेकआउट पे आप लॉन्ग करते तो 4 ही 5 दिन में आपको 1584 तक का टारगेट मिलता। अभी कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ मूव दिख रही है 1700 तक ही, 1700 पे एक बार सवाल पूछेगा। और आईपीओ वाले स्टॉक्स में आईपीओ बेस बनने का वेट किया कीजिए, तब आपको पैसा बनेगा।
ठीक है, तो एक आईपीओ निवेशकों के लिए जो ये लेसन है ये डेफिनेटली आप डेफिनेटली नोट करके रखें। जब भी कोई आईपीओ आए तो आप इस स्ट्रैटेजी को ध्यान में रखें। नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ कॉलर विद अस फ्रॉम नोएडा। रोहित हैज कॉल्ड इन। हाय रोहित, गुड आफ्टरनून, हाउ आर यू? जी रोहित, व्हाट इज योर क्वेश्चन? Okay, I think there is some network issue. We are unable to hear you very clearly, Rohit. But I'll read out the question that you send us to us on our WhatsApp as well. So I'll read that out. He's looking to ask you on LG Electronics India. Since its IPO price, he has been into this stock and he wants to know what exactly is the outlook onto this stock, LG Electronics.
तो देखिए एलजी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में भी वही चीज है, आईपीओ बेस बना नहीं है अभी और एक डबल बॉटम बना था। जनरली आईपीओ बेस डबल बॉटम के अवॉइड करना चाहिए, या तो कप हैंडल पैटर्न बने या वीसीपी बने, या जो मतलब मैं 19-20 मान के इग्नोर कर देता हूँ इनवर्स हेड एंड शोल्डर। इसके अलावा कोई भी पैटर्न अगर आईपीओ बेस बन रहा है नहीं ट्रेड करना चाहिए। इसमें डबल बॉटम का ब्रेकआउट बना था 1609 पे, वो फेल हुआ है, उसकी लिक्विडेशन चल रही है जो 1477 कर चुकी है, और अगर 1477 टूटता है तो 1400 तक लिक्विडेशन आ सकता है, वहां पे गैप छूटा हुआ है। तो अभी तो स्टॉक नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है। अगर लिया हुआ है तो एक बार होल्ड कर सकते हैं क्योंकि बाउंस बैक बहुत शार्प रहेगा गैप फिल करने के बाद। तो 1400 के पास एक बार ऐड करने की कंसिडर कीजिए और स्टॉक को होल्ड कीजिए। एक बार 1400 पे सवाल पूछिए या 1610 के ऊपर क्लोज करे तो सवाल पूछिए।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं ये भी आपको सजेशन समझ में आ गया होगा कि कैसे आपने आगे बढ़ना है। नेक्स्ट क्वेरी की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है गगन का, दिल्ली से। लिखते हैं, गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू अंशुल सर, आई हैव रेन शेयर्स इन माय पोर्टफोलियो एट 168, इसे आप कैसे देखते हैं और आगे मेरे लिए क्या सजेशन होगा? रेन इंडस्ट्रीज 168 की खरीद है।
देखिए 3 दिन लेट हो गया। रेन इंडस्ट्री मंडे को बहुत बेहतरीन ब्रेकआउट देके 14% चला था, मैं बाई भी रिकमेंड किया था क्लाइंट्स को उस दिन। फ्लैग पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट था 156 पे, पहला टारगेट हो चुका है, दूसरा टारगेट 195 के अराउंड आता है, तो अभी भी अपसाइड है। पूरा एक फ्लैग पैटर्न का भी ब्रेकआउट था और ये जो फ्लैग था वो राइट साइड ऑफ कप हैंडल का हैंडल था, तो दोनों पैटर्न थे। हैंडल में फ्लैग था और कप हैंडल पूरा था 76 डेज का। ये अभी सस्टेन होगा 194 के अराउंड, हम रिविजिट करेंगे इसको। अगर वहां पे अटका तो प्रॉफिट बुक करेंगे, नहीं अटका तो टारगेट रिवाइज करेंगे, बट 194 आते हुए दिख रहा है।
ओके, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है नागपुर महाराष्ट्र से अनंत देशमुख का। पीपीएल फार्मा के ऊपर इन्होंने पूछा है, ये शेयर हमने कई बार डिस्कस भी किया है। इनका जो व्यू है 1 से 2 साल का है पीपीएल फार्मा में, क्या अभी भी निवेश किया जा सकता है? अंशुल जी पूछना चाहती हैं आपसे।
बिल्कुल, पीपीएल फार्मा आइडियल स्पॉट पे है, जहां अब तक आपने एंट्री नहीं की है तो आप कर लेना चाहिए। 169 थोड़ा सा ज्यादा अच्छा प्राइस होगा, लेकिन वही है 10 रुपए का नोट उठाने के चक्कर में 100 रुपए की गड्डी मत गिरा दीजिए। तो यहाँ पे ले लीजिए, थोड़ा सा सांस लेने की जगह छोड़िएगा कि 169 160 जोन मिल जाए तो थोड़ा थोड़ा और ले लेंगे, बट एटलीस्ट 25-30% तो भर ही लीजिए। हर थोड़ी सी डिप पे भरते जाइए। जिस दिन ये ब्रेकआउट दिया, अभी ब्रेकआउट पहले 195 पे था, अब ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट घट के 181 आ गया। 181 निकलते से 195, 220, 240 ये ट्रेडिंग टारगेट्स हैं। इन्वेस्टिंग के लिए तो ऑल टाइम हाई के टारगेट खुले हुए हैं।
क्या बात है। तो ट्रेडिंग के लिए अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो 240 तक के भी लेवल्स आपको नजर आ सकते हैं। अभी से खरीदना शुरू कीजिए, डिप्स पर और ऐड कीजिए, लेकिन इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए इसमें और भी ज़्यादा ऊंचे टारगेट्स आपको देखने को मिल सकते हैं अगर लॉन्ग टर्म का होराइजन है तो डेफिनेटली आप इसको भी ध्यान में रख सकते हैं। हिमका का सवाल नेक्स्ट आया है SW सोलर के बारे में, क्या करंट लेवल्स पर इसे खरीदा जा सकता है? SW सोलर यानी कि स्टर्लिंग विल्सन सोलर, और इसके टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस क्या रखने चाहिए?
देखिए SW सोलर मैं नहीं बाई करूंगा। उसके 2 रीजन है। पहले 23 अप्रैल की कैंडल जहां अर्निंग्स पे ब्रेकआउट आया था, ब्रेकआउट फेल भी हो गया 222 लेवल पे। सेकंड अटेम्प्ट पे ब्रेकआउट फेल हुआ 7th और 8th मई को सेम 220 लेवल पे। और जैसे ये सेकंड अटेम्प्ट फेल हुआ, लिक्विडेशन स्टार्ट हुई। 220 से सीधा नॉन स्टॉप लिक्विडेट होते हुए 191 आया, फिर बेरिश फ्लैग बना जिसका कल ब्रेकडाउन आया। आज चूंकि थोड़ा सा मार्केट स्ट्रेंथ दिखा रहा है तो इसको फॉलो थ्रू मूव नहीं मिल रहा है। हल्की सी वीकनेस निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी पे आई, इसमें लिक्विडेशन तेज हो जाएगा और लिक्विडेशन का जो फाइनल टारगेट है वो गैप फिलिंग का है 170 के अराउंड को। अभी तो मैं स्टर्लिंग एंड विल्सन SW सोलर लॉन्ग के बिल्कुल मूड में नहीं हूँ, एग्जिट कर देंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है। अगर किसी तरह की लॉन्ग लेना भी है तो कम से कम 201 निकलने दीजिए और आइडियली 225 निकलने तक लॉन्ग पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी बनेगी नहीं। मैं 225 के ऊपर ही बुलिश होऊंगा, उसके बाद ही लॉन्ग कंसीडर करूंगा। फिलहाल मेरे को 170 आराम से आते हुए दिख रहा है इन लिक्विडेशन।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हमारे पास मनीष शाह का है। ये लिखते हैं, अंशुल सर प्लीज़ बताइए गोल्ड टेक के शेयर्स 80 के लेवल पर हैं। गोल्ड टेक और एऑन टेक, AION टेक, ये आई थिंक सेम शेयर्स हैं, 80 के लेवल्स पर इन्होंने खरीदे हैं। अब इनसे आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस इस पर क्या रख सकते हैं। एऑन टेक शेयर का प्राइस अभी देख लेते हैं, 47 पर चल रहा है और इन्होंने शायद 80 के लेवल्स पर खरीदा हुआ है। NSE पर गोल्ड टेक के नाम से इसका कोड नेम है।
और देखिए गोल्ड टेक में 113 वीक्स में 83% का करेक्शन आया था फ्रॉम ऑल टाइम हाई और इतनी ओवरहेड सप्लाई बिल्ड है कि हर ब्रेकआउट, हर रैली फिजल आउट होती हुई दिखेगी। फिलहाल 52 रुपीज तक जा रहा है जो कि फॉलिंग 50 वीक मूविंग एवरेज है और वही ऑर्डर ब्लॉक भी है, ओवरलैपिंग डिफेंस यहाँ तक जा सकता है। वहां पे एक बार सवाल पूछ लीजिएगा, मोस्ट लाइकली एग्जिट की सलाह रहेगी।
ठीक है,
फ्रेश बाइंग बिल्कुल नहीं करना है, फ्रेश बाइंग बिल्कुल नहीं करना है, भले वो 51.90 तक जा रहा है बट फ्रेश बाइंग नहीं करना है।
फ्रेश बाइंग बिल्कुल अवॉइड करनी है, ये सलाह क्लियरली आपको दी जा रही है। सवाल हमारे पास एक और आ रहा है, तन्मय अहमदाबाद से, ये फोन लाइन पर हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। हाय तन्मय, गुड आफ्टरनून, कैसे हैं आप?
फाइन मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी ऑन द शो। गुड आफ्टरनून अंशुल जी।
डू आस्क योर क्वेश्चन, गुड टू हैव यू ऑन द शो, टेल मी।
आज जैसे अभी अंशुल जी ने टाटा मोटर पैसेंजर व्हीकल में बताया ना कि एक स्लो मूविंग है, आई एम फेसिंग दैट इश्यू, तो मुझे टू व्हीलर ऑटो स्टॉक में स्विच करना है, तो क्या वो रिकमेंडेड कर सकते हैं बिटवीन हीरो मोटर एंड TVS मोटो पे?
अच्छा ठीक है, पूछ लेते हैं एक बार अंशुल जी से कि सर आपने बताया शो पर कि टाटा मोटर्स पैसेंजर व्हीकल्स थोड़ा स्लो मूविंग है, तो करंट इनका ऑलरेडी होल्डिंग है, कहाँ स्विच करें? टू व्हीलर ऑटो स्पेस में से आपसे एक जानना चाहते हैं स्पेसिफिक राय।
देखिए अभी एक स्टॉक हमने डिस्कस किया कि रेन इंडस्ट्री, जिसमें कप हैंडल पैटर्न बना था और हैंडल में फ्लैग बना था। एग्जैक्टली वही डेली चार्ट उठा के आप मंथली पे ले आइए और हीरो मोटो पे लगा दीजिए, एग्जैक्टली सेम चार्ट है, कप हैंडल पैटर्न बन रहा है। ऑलमोस्ट ये हो गया है, अभी करंट मंथ मिला लें तो 24 मंथ्स हो चुके हैं, कप एंड हैंडल बन रहा है और हैंडल में फ्लैग बन रहा है। तो अगर आप ओवरऑल 2 साल 2.5 साल का चार्ट देखेंगे तो आपको क्लियरली दिखेगा कि कप हैंडल और फ्लैग दोनों की फॉर्मेशन है। ब्रेकआउट बनेगा, प्राइमरी ब्रेकआउट 5300 के ऊपर, एक्चुअल ब्रेकआउट 5500 के ऊपर। मैं यहीं पे एक्यूमुलेशन की सलाह दे रहा हूँ, SIP कर दीजिए, एक्यूमुलेट कर लीजिए, लेके छोड़ दीजिए, जिस भी कैपेसिटी में आपको करना है। हीरो मोटो आपके पोर्टफोलियो में होना चाहिए। छोटा सा स्टॉप लॉस है 4650, यानी 400 रुपए की रिस्क है। पहला टारगेट ऑल टाइम हाई का रहेगा, जो कि पहला टारगेट नहीं, रेजिस्टेंस कहना चाहिए, ऑल टाइम हाई का 6266 का रहेगा और टारगेट इस पैटर्न का 8000 रुपीज आ रहा है, तो 400 रुपए की रिस्क है। 3 से 4000 रुपए ऊपर का टारगेट है, 1:8 1:10 का रिस्क रिवॉर्ड है। ये रिस्क लेने जैसी है। हीरो मोटो में कभी फंडामेंटल की तो कोई दिक्कत रही नहीं, तो मैं हीरो मोटो अपने क्लाइंट्स को बायोकॉन और हीरो मोटो बहुत रेकमेंड कर रहा हूँ।
ओके चलिए, तो तमाम यहाँ पर आपको राय मिली है जिसे आप फॉलो डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं और टेक्निकल्स के साथ आपको समझाया जा रहा है ये शेयर्स क्यों आपको रेकमेंड किए जा रहे हैं, इसका भी आप ध्यान रखें। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आशीष गर्ग का है, ये सहारनपुर से हमारा शो देख रहे हैं और लिखते हैं ग्रीटिंग्स टू द एंटायर टीम। थैंक यू सो मच आशीष जी, स्वागत है आपके शो में और आपका सवाल भी ले लेते हैं अंशु जी के साथ। आप लॉन्ग टर्म निवेशक हैं और फ्रेश परचेज आपको करना है। ब्लू जेट हेल्थ केयर आपने चुना है जिसमें आप निवेश करना चाहते हैं करंट मार्केट प्राइस पर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए। देख लेते हैं अंशुल जी, पिछले कुछ दिनों में तो अच्छा मोमेंटम बिल्डअप हो रहा है ब्लू जेट में, काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से एक अंडर परफॉर्मेंस चल रही थी, तो क्या फाइनली यहाँ पर कुछ पॉजिटिव नज़र आ रहा है? आज हालांकि थोड़ा सा गेंस को वापस किया है, 5% नीचे आज ये शेयर।
देखिए ब्लू जेट परसों के सेशन में मेरी वॉच लिस्ट में आया था, जब रिजल्ट्स के बाद इसमें एक अच्छी बड़ी कैंडल फॉर्म हुई थी 4.2 मिलियन वॉल्यूम के साथ 691% वॉल्यूम राइज था। बट प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 501.6 ये मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है। एक तो स्विंग हाई है वीकली का, और जस्ट उसी के ऊपर फॉलिंग 50 वीक मूविंग एवरेज है 521 पे, और ये फॉलिंग मूविंग एवरेज इसलिए ज्यादा नुकसानदायक है क्योंकि ये 45 डिग्री से ज्यादा एंगल पे है। तो एनी मूविंग एवरेज जो 45 डिग्री से ज्यादा एंगल पे है, मेजर सपोर्ट या मेजर रेजिस्टेंस होता है। अगर राइजिंग है तो मेजर सपोर्ट होता है, फॉलिंग है तो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है। इसको एब्जॉर्ब करने में ही शायद 8-10 हफ्ते यहाँ से निकाल दे। तो अभी तो मेरे को नहीं लगता है आपको बाइंग करके चलना चाहिए। 521 के ऊपर 2-3 हफ्ते क्लोजिंग कर ले, तब आप बाई कर लीजिए। महंगा खरीदिए और महंगा बिकेगा। अगर महंगा खरीदेंगे 520 रुपए के ऊपर सस्टेन होने पे, तो आपको 600 रुपए तक बिकेगा। यहाँ पे ले लेंगे तो अगर लिक्विडेशन आया जैसे SW सोलर में आ रहा है, तो शायद आपको 385 एंड बिलो के भी लेवल्स मिल सकते हैं। तो रिस्क मत लीजिए। 520 के ऊपर 2-3 हफ्ते जब क्लोज करे महंगा खरीदेंगे।
ठीक है, ओके। नेक्स्ट हमारे पास कॉलर हैं, गौरव हैं गांधीनगर गुजरात से, लिखते हैं गुड आफ्टरनून मैम। चलिए इनके साथ बात भी करते हैं। गौरव जी नमस्कार, सुन पा रहे हैं आप मुझे?
हेलो मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून।
गुड आफ्टरनून, बताइए।
मैम, आई वांट टू इन्वेस्ट इन अदानी एनर्जी सॉल्यूशंस। इज इट राइट टाइम टू इन्वेस्ट और शुड आई वेट?
व्हाट इज योर टाइम फ्रेम सर?
Like 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. Okay. Short term view, अदानी एनर्जी सॉल्यूशंस 4.8% हायर। अदानी समूह के सभी स्टॉक्स की क्वेरी आप ही के पास आती है अंशुल जी, ये नहीं समझ में आता कि क्यों अदानी समूह के ऊपर सभी लोग आपसे जानना चाहते हैं, जैसे कि पता होगा आपको सारा इंटरनल की क्या चल रहा है अदानी समूह में।
नहीं इंटरनल तो मेरे को नहीं पता लेकिन चार्ट्स पे देखिए क्लियरली आपको एक्यूमुलेशन दिखता है। एक्यूमुलेशन फेज में एक दिक्कत होती है, आपको ये नहीं पता होता ब्रेकआउट कब आएगा। तो फिर ब्रेकआउट की कॉस्टिंग आती है कि आपको 10-15% आपको वो पैसा खोना पड़ेगा, तब आप ब्रेकआउट बाय कर पाएंगे। तो अदानी जब एक्यूमुलेशन फेज में था तब मैं रेकमेंड कर रहा था, मैंने भी लिया था अदानी ग्रीन और सबको बाकी अदानी स्टॉक्स दिलाए थे। तो अच्छी मूव आ चुकी है अदानी एनर्जी सॉल्यूशन में। पहले तो इनको टर्मिनोलॉजी सही कर लेनी चाहिए। 2 to 3 months इन्वेस्टिंग नहीं होता, ट्रेडिंग होता है, स्विंग ट्रेडिंग या पोजिशनल ट्रेडिंग। तो पहले अपने आप को सही आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए, यू आर नॉट एन इन्वेस्टर, यू आर ए स्विंग और पोजिशनल ट्रेडर। तो स्विंग और पोजिशनल ट्रेडर के लिए 5 वीक्स की टाइटनेस से 1463 पे ब्रेकआउट बनाए। 1700 का टारगेट आता है, 1700 to 1800 का एग्जैक्ट टारगेट बता देता हूँ। 1860 का टारगेट आता है जहाँ पे वीकली पे गैप है। तो आपको केवल स्टॉप लॉस लगाना है 1460 का और 1860 का टारगेट लगाना है। तो ये स्विंग ट्रेड है। 2 से 3 महीने में स्टॉप लॉस कटे तो एग्जिट, टारगेट मिले तो एग्जिट। क्वांटिटी ऐसी कैलकुलेट कीजिए कि आपके रिस्क प्रोफाइल को मैच करे। तो स्टॉप लॉस और बाइंग प्राइस का डिफरेंस निकालिए, अपनी परसेंटेज ऑफ रिस्क से डिवाइड कीजिए तो क्वांटिटी आपको मिलेगी। ऐसे कोई भी क्वांटिटी मत लीजिए कि मुझे लग रहा है 100 लेना है 200 लेना है, नहीं, क्वांटिटी हमेशा ट्रेडिंग के लिए कैलकुलेटेड होती है।
ओके, गॉट दैट। उम्मीद करते हैं यहाँ पर भी आपको पूरी तरीके से अंडरस्टैंडिंग मिल गई होगी कैसे इस शेयर पर आगे बढ़ना है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। हमारे साथ बहुत सारे दर्शक जुड़ रहे हैं यूट्यूब के ज़रिए भी, तो कुछ सवाल हम यहाँ से भी ले लेते हैं। रोहित जैन का सवाल आया है, ये पूछना चाहते हैं हैप्पीएस्ट माइंड्स के ऊपर 80 के लेवल पर ख़रीदा हुआ इन्होंने और ये लॉसेस में है। आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं क्या करें जिससे कि लॉसेस रिकवर हो जाएं। और इनफैक्ट ये तो काफ़ी बढ़िया चल रहा है, 378 पर चल रहा है। पता नहीं इन्होंने लॉसेस के बारे में लिखा है और लिखा है प्राइस 80 के लेवल पर ख़रीदा हुआ है, तो शायद या तो कुछ कन्फ्यूजन है प्राइस में जो आपने लिखा है, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही लिखा है कि लॉसेस में हूँ हैप्पीएस्ट माइंड्स में, या तो 380 लिखना चाह रहे होंगे इसलिए उन्होंने लिखा है, क्योंकि खाली 80 लिखा हुआ है इनके प्राइस पर। ओवरऑल एक व्यू ले लेते हैं, हैप्पीएस्ट माइंड्स कैसा लग रहा है, क्या इसमें बने रहे या स्विच करने की सलाह?
नहीं, आई गेस टाइपो है क्योंकि ऑल टाइम लो ही इसका लिस्टिंग के बाद 297 का है, तो आई थिंक टाइपिंग मिस्टेक है इनका। बट नॉनदलेस 243 वीक्स में 78% अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से करेक्ट कर चुका है हैप्पीएस्ट माइंड। एक बार के लिए ऐसा लग रहा है कि शायद बॉटमिंग आउट प्रोसेस में है। आज इसका रिजल्ट दिखा रहा है ट्रेडिंग व्यू पे, तो थोड़ा सा रिजल्ट वॉलिटिलिटी निकल जाने दीजिए। उसके बाद दोबारा कंसिडर करेंगे। 395 ये लेवल निकलता है तो बाउंस बैक बनेगा 470 तक। केवल जिनके पास है वो होल्ड कर लें। बाउंस बैक को ट्रेड करना थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी होता है। बहुत अच्छे वॉल्यूम से चला तो शायद हम रिकमेंड करेंगे, बट मोस्ट लाइकली हम रिकमेंड नहीं करेंगे। बट लेवल नोट कर लीजिए, 395 निकलता है तो 470 480 के जोन तक बाउंस बैक बनेगा।
Okay. Let's take the next question then. This one is from परमिंदर सिंह। ये लिखते हैं, हिंद कॉपर में क्या व्यू है सर? अभी बहुत स्लो मूव कर रहा है, क्या करना चाहिए सर?
हिंद कॉपर में देखिए मेरा बेरिश व्यू है। 691 के आसपास जो फेलियर बना है, इसका लिक्विडेशन जिस भी दिन स्टार्ट होगा, चूंकि मिडिल पैक में आज रैली है हिंडाल्को वेदांता सब में, इसलिए काउंटर चल रहा है। मिडिल पैक में जैसे ही हल्की सी वीकनेस आई 468 एंड बिलो के लेवल आपको मिल जाएंगे। मैं आउटराइट एग्जिट की सलाह दूंगा।
ओके, एग्जिट की सलाह है क्लियरली। नेक्स्ट सवाल हमारे पास है आदित्य का। ये हिकाल के ऊपर पूछना चाह रहे हैं, बाइंग प्राइस 200 है, इनका क्या करना चाहिए इनको हिकाल फार्मा में?
देखिए हिकाल में एक तो आज ही रिजल्ट है, तो रिजल्ट की वॉलेटिलिटी, मतलब आज तो बाई करना, अगर आपने आज किया तो एकदम गलत किया, क्योंकि जब सामने रिजल्ट खड़ा हो तो बाई नहीं करना चाहिए। रिजल्ट की वॉलेटिलिटी बहुत खराब हो सकती है। नॉनदलेस फिलहाल 218 के ऊपर अगर जब तक सस्टेन कर रहा है आप लॉन्ग रह सकते हैं। ऊपर 235 236 जोन के लिए वहां पे सवाल पूछेगा। ओवरहेड सप्लाई बहुत बिल्ट है, पहले तो एक 52% गिरा था, ये 2021 में रिकवरी में 50% भी नहीं रिकवर कर पाया, और सेकेंड लेग करेक्शन जो इसका स्टार्ट हुआ 2025 के स्टार्टिंग में, वहां से ऑलमोस्ट 50 वीक्स में फिर 67% गिरा है। तो रिट्रेसमेंट समवेयर अराउंड 235 236 फॉलिंग 50 वीक मूविंग एवरेज तक आ सकती है। वीक स्टॉक है, इसमें लॉन्ग नहीं प्ले करना चाहिए, इसलिए मैं बाउंस बैक मना करता हूँ प्ले करने। बट नॉनदलेस 236 के आसपास प्रॉफिट बुकिंग कंसिडर करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया यूसुफ का। ये लिखते हैं, सर संवर्धन मदरसन में क्या फ्रेश बाइंग करनी चाहिए?
संवर्धन मदरसन में फ्रेश बाइंग, देखिए रिस्क अगर आप ले सकते हैं तो 50 दिन का 50 डेज का कपनाडल पैटर्न ब्रेकआउट 131 पे बना है, पिछले 5 दिन से कंसोलिडेशन में है, तो मेरी वॉच लिस्ट में एकदम टॉप ऑफ द लिस्ट है। 137 पॉइंट कल तक ब्रेकआउट पॉइंट था 138.75, आज रिवाइज होके हो गया है 137.65। तो मैं ट्रेडिंग के लिए बाय रिकमेंड करूंगा 137.65, यानी राउंड फिगर 138 पकड़ लीजिए। 138 के ऊपर 131 के स्टॉप लॉस से हम ट्रेडिंग रेकमेंड करेंगे 150 के टारगेट के लिए। तो ये ट्रेड आपको करना है तो ब्रेकआउट का 138 का वेट कर लीजिए, उसके बाद बाई कर लीजिएगा। अगर इन्वेस्टर हैं तो अभी समय है, अभी मंथली और वीकली चार्ट पे और समय लगेगा ट्रेड डेवलप होने में।
ओके, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेरी की तरफ, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का, JSW एनर्जी के ऊपर। अंशु सोधी हैं, लिखते हैं, सर JSW एनर्जी रिव्यू कर दीजिए, 100 शेयर्स मेरे पास हैं 606 के भाव पर, कब मैं एग्जिट कर सकता हूँ?
देखिए पहले दर्शक आए हैं जो सही समय पे रिव्यू कराने आए हैं। 440 के लेवल पे कितना रिकमेंड किया था JSW एनर्जी, और ये सलाह दी थी 575 पे एक बार सवाल पूछेगा। आज 575 एग्जैक्टली ब्रीच कर रहा है, तो अगला एक रेजिस्टेंस 635 का है जो मैंने टारगेट भी बताया था। तो 635 पे मैं रिव्यू करूंगा। जिस हिसाब की स्ट्रेंथ और रेक्टेंगल से ब्रेकआउट आया है, 635 अगर नहीं अटका तो ये स्टॉक ऑल टाइम हाई निकल जाएगा। तो मैं 635 के अराउंड रिव्यू करूंगा। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग की सलाह अभी तो नहीं है, 635 के अराउंड रिव्यू जरूर करेंगे।
चलिए ठीक है, तो उम्मीद करते हैं अंशु जी आपको पूरी राय मिल गई है। ऐसे ही लगातार रिव्यू कराते रहिए, जिससे कि आपको पता चलता रहेगा कि क्या चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। अगर आप खुद नहीं स्टडी कर पाते, लेकिन थोड़ा थोड़ा तो ज्ञान आपको लगातार अंशु जी की तरफ से यहाँ पर मिलता भी रहता है। अपनी भी रिसर्च कीजिए और थोड़ी बहुत सलाह लेते हुए आप आगे बढ़ते रहिए। और अब अंत में अब ये अंशु जी बताइए, आपकी पसंद क्या कहती है अभी फ्रेश? अब देखिए जून सीरीज शुरू ही होने वाली है, क्या करना चाहिए जून सीरीज में, कहाँ पर खरीदारी की जाए?
देखिए जून सीरीज के लिए अगर आपको लेना है, आप फिन केबल्स देख सकते हैं, फिनोलेक्स केबल जो अभी हमने थोड़ी देर पहले भी डिस्कस किया था क्रिकेट वाला क्वेरी पे, मैंने भी आज बाई दिया हुआ है। 230 डेज का कपनाडल बीसीपी ब्रेकआउट 1019 पे रीटेस्ट हो चुका है। 1171 के 1173 के ऊपर ये स्टॉक 1400 तक खिंच सकता है, इसको एक ध्यान में रखिए। एक ध्यान में आप रखिए बायोकॉन को, बायोकॉन में ब्रेकआउट फाइनली अच्छा आ गया है। लास्ट वीक कंसोलिडेशन थी, करंट वीक कंसोलिडेशन है, थोड़ा स्लो मूवर रहेगा। बट ब्रेकआउट सस्टेन हो रहा है, मतलब 274 हफ्ते 274 वीक्स लगा के चला है, तो इसको एटलीस्ट 52 वीक्स मतलब एक साल का समय दीजिए, 600 to 700 के टारगेट मिले। 600 भी मिलता है तो 50% रिटर्न होता है, 700 मिल जाए तो बहुत बेहतरीन हो जाएगा। तो ये दो स्टॉक्स एज एन इन्वेस्टर आपकी नजर में जरूर होना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. चलिए, I hope that all our viewers have noted this down as the key stock ideas from Anshul ji as well. Anshul ji, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए, इसका शो पर तमाम हमारे सभी दर्शकों की क्वेरीज को सॉल्व करने के लिए, and I was always guiding them in their investment journey as well. Tomorrow is a holiday. Hope you have a good time. Take time off and relax so that we can be back and taking some further queries. Yes, please, जरूर जरूर।
जितने भी स्टॉक या इंडेक्स हमने डिस्कस किए, कोई भी पर्सनल पोर्टफोलियो में नहीं है, बट कंपनी, क्लाइंट और दर्शकों के पास हो सकते हैं, बट किसी तरह का कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच अंशुल जी फॉर बीइंग विद अस। निफ्टी बिल्कुल फ्लैट है व्यूअर्स, 23,912 पर, केवल 1.5 पॉइंट नीचे है। देखते हैं अब सेकेंड हाफ में, खास तौर पर लास्ट के 2.5 आवर्स में कुछ चेंज होता है बाजार में या नहीं। लेकिन स्पेसिफिक स्टॉक्स के ऊपर अगर आपके पास भी लगातार सवाल हैं तो हर मार्केट ट्रेडिंग सेशन वाले दिन 12 बजे आप डेली कॉल्स में जुड़ सकते हैं। तमाम मार्केट एक्सपर्ट्स आपके स्टॉक क्वेरीज पर एड्रेस करते हैं और बताते हैं कि आप सही स्टॉक्स में हैं या नहीं, सही समय पर हैं या नहीं, सही प्राइस पर हैं या नहीं। ये सभी सवाल आपके आंसर करते हैं। तो बने रहिए डेली कॉल्स पर। अप नेक्स्ट, लॉट ऑफ मार्केट अपडेट्स कमिंग फॉर यू, सो स्टे ट्यून्ड एंड आई विल बी बैक फॉर द क्लोजिंग एडिशन एट 3 PM, सो डोंट मिस आउट ऑन दैट वन।
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves, we decode what matters for your money today. From stocks to sectors to the top business news, we've got your morning game plan covered. Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action Monday to Fridays, 9:05 AM, only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Did you imagine that you will be actually launching rockets into space?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets.
Launching the first ever rocket into space. What was the experience like?
Oh wow, I think it's probably the most fantastic experience of my life.
Why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
One bolt not working, some electrical connector snapping off, or some component not being built well.
When you launched Vikram S to space,
Yeah.
What was the aim behind that?
Space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
The World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy by 2035.
Where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
I look at business also as engineering. Have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people
Yeah.
who've gone from India to space.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all. Do you know how much time it takes to go to space?
No.
Make a guess.
Maybe a few hours.
It just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah. So for example, it took me 1.5 hours to come here from the airport.
Yes.
And so that means space is closer.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Business Today podcast. I'm Sakshi Batra and today I take you with me to space. Well, India's space story is changing faster than ever before. Until very recently, you would remember that all our space missions were entirely driven by the government. But of late, things have changed. India's private startups have now started to build rockets and sending satellites to the space as well. And there is one company which is right at the center of this shift. And that company is Skyroot Aerospace. This is the company that became the first ever startup company to have launched a rocket into space called Vikram S back in the year 2022. And very recently, this is the same company that's become the first ever startup within space tech to become a unicorn as well. And to share with us the incredible journey of Skyroot Aerospace and to take us forward into a new orbit, we have with us a very special guest joining in. Let's welcome Pawan Kumar Chandna, the co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace. Welcome to you, Pawan.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here, Sakshi.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. And it's an incredible story that you have, truly. Give me an understanding. You started out being an engineer in IIT. Tell me, what was it like? Did you ever dream then? And did you imagine that you will be actually launching a company, starting a company that will be launching rockets into space, and that will become the first ever company to do so outside of the government in the country?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets. But I think destiny, took me there. I think I'm really, really excited and very fortunate to be doing what I'm doing. But I wanted to build a company since childhood. That has been my dream. But never imagined that I'd get into building a rocket company. But yeah, so I think it's really exciting to be here.
Absolutely. So tell me, you also went on to ISRO to become a scientist after IIT. So in fact, with, your co-founder there at ISRO, I wanted to understand what came into your mind that you wanted to both leave a stable government job and probably step out to create something of your own at a time when private missions were barely existing in the country.
Yeah, no, I think because I had an ambition to start a company since childhood. There's always that bug at the startup bug at the at the back. But I was really, really super excited to be part of the space program. I was as part of the very exciting program, India's largest rocket program at ISRO. And then one fine day just got a thought why can't we do this? Because really, really India has a very strong foundation for space thanks to ISRO. And the world markets are opening up globally. And it's growing at the fastest pace. So I thought it was a phenomenal opportunity to start something. But we started at a time when there was no policy, there was no funding environment, literally nothing. We took the leap of faith. It's paying off.
Absolutely, it is. I mean, launching the first ever rocket into space back in the year 2022. What was the experience like?
Oh, wow. I think it was probably the most fantastic experience of my life. I was right there, the mission control before the rocket takes off, and I still remember the mixed emotion there, emotion of excitement because we're doing something historic, but also a lot of tension because a zillion things can go wrong in a rocket launch, and it's being broadcasted live across the globe. So it was a very crazy experience, and finally, as the rocket took off, and it was going in the right direction, everything stable. I mean, I felt super excited, and probably one of the best experiences of my life. I still remember, the whole experience because typically I had a lot of dreams of rockets failing before, and when actually goes up well, incredible experience.
So what's the difference between why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
Yeah, it's so I always think that the difference between success and failure is very, very thin. It's, very, very thin, and typically some of the most trivial things can go wrong in a rocket, like one bolt not working, so some electrical connector snapping off, or one of the systems not working, some filter not doing well, or some component not being built well. So very, very trivial things typically go wrong. And that's what this rocket science is all about. It has to be perfect. I mean, you have to build in such a way that nothing can go wrong every time.
So give me an understanding for our wider audiences. Yeah. When you launched Vikram S to space, what was the aim behind that, and what has it done after getting launched?
Yeah. So typically, I think many people think actually space is of the domain of governments, but in fact, space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
It's in fact one of the fastest growing industries, and in fact, the World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy by 2035. Space is going to become, and in fact, the world's most valuable private company is a space company, which is SpaceX. So I think that shows the potential of space, and for that, the center of the space industry is rocket launching, where you need to launch satellites to space to be able to give those services, which does a variety of services across the globe. Especially one of the biggest things is communication from space, even television, GPS, Earth, something called Earth observation, where you click images from space, and multiple industries use it, including the government. Right, so it's a pretty large industry, and at the center of it is actually the rocket launch. Going from Earth to space, and then opening up the space for business. So that's where it is, and for that, building a rocket which can launch satellites to orbit is central to space economy, and that's what we wanted to build some of the best rockets in the world which can launch satellites to orbit, because there are hardly any companies and hardly any countries doing launches, and the world needs more access to space because you need to create connectivity for billions of people. And now we're talking about like even data centers in space, where the lowest cost of compute is in space, because you have almost like 10 times more energy in space than on Earth, right? So space will actually transform lives right here on Earth, and then it's a very attractive and large business with high barriers of entry, and rocket launch is like at the center of it and the most toughest nut to crack, and that's what we started off with. And so we wanted to have one test rocket where we can build with less capital very quickly to demonstrate rocket technology. And for that we built Vikram S, which is India's first private rocket, and we built in record time from design to launch in 2 years, and successful in the very first attempt. Typically rocket launches don't go well in the first attempt, and it went to crossed 80 kilometers and touched space, and became very successful. And then it was all done by just over 100 people team.
Wow.
And right in India, fully designed, developed, manufactured in India. We became one of the very few companies who have launched a rocket to space globally. And then the purpose of it is to test technologies which can go into the commercial rocket, which can put satellites into orbit. So it's a much smaller rocket. Just imagine it's something like a 2-storied building tall rocket, but it tests majority of the technologies which can go into a bigger rocket which can put satellites into orbit. And that's
so a rocket as high as 2 floors is a small rocket.
Is a small rocket.
So what's the large rocket then?
So now we are getting into Vikram 1, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. Not only goes to space, but it goes to orbit. That means like it crosses, even goes beyond 400 kilometers and puts a satellite at a very large velocity so that it rotates around the Earth. So that's the purpose of an orbital rocket, what we call it. India's first private orbital rocket is Vikram 1, and we are going to launch soon in few weeks. And that is 7-storied building tall. And you need such a big rocket to put a satellite in orbit, and this is like some of the smallest rockets in the world, So.
And how long has it taken you to make that already?
Yeah,
it's still in the making.
Yeah, so it took a development of around 4-5 years, and which is one of the quickest globally again. And then we are set to launch soon.
And what is the difference between suborbit and orbit? You said Vikram S was in suborbit, and Vikram 1 will be in the orbit. So what's the difference there?
So if you want a satellite to rotate around the Earth, which is called an orbit, the rocket needs to insert the satellite at something like 8 kilometers a second. The rocket has to give that speed to the satellite, and it should take it beyond 400 kilometers so that there is no atmosphere at all there, and then leave it with that velocity of 8 kilometers per second. Then it rotates around an orbit, and in an orbit you can stay for several years. The satellite stays for several years giving services down to Earth, and it has a synoptic view, what we call a synoptic view. At that height you can watch Earth. You can give connectivity to Earth for a very wide region, etc., etc. So I think so that is orbital rocket. So rocket needs more energy to go to that altitude and give that much velocity to the satellite. And suborbit means it just it just touches space. I mean, what we have done is a suborbital space launch where it just touches space. NASA defines 80 kilometers as space, so our rocket reached 89 kilometers.
Wow.
It crossed that 80 kilometers line and then mark, and then it just touched space. And it's more like for testing we launched the rocket, but we use the same materials, we use the same propulsion, we use the same electronics, we use the same simulation. So all that, a lot of almost 80% of the tech got proved in that particular launch, and then we are taking the learnings to a much bigger rocket, which is 7-story building tall, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. So here the suborbit means it just touches space and falls down. It doesn't create that velocity or the altitude, which can put a satellite run around the Earth.
Okay, but you did say that there are very few companies and very few countries that have launched rockets so far. So why is there this gap, and what were you able to fulfill, and how were you able to fill that gap?
Sure. So as we all say, it's rocket science. So it's very, very difficult to build and launch rockets to space. It's some of the toughest feats in engineering. And in fact, like the biggest challenge is that the rocket can be only tested when you can actually launch. You can test so many things on the ground, but
Yes.
the real environment is the actual test, and then you don't have many chances. You have to actually build it and launch it, and very complex, and the Earth's gravity well is so big that you need so much energy to launch to orbit, right? So it's very tough technology to crack, and in fact, India has a history of starting the space program in 1962 when Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started in a very small church with few inspired scientists. And that's how the space program started, and it's been more than 60 years, and now we went to moon, we went to Mars, we built huge rockets, we built satellites, big satellites. So I think there's been an incredible journey, and we've built an ecosystem, around it for the last 60 years. So, and very few nations were able to build it, sustain it, and also you need great geography for launching. You need to actually launch, you need to have a coast so that the rocket stages fall in the sea in safe zones, and it's better
So
to
is
be
that
closer
the
to
reason why many countries cannot
so many
launch
countries,
rockets?
so many countries are landlocked. That is one challenge, and many countries did not take the challenging path to build a rocket also, right? So typically, if you see like the larger economies doing it, and whether it is US, Russia, China, so they are the ones who pioneered this, and so India, in fact, Dr. Sarabhai's vision was India should be second to none in application of advanced technology to common man, and he believed that space can affect the life of common man, like whether it's television, whether it is radio, and then started the program in 1960s where many people did not dare to start a program, and it takes that much time also, to get to that evolution. So India took early leaps in this, and then that's how where we are. We are among very few nations, maybe 8 nations, who have the capacity to launch a rocket to orbit, and we have blessed with a great geography. We're blessed with wonderful engineers and technocrats in the country, right, who have did it, who took this path, and we have, and government supporting it over decades, right? So it's a very very rare feat, which happened, and I think we are building on top of it. I think we are not there. Skyroot will not be able to do what we're doing without the ecosystem built over the last 60 years by ISRO.
Absolutely. So you're launching Vikram 1 in just weeks from now.
Yeah.
We're very excited for it. All the very best. It is almost one moment that the entire nation and the world will be watching very very closely as well. What's the feeling like when you do something like that?
Oh wow! I mean, like it's very satisfying. In fact, very satisfying to flag off the rocket from our facility to the launch site, which we have done a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I mean, I really know how difficult it is to actually design rocket, manufacture it, develop it, test it, and make it ready to even ship it to the launch site and start operations there. It's such an incredible milestone, because we know how difficult it is. It's very satisfying to see all come together. So typically it takes sometimes decades even to do this, and things go wrong, and you need to fix it. Sometimes you get stuck, and getting to this milestone itself is very satisfying. And then I think next step, now it's going to get integrated at the launch site, stacked on the launch pad, and take off in few weeks. So really looking forward to the major milestone. It's not only a major milestone for Skyroot and India, it's also a globally major milestone, because hardly very few companies in the world have achieved it so far.
How many rockets have got launched so far?
So
like
I think,
Vikram 1?
Yeah, so globally there are like around 5-6 companies for launching to orbit. Out of that, only 2 companies are regularly launching to orbit. SpaceX is leading among them.
Wow.
And so that's where we are. Like we're getting into a league of elite list of very few companies.
Top 5 companies, yeah.
Yeah. So and then that makes us also doing it from a startup with a very humble beginnings, and doing it from a country when there was no space policy even in the starting, opened up recently, and even there's no funding environment actually to start off with, and now it's like a very very burgeoning funding environment right now. Everything is coming together, and then doing it and taking it global, and doing it is very very incredible and a very satisfying journey.
Absolutely. You raised recent funds, and that turned you into a unicorn as well. Another feat, and the first startup in the space tech firm to achieve that feat as well.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Did you very easily convince your investors? Were there too many investors? Because at such a space where there are very few players,
yeah,
you almost have a monopoly.
Yeah.
In this kind of a situation, and all the investors would be looking at your prior success and maybe looking at what opportunities are existing. You already talked about the numbers, the kind of market that it is growing to be. So was there a lot of fight, and were you choosing the investors rather than investors choosing you?
No, in fact, like it's been, I always say that, like, for us, raising capital, raising funds has been like rocket science, because it's a very new sector. Very few investors have exposure to this. So actually, like, having, conversations about very deep technology, no precedence before, very few companies in the world, doing it globally. It's a tough challenge even for investors to even fathom that something of that can happen and become into a very successful business. So I think it's been a very challenging journey to be able to cross that bridge. And I think until Vikram has launched, I think we had a tough time raising capital, but after that it became like, a fairly, I would say, like, not that difficult, but still difficult, but not that difficult, because that proved a lot of capability, and we've done it in record time, record costs, and we have proved that engineering really works in flight, and so I think after that it's been relatively simpler but still challenging, and then, like, I think I always believe that fundraising and whether it's valuations, etc., is all byproduct of the good work, focused work which is happening, and, like, how we are getting ready for the future. And we're very fortunate that we have wonderful investors backing our vision and our journey, and many of them were new to the space sector as well, and and they're all taking the bet on the space sector, taking a bet, many of them first time in the country as well, like, investing in something deep tech, right? It's something happening for the first time, I would say.
Absolutely. So this is an exciting space. Is there any ask from your investors at this stage? Usually, investors, when they invest in startups, they always look at ROE. They always look at, how fast can their money double, triple, multifold. What's their ask in this space, since they're also experimenting for the first time and they know that the risks are fairly large, larger than any other sector that you would be in?
And in fact, like, I think we had a very I would say, like, the most incredible set of investors, because the first 3-4 years were mainly funded by entrepreneurs who made it big, so we had, like, angel investors who made it build successful companies backing us in the initial years, and they are in for the long run, they're in for the journey, and then from there, like, you have some of the world's largest funds. We, graduated to, like, get the interest of, like, one of the world's largest funds backing us, right? So it's been like a very good set of investors who think very long term. And it is, I mean, space is a very long journey always. I mean, like, you can build incredible, companies when you can wait long, gestation periods are longer, but we exactly got the right set of investors, I would say. And our growth also has been quite good so far. I mean, like, we started very, very early on, with not even 8 years old. And then, now from, starting off with, like, some, like, $5-6 million valuation to, like, crossed $1 billion now. So growth has been, like, incredibly fast as well, but of course, so it's still very beginning phase of the journey. I would say there's a long way to go, and I think this year will be a landmark year for us as we take off Vikram 1, get into commercial launching, and join this elite club in the world where, like, launching satellites to orbit.
Absolutely. So tell me, you have been an engineer and an entrepreneur as well. So where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
So in fact, I don't look at both differently. That's, I think, really helped me a lot.
Okay.
Because I've seen many people thinking I'm a great engineer or a scientist or a technocrat, so business is not my forte, right? So, but I look at it as everything as problem solving. Like, for example, I look at business also as engineering. So it's I look at using the scientific method, like, so bring it to fundamentals. Break it down, break the problem down, logical reasoning, find solutions, experiment it if it doesn't work well. Really worked out really well, and also if you see in some of the greatest entrepreneurs, engineers, and because they are tuned or trained to have that scientific thought process, right, and also, like, very open to experimentation, very agile, where problem solvers have good judgment, right. So I think that really helped. I mean, I didn't look at it differently. I looked at it the same ecosystem. In fact, like, when starting the company, I didn't even know what is equity. I didn't even know how to raise capital. Nothing. Literally everything from I had to learn from scratch.
Okay.
That really helped because I had no baggage. I have no learnings to unlearn. So I've learned everything from scratch, and then just stuck
What
to the
was your
fundamentals.
first pitch like?
First pitch like is like, yeah, so we're building a rocket company. And and it's very exciting times globally, and it's a very growing, interesting market with very large barriers to entry, and then like I've been a part of the rocket industry for quite some time. Can feel the opportunity, can feel the tech, can build the tech, and it's the right opportunity for India as well to build it. And it's a great foundational elements like great talent, great geography, great ecosystem. Everything is built. So and we can build like large global companies. It's a global market, and India can, in fact, like building a company from India can go global, especially in deep technology from space.
Yeah,
so,
and you're also looking at geographically a lot of clients that could be coming into you as well. So give me an understanding there as well. How are you approaching, what kind of companies are approaching you, and how will things proceed from here?
Yeah, so in fact, like there are like quite a few, maybe a few hundred satellite companies across the globe, some small, some very big, and many of them are planning constellation of satellites around the Earth over a period of time, especially in the next 1 decade, and all of them need access to space. They have very limited options today, and especially you see like many of them come from US, Europe, Southeast Asia, and in Japan, and different regions across the globe, and then like and the space is global, and we're talking to almost all the key people who are planning constellations, and looking forward to working with them as we keep launching to space.
Absolutely. When you talk about Vikram 1, at your Infinity Center, we saw Prime Minister Modi flagging that off. What was the moment like to meet Prime Minister Modi? What did he say to you at this point in time? Is there a vision that he wants you to fulfill for the country?
Yeah. So in fact, I pinch myself every time, So Modi ji, inaugurating our facility. Himself, and also like talking really wonderful things about Skyroot, and as as founders that we took that leap of faith and started the company, and he said that nation is very proud of you, and also like says that Infinity is like one of the very great symbol of youth in the country, and how youth are thinking in the country, etc. It's very inspiring to see the Prime Minister of the country lauding the efforts. It really felt very satisfying, looking at that, and that actually is like really good, inspiration for us to even push ourselves further, much better, and then like really it gives us energy to run faster, do things better. And so an Infinity facility is also like a landmark facility, and I mean we built the largest facility by the private sector in India, which has a capacity to build 1 orbital rocket every month.
Every month?
Every month is the capacity, but we are yet to get there, yet to get to the production of that scale. But yeah, we build the capacity to get there.
Okay, and do you see this launch of Vikram 1 as India's own SpaceX moment? Are we there yet? What's the future looking like for us?
Yeah, so I think like it's a great moment for India because a private company building a rocket and launching a rocket to space is unprecedented, and then like it opens up India to a wide global market. Which is today India sits at around 2% of the global space market, and the ambition is to take it to 8 to 10% in the next 5 to 7 years. So I think that's a great ambition, aspirational target to have, and that needs private initiatives, private investments, growing fast, collaborating with the government, and then moving fast, competing globally. And this is, I think, is a new chapter. Like when Vikram 1 will take off and start launching satellites to orbit, it's a new chapter for India, joining an elite club of companies and countries in the world where a private company is able to launch satellites to space.
Absolutely. Did you also have a chance to meet or talk to Elon Musk, and what do you think of him?
Not yet. In fact, he's been a great inspiration for me. In fact, I've been following him since my college days, and incredible feats he has done. I mean, he's pushed the boundaries of what humans can do. Literally, and how he works, and the way, how he looks at engineering, how he builds great teams, really inspiring, and what he has achieved is incredible. In fact, it gave a fillip to the entire space industry globally. It helped governments invest more. It helped investors look at the sector differently. It helped more entrepreneurs coming in. It's very inspirational what he has done, and I think like the space sector owes him a lot, and I'm
Did he have any role in inspiring you to get into this space?
absolutely. I think he's one of the key, one of the few inspirations. In fact, like Elon is one inspiration, and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai is one inspiration because
Have you named Vikram 1 and Vikram
yes,
S
after
on his
him
name?
because
Yeah.
in fact it's a tribute to him because I look at him as an entrepreneur who started the space program in 1960s. That's how took the bold risk. He had the best life, and he in fact he wanted to become a scientist and push space industry in India. Started he thought like India should be second to none in technologies, especially like space, and started the space program in a very small church in a fishing village, with very small set of scientists, convincing the government to start the space program. I see it as like really good entrepreneurial spirit happening in 1960s. That inspired me also, take that bold leap and start the company. And also what we are doing today is because the ecosystem is built. That's why we named our rocket as Vikram. And in fact, just to give an idea, like the next rocket we're going to launch have more than 400 suppliers, all from India. And the rocket is 100% designed in India, 100% manufactured in India, mostly sourced within India, that ecosystem, and launched from India, and with a great geography. And I think this all happened because Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started the space program in 1962.
So today we have reached that space where India is second to none, and we have all the capabilities, just like how global companies like SpaceX have.
Yes.
And do you think we can become as big as SpaceX ever? What's the kind of journey will that take?
Yeah, I think the potential is there. How well we solve problems and how fast we get there is the question. And I think we had like very strong advantages, like we're incredibly capital efficient, very incredible engineering resources available in the country, great geography, like I mentioned, great ecosystem already built in, and so I think all the ingredients are there. It's how fast and how better you can solve the problem. And I think SpaceX is almost now I think a 25-year-old company. So it takes time as well, to build like such a, because it has that snowball effect. As you build bigger, you have a more leverage to grow faster. I think very early phase for us, but I think we can get there.
Pawan, I also wanted to ask you, will there also be a time when you're saying that so many rockets will start launching? You yourself have a capacity of building one rocket every month, and more companies will come to you to send their satellites into space. Will it also, create the need for having many more companies like you? What's the kind of opportunity you see there? Is this space also going to get increasingly competitive?
Yeah, no, I think there'll be like few companies who will make it on a regular basis. The best problem solvers will win definitely, and but the space is a lot. I mean, like the opportunity is a lot for more people. But I think very few people will actually make it because I know how difficult it is, and even we are still in the early phase because we have to prove a lot going forward in the commercial space, and there's still opportunity for a few. And but it will definitely not be crowded because it's very difficult to make it, and the early players and the people who disrupt with new and disruptive technologies will definitely make it. Yeah.
And as an entrepreneur, I also wanted to ask you, is space the best sector to invest in right now for all the investors who are watching you right now?
I would say yes, because because I can feel it, I can see it, and in fact it's this high barriers to entry market. The market is large. It's a blue ocean, and it's global market, and India has fundamental advantages. I think like it's the best sector to invest in.
And you've already reached this unicorn stage. What's next for you now? What's the milestone?
So next milestone is launching Vikram 1 to orbit. So this is the first test flight. So we may require more test flights, to be able to prove orbital capability. And once we prove orbital capability reliably, being able to sustain orbital flights for a long time and be able to produce the rockets in large numbers and keep launching them reliably is a big challenge to solve. And then of course, we're a business, getting into revenues, profits, and then like investing in of that in the future developments, future technologies, bigger vehicles, all that is very exciting. I think roadmap ahead of us.
So you've had so many firsts in your journey so far. Will you also be the first ever space tech startup to do an IPO and get listed on the stock markets?
It's difficult to say. And right now we're not thinking IPO, a bit early right now, but still difficult to tell right now. But our just focus is in building and launching good rockets right now.
You've also started off the company Skyroot with the ambition of open space for all. That's the line that you use, tagline that you use. So give me an understanding, what does it really mean, opening space for all? Is it meant for private sector that you're talking about, or is it meant for everybody who dreams of going to space someday?
Yeah, so have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people who've gone from India to space, I think.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all. And that's what we want to make it, open for all. So start with open for satellite companies to launch their satellites in large numbers. But
Hello and welcome to Business Today Television. We continue with our coverage on strong quarterly earnings that just might show green shoots in the economy, and of course also explain as to where we could be possibly headed in the coming quarters. Joining us on the show is the management of India's largest transport company, Transport Corporation of India. Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Managing Director, will discuss the quarter gone by and of course the next 3 to 4 quarters within the largest transporter in India. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Agarwal. A very warm welcome. I am sure it has been a very difficult quarter given the situation in West Asia, as also turbulence within our own economy. How did the quarter go by for Transport Corporation?
Hi, Shailendra. Always good to be back. Quarter four was doing well till the Gulf War started, of course, and March is which is typically the largest business month for us. We had some impact there, and we could have done much better. Our guidance was 10 to 12% on the top line. We just almost got there, but we just missed it by a bit. That was for the FY26. But of course, as you see, the quarter four, we did relatively well with a 12% plus top line increase and a 17% the bottom line increase on the EBITDA level. So it was challenging towards the end, and of course, the last year has been a bit challenging. But going forward, also we are seeing the fuel price hikes coming about, the inflation pressures coming in. So it is going to be again at one of those tough years, but we believe that we can still do 10 to 12% on the top line for FY27.
Okay, let's just take it piecemeal. First, we look at the set of numbers that you've declared, and then we will talk about the very substantial hike that has come into fuel prices. So for the quarter gone by, sales rose 12%. EBITDA rose 17%, margin was 50 basis points higher, and fourth quarter PAT was 8% higher at 123.6 crore rupees. Which parts of the business worked well? Where did you find slack?
So to start with, our largest business, which is our supply chain business, did really well. It grew at about 16% on the top line. And bottom line was a bit flat from a percentage perspective, but it was relatively good because we've been acquiring a lot of new contracts, especially in the space of FMCG, consumer durables, as well as retail and quick commerce. So those have all picked up very well. And we have some more contracts in the pipeline. So we have created some bench strength for the new contracts, and hence the margins was a bit suppressed. But the traction overall with auto sector doing really well post the GST cuts in September continues, and I think will continue in the Q1 of this year also. So from that perspective, the supply chain has been a good and big beneficiary of it. The second business that did really well was also Seaways. Seaways business has grown, though a bit flattish, but 10-12% over the quarter, but for the full year, about only 5%. The margins have grown though. The margin expansion has happened because we've been able to get better freight rates around the coast, as well as some of all our ships are depreciated and there's no interest costs also on them. So overall, those have that helped that business, and we have good growth of about 25% on the bottom line as well. And the businesses that on the joint venture side, cold chain business crossed 100 crores in revenues, and our the rail business grew by 20%. So these were the positives. The slight misses were on the freight business, where the volume growth was not as high, and we do grow, though we do grew in the Q4 at a 12%, but the full year it was flat at about 2.5%. So net, I think the business is strong. The other aspects that we'll talk about, we'll be able to express. I'll be able to express a little bit more on what we are doing with multimodal logistics.
Okay. Now, the elephant in the room is the fuel price hike. I mean, you are impacted in more ways than one, especially on high-speed diesel. What are you planning to do? Will you absorb it, or do the contracts with the OEMs and other vendors allow you to pass it on?
So several things have happened. One is that the bunker prices have gone up. Bunker is directly for our Seaways business, which is the fuel there, and that fuel prices actually went up by 100% in the last few months. So we've been able to pass on some of that to our customers directly. Little bit absorption, but mostly it was all passed on. The second is these rapid fuel prices, diesel price hikes and petrol prices hikes that have happened. Essentially helps us. Essentially means that all the back-to-back contracts that we have all been triggered with the price escalation clause in them, and that is means that we will pass them on. There could be some lag in this because it's happened in the middle of the month, and some of this will come in the beginning of next month. Apart from this, the labor costs have also started to go up in several places. Minimum wages have also gone up in several states, and that is also having an impact on warehousing costs. But again, those are also passed through. So net, some lag in terms of what we're going to pass through, but overall quite positive that these cost structures are not really going to affect us in a negative way.
Mr. Agarwal, you are the backbone of corporate India because on the back of TCI moves the entire manufacturing space, be it automobiles, be it mining, be it consumer goods, be it fast goods or quick commerce. What is your gut feel at this point of time? The Prime Minister has raised quite a few, issues in terms of how this West Asian conflict could deepen its fangs into our growth prospects. You are the first line of defense. What are you noticing?
Well, certainly we are seeing that the fuel price impact is going to, or rather even the gas price. Let's go back a step back and take, let's say, what happened in March, where gas prices were hiked or gas was shut off for many entities, whether it is for smaller restaurants or smaller businesses. They have all suffered there, and I think that impact is going to come in the next few quarters, where you could see some stress in MSME balance sheets. The second aspect is that there could be, because of the increase in costs for gas, etc., we will see some inflation pressure. That could lead to some demand erosion towards Q3, Q4. And let's see how that goes. I know for a fact that some consumer durable companies have taken price hikes. and that price hike has not really worked too well in several markets, especially in the south, etc. So many customers are essentially waiting to see if there would be any discounts or any kind of packages that they might get to buy buy products. So we are sensing that there will be inflationary pressure now with the diesel price hikes, even more so. So we have to brace ourselves. So, and of course, imports are getting more expensive, not only from a cost of logistics, but also from the rupee perspective. So, that will again start playing out in the next few quarters. Uh, that's on the negative side, perhaps, but on the positive side, the market itself is still very robust. I mean, at a $4 trillion economy is growing at 6%, 7%, still means there's a large market that is consuming, that's growing. We might be off at a higher base, but it is still a market that has a lot of leg to grow.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, I totally agree with you, but in the last, especially 20 days and over the previous 2 months, the obituary of the Indian economy has been written repeatedly in all forms of media, whether it's social, whether it's print, whether it's TV, whether it's domestic and international. Yet, you and I have tracked the entire economy for the last 30-35 years at least, and each time we've emerged stronger. Now, for TCI in particular, your competition would be, worse off than you, mainly because for you the size matters and you have a higher ability to withstand pain. Do you see yourself expanding aggressively at the cost of your competition over the next 9 months, 10 months or so?
I would like to add the other thing here is capability of our diversified capabilities. Essentially, we've moved a lot into multimodal. So that multimodal is going to help us also because if road costs go up, then some shift happens to rail or some shift will happen to the sea business as well. Which is really positive because there's hardly anyone in the country who can do all three modes as efficiently as we can. So that is positive. We will continue to, as I said, we are very positive and bullish on the Indian economy. We did spend about 375 crores last year in capex. Our budget for this year is between 550 to 600 crores, which includes addition of ships, addition of warehouses, addition of more trucks. So we continue to double down on the economy because we believe that the long-term growth story is intact. I think there's room to grow for everyone, not just us. The market is big. The market is becoming more formal, more organized. So yes, the potential to grow for everyone exists.
Mr. Agarwal, probably over the next 18 months or so, we will see the commercial launch of hydrogen as fuel on many highways which are the main arteries of commerce. How is TCI shaping itself up in either changing its fleet or maybe buying into more of hydrogen fueled vehicles? What's the game plan there?
So we think hydrogen is going to take some time, a little bit more time. The packaging and the transportation of hydrogen is still very complicated and slightly more difficult. So I think that will definitely be a little bit of a slower journey. The fuel might be available, but the vehicles have to be available. The ecosystem, whether it is repair, maintenance, whether it is other trucks, the availability of fuel, all those things are going to be very important before we are able to really adopt hydrogen in a big way. However, we do see EV coming in quite rapidly also, not just in the last mile, which has been growing very rapidly, but we're also seeing some EVs movement or discussions in the higher tonnage ranges for short distances. So those are things that are starting to play out. And our estimate is in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see a combination of several kinds of fuels, alternative fuels from a decarbonization perspective, CNG, LNG, and then of course EV as well as hydrogen, all working in sync and in conjunction.
Okay, fair point. What's been the status of quick commerce? That's been one of the sheer growth areas that TCI has tapped into over the last 3-4 years. What has been the movement in FMCG in particular? Lots of news reports now point to quick commerce being the mainstay of growth for many top-end FMCG companies. What's your experience?
Yes, certainly, quick commerce is starting to move up in terms of more and more market share as well as basket share of consumers. And I think it's just the sheer availability, the sheer presence, and the convenience that quick commerce offers at perhaps the pricing which is regularly available. So yes, it is a shift that is evident and visible, which we also very much part of. We run warehouses for fulfillment centers for quick commerce, both on the dry side as well as on the cold side. What will continue to do well if they are able to continually provide the same kind of pricing that exists? Because Indian consumers are very fickle when it comes to price. So if they are able to get a good deal, as they call it, or a good cost is maintained, they will be very happy to consume via quick commerce. So I think this is it's a definitive trend. The onus and mandate is always going to be at the quick commerce companies, how much discount they're giving. And of course, I think this quality of services, whether it is at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, has become hygiene. So I think consumers are not so concerned and worried about that.
Right. We'll pause it here, Mr. Agarwal. As always, it's so good to get the right health check on corporate India from you. Here's wishing you all the best, and we hope that better days will return soon, not only for corporate India, but for TCI as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Managing Director at Transport Corporation of India, the country's largest transporter. I'll be back shortly with more news and more views on the market. Stay tuned to BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio walked up to the Taj Mahal, took a photo, posted it, and got schooled by Iran on the internet. Tehran reminded him politely but devastatingly that the Taj Mahal was built for a Persian queen. The right-hand man of President Donald Trump, who flies around threatening the end of ancient civilizations, got a history lesson from a monument. And here's the thing, Iran didn't even raise its voice, it just pointed. That's the difference between a country with 3,000 years of memory and one that still calls a 250-year-old building historic. So before Washington lines up its next threat, maybe it's worth asking, Persian art, Persian culture, Persian identity. Iran's message was simple, and I quote, "You pose in monuments tied to our civilizational history while threatening us like we are some temporary regime." That troll was not random internet sarcasm. That was strategic mockery. And honestly, Washington walked straight into it. America often treats countries like software updates, sanction them, pressure them, threaten them, isolate them. Done. Problem solved. But civilizations do not work like apps on a phone. You cannot uninstall Persia. You cannot delete China. Marco Rubio and many in Washington keep using language about ending threats, crushing rivals, isolating supply chains, or bringing countries to their knees. Sounds dramatic in a press conference, but history laughs at that language. There's another very interesting point to make. Back in 2018, Trump's partner in crime and the sworn enemy of Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, also visited the Taj Mahal. Now, why does this matter beyond a social media moment? Because Rubio and the wider Washington machine have made it their business to threaten Iran with extinction. Literal extinction, end of civilization language. The kind of talk you use when you think the other side has something to lose, something fragile, something new. But Iran is not new. Persia existed before Rome, before Greece became Greece, before the concept of a nation state was even a thought in anybody's head. Iran has been invaded, occupied, bombed and sanctioned, and it's still Iran. The language, the poetry, the identity intact. So when Washington says end of civilization to Tehran, what does Tehran hear? It hears someone who's never read a history book threaten someone who wrote history books. Same story with China, different chapter, same mistake. Washington's big plan for China, cut off the supply chains, isolate the economy, squeeze it until it breaks, sounds tough, makes great headlines. But then Trump visited China and he came across trees. Trees in China older than the United States of America. Let that land. The country America wants to isolate has trees that watched civilizations rise and fall while America's founding fathers were still being born.
Look at this tree. These two trees have grown together. It's over 100 years old, actually more than that, probably 200 years old. Let me tell you, all the trees on this side are over 200 to 300 years old. Over there are some that are more than 400 years old.
China didn't just survive history. China is history. 4,000 years of continuous civilization, writing, governance, philosophy, trade, all of it predating America by millennia. Threatening to cut off China's supply chains is like threatening to cut off a river by blocking one stream. The river has been flowing longer than your dam has existed. Here's the real strategic blunder Washington keeps making. America treats Iran and China like modern rivals, like startups competing in the same market. You outspend them, outsanction them, outmaneuver them, and they fold. But Iran and China don't think in quarters. They don't think in election cycles. They think in centuries. They've watched empires far more powerful than America come, threaten, collapse, and disappear while they remained. The Mongols conquered China. China absorbed the Mongols. Alexander reached Persia. Persia outlasted Alexander's empire by 2,000 years. This isn't ancient trivia. This is strategic memory. And Washington has none of it. So here's the answer to the Rubio question. Here's what that Taj Mahal photo actually exposed. It wasn't just ignorance of architecture. It was a metaphor for the entire foreign policy posture. America walked into a building built by the civilization it threatens, took a selfie, and called it diplomacy. Iran pointed. That difference changes everything, because civilizations with thousands of years of memory do not panic easily. They absorb, adapt, survive. Empires rise, empires fall. Persia stayed, China stayed. And somewhere in China, a tree older than America probably watched this entire debate with complete indifference.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
The Quad is beginning to look very different. For years, critics dismissed it as little more than a diplomatic talking shop. A loose conversation between four democracies worried about China's rise but unwilling to act collectively. But now, something is changing. quietly, steadily, and maybe strategically as well. Because the latest Quad meeting in New Delhi suggests the grouping is moving from dialogue to coordination, from statements to implementation, and from symbolism to operational cooperation. The foreign ministers of India, the United States of America, Japan, and Australia met in New Delhi with a noticeably sharper agenda: critical minerals, maritime surveillance, energy security, port infrastructure, supply chain resilience, real projects, real funding, real coordination. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio openly acknowledged the shift, saying the Quad's goal was to move from meeting and talking about problems to actually doing something about them. And that matters because the Quad was never designed to become NATO in Asia, at least not officially. Unlike NATO, there is no collective defense treaty, no Article 5, no integrated military command, no permanent headquarters. The Quad remains intentionally flexible, but flexibility can also become strategic ambiguity, especially when the grouping begins coordinating maritime surveillance and regional security responses. The biggest headline from this meeting was the push to strengthen maritime domain awareness. The Quad countries agreed to expand information sharing and surveillance coordination across the Indo-Pacific, beginning with the Indian Ocean region. That means tracking suspicious vessels, monitoring maritime military activity, or militia activity, so to say, watching sea lanes in real time, and improving transparency across contested waters. And while China was not named directly, everybody understood the target. The joint statement raised concerns about dangerous actions in the South China Sea, unsafe maneuvers, water cannon attacks, maritime coercion, blocking tactics. This language reflects growing frustration with Beijing's increasingly aggressive behavior in contested waters, particularly against the Philippines. Moreover, China has now said it opposes the creation of exclusive small cliques and bloc confrontation. It even went on to say that Quad nations should not target any third party. This is where the Quad's evolution becomes significant, because maritime domain awareness sounds technical, but strategically it is foundational. Before countries coordinate militarily, they first coordinate information, intelligence, surveillance, tracking, shared situational awareness. That is exactly what the Quad is now building. And the Indian Ocean is not a random starting point. It is one of the world's most critical strategic corridors. Energy shipments from the Middle East to West Asia, trade routes connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe, submarine pathways, choke points like the Strait of Hormuz and the Malacca Strait. Whoever shapes maritime awareness in these waters gains enormous strategic leverage. The timing is also important. The meeting took place amid instability around the Strait of Hormuz after tensions involving Iran disrupted global energy flows. India and Japan remain heavily dependent on imported energy moving through these particular waters. So for the Quad, maritime security is no longer an abstract geopolitical concept. It actually is directly tied to economic survival. But the Quad is not only hardening at sea, it is also hardening economically. One of the most consequential announcements from the meeting was a new critical minerals framework. The four countries are planning to mobilize up to $20 billion through public and private investment to strengthen supply chain for rare earths and strategic minerals. And this is crucial because critical minerals are the backbone of the modern technological economy. Electric vehicles, advanced semiconductors, missiles, batteries, renewable energy systems, artificial intelligence infrastructure. Nearly every strategic industry now depends on secure access to these materials. Right now, China dominates large parts of the global processing chain. So the Quad is responding with a coordinated diversification strategy, not through tariffs alone, not through speeches alone, but through investment coordination, mining partnerships, processing networks, recycling systems, supply chain mapping. This is economic statecraft becoming increasingly strategic. You see, the Quad countries each bring something important to this equation: The United States brings military power and alliance networks. India brings geography and scale across the Indian Ocean. Japan brings advanced technology and financing. Australia brings resources and Pacific access. Separately, they're influential. Together, they become strategically consequential. But there are still limits to how far the Quad can go. India remains cautious about formal alliances. New Delhi values strategic autonomy and avoids treaty-bound military blocs. That is one major reason why the Quad countries avoid explicitly calling itself a security alliance. India wants cooperation without entanglement. And yet, even without formal military integration, the grouping is becoming more operational. Joint naval exercises have expanded. Intelligence coordination is deepening. Technology partnerships are growing. Maritime surveillance is improving. Supply chain cooperation is accelerating. This may not be a military alliance on paper, but functionally, elements of strategic alignment are clearly intensifying. In many ways, the Quad is evolving into something more flexible than NATO. Less formal, less institutional, but potentially more adaptable to modern geopolitical competition, especially in an era when conflicts are no longer fought only with tanks and missiles, but also through technology standards, shipping routes, ports, minerals, cyber networks, and supply chains. The question now is no longer whether the Quad exists. It does. That debate is over. The real question is what the Quad is becoming. Because without formally calling itself a military alliance, the grouping is steadily constructing many of the capabilities, networks, and strategic habits that alliances are built upon, quietly, gradually, but unmistakably.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multibaggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multibaggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multibaggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. Hello and a warm welcome back to you on Business Today Television. Let's discuss the fixed income markets at this point of time. We are joined by Mr. Devang Shah, Head of Fixed Income at Axis Mutual Fund. Good morning, Mr. Shah. How are you?
All okay, all okay. How are you doing?
All well, sir. Let's look at the state of play, what the fixed income markets are telling equity markets. We are undergoing a massive crisis on the macro balance sheet because of the problems that we are facing in West Asia. What, according to you, are the positives as far as this crisis is concerned, and how do you think India is handling it so far?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having us. If you'll ask me, I think generally the comparison whenever oil prices go up are to market scenarios of 2013 or 2022, where we're actually seen a significant rise in oil prices. And at that point of time, what had happened is that you have seen aggressive policy actions on the fixed income side. And that is why markets always have those fears that will it be a possibility that we will see a repeat of 2013 or probably 2018 or 2022. What we believe so at this point of time, that first of all, the Indian macro story is significantly different from a 2013 episode or a 2022. So if I look at 2013, India was in a significant macro shock where our current account deficit and the fiscal deficit put together were close to 9 to 10%, both each around 4.5 to 5%. Today, when I look across at current account deficit, we were coming from a Goldilocks period where current account deficit was sub 1%, fiscal deficit was significantly consolidation, CPI was significantly lower. In 2013, CPI was at 9-10%. So the point we're trying to put across is that the macro dynamics for India has weakened because of the oil shock and the recent price rise, but has not gone to a state of, I would say, a state where somewhere down the line dire measures like 2013 are required. So we believe so that, yes, RBI can look across at some bit of rate increases, but they should be very, very measured, and they should actually use significant different policy tools to somewhere down the line garner and attract dollar flows into India. So that's the way which we look at in the current macro backdrop.
Okay. Let's also analyze how global bond yields are moving, Mr. Shah. 30-year paper in Japan and US is at a multi-decadal high. Both of them have topped 5%. That is also one of the pain points that Indian fund managers are facing as FIIs exit to get back either to their home market or maybe invest in somewhere higher, potential returns. How are you seeing global bond yields? Even our 10-year paper, very briefly climbed above 7%. How do you see this? Is it a threat?
So you rightly highlighted, first of all, we need to understand a couple of things, that oil not only impacts India, it impacts a lot of other economies. And we will see a rise in inflation everywhere. So the rate cut cycle or the easy monetary policy cycle is now behind us. Everywhere we'll probably start seeing rate hikes, and that is where it is getting factored in. Obviously, you spoke about US markets and Japan markets. Japanese markets are already going through a significant different cycle in inflation. Even US, the concerns have been, thanks to previously because of tariff and now due to higher gasoline prices, that inflation number on US can be significantly higher. In fact, the last print on CPI was upwards of 3.8%. Let's not forget that their overall Fed fund rate today is at 3.5. Their inflation is 3.8. So that is why there's a lot of worries now across global markets also that the rate cycle being over and now the rate hike cycle will start. Our view is that first of all, Indian bond market, like it is like largely owned, to a certain extent, being owned by FPI in equities. In debt, the overall FPI penetration is very very limited. So we don't see any significant shock to Indian bond yields because of the money flowing out from Indian bond yields to global bond markets. Our perspective is that the macros of India will largely determine the India fixed income bond yields. And somewhere down the line at this point of time, we believe that markets are probably fearing an aggressive tightening stance from RBI. And that is why we have seen this rise in Indian bond yields in India. It's not only the 10-year GSEC, which has breached 7%. Let's look at 3-year corporate bonds. 3-year corporate bonds AAA corporate bonds touch around 8% yields. The money market curve has again gone up, and probably you're looking at 1-year certificate of deposits or 3-month assets about 7.5, 775. So the entire market today and SOPs, which is a very, very big indicator of where interest rates are heading towards, are pricing in more than 100 basis of rate hikes. So Indian markets are pricing in aggressive rate hikes because they believe that RBI will probably tighten monetary policy in anticipation of the rise in prices. Global oil prices, I would say, are a minimal factor for the rise in or increase in yields.
Right. Mr. Shah, this brings me to the elephant in the room, which is the value of the rupee. Just 2 days ago, the RBI governor said that he believed this fall had resulted in the rupee becoming undervalued, and that on the basis of REER, which is the real effective exchange rate, it had more or less reached its right value. Which side of the equation do you think Axis Research stands? Has enough blood already flown on D Street, or is more pain ahead as far as the rupee is concerned? Forward cover points to 100.
So I would say, obviously we are not currency experts, but looking at the macro environment, how do we look across at what should be the value of currency, and how do we look across at the yields? So our assessment is somewhere down the line, yes. First of all, let's look at how the rupee depreciation. The rupee depreciation in the last 18 months has been about 14-15%. Okay, so first of all, it happened because of the tariff implement with the increase in tariff rates, and then secondly due to oil prices. We have seen a continuous depreciation in rupee in the last 18 months.
Yes, sir.
I would say that if you ask me if this entire Middle East conflict is going to settle sooner, I somewhere down the line feel that the large part of the rupee depreciation is behind us. Okay, but if this Middle East conflict continues beyond June, we might see some more pain on rupee, and probably I would not communicate a number, but somewhere down the line, can rupee see some more weakness? Our assessment is yes, because every day oil stays above $90 or $100, there is a cost to our economy. The cost will be borne by us, which is as a retail investors through CPI, or government, or somewhere down the line we will be funding it to an increased current account deficit. So that will weaken the macroeconomic environment, which will have an impact on currency. So as per me, definitely if this continues beyond June, and it's no one's guess where this conflict ends and the Strait of Hormuz opens, but if it settles in the next few days, I think probably much part of the rupee depreciation is over. Otherwise, rupee can see some more weakness in the near term.
Okay, fair point. What would be that level?
See, my understanding is, and because RBI has a lot of tools now to use and ensure undue volatility gets reduced in the currency, we have been very, very, I think, proactive in orderly using all the tools. I think they will start looking at other measures also of getting, which was the first point, that probably start announcing measures which will attract dollar flows into India, because we have actually seen dollar outflows thanks to all the FDIs, FPI outflows, current account deficit and BOP deficit, which will happen in the next year. So all of this will probably lead to a requirement of steps and measures by RBI which should be announced to ensure that dollar flows come to the economy. Now, if we have the problem to persist for a longer point of time, and if it is somewhere down the line addressed by announcing measures, we believe that another 2-3% depreciation in rupee at max, and after that we should actually start seeing stability in our currency. But if the oil prices continue to remain high and there are no measures announced, probably we might see an additional 3 to 4% depreciation on the currency.
Okay. Mr. Shahab, all this discussion now brings me to the crux of the issue. Potential rise in interest rates, maybe an extended conflict in West Asia, and the resultant volatility in Indian macro and Indian equities. What does it mean to the bond investor? What are you suggesting people do in this kind of a volatile and unpredictable environment? Should they get into fixed income for safety, relative safety?
Yeah, so see, first of all, I think you rightly highlighted the world is incrementally having this entire time frame of volatility increasing, and I think every year there is one on other geopolitical conflict or some kind of trade barriers being announced and many other things which leads to volatility to our markets. Our understanding is that at the yields where they are, where extreme pessimism is being priced in bond markets, where we are pricing in aggressive tightening, some people are pricing in an intermeeting rate hike, people are expecting liquidity tightness and announcement of liquidity measures which will tighten the liquidity. So a large part of the, I would say, worries and concerns on currency and rates are in prices when it comes to bond deals. That is why what we have told clients is that this is the time where probably you should start building in a fixed income portfolio. Probably go slow, grow measured, because as I told you, with every day oil being above 90, the macro environment for India is not so good. And that is why you will not get a rally immediately. But I would say at the current levels, investors can start building in duration tactically as well as in a disciplined manner over the next 3 to 6 months into their portfolios. The suggested categories which we are telling clients are long duration fund, corporate debt, and money market. So depending on your investment horizon and your risk return, I would say framework, I would say these are the categories which investors should look at. Our view on RBI monetary policy is that RBI will probably go staggered and a very, very measured and disciplined approach in rate hikes. They will not do anything like 2013, which will shock the markets and probably also lead to a probability of lower growth in India. So our perspective is that RBI goes slow, measured in rate hikes, and somewhere down the line continue their focus on garnering dollar flows into the economy through announcement of various measures. Another tool which they can look at to actually garner dollar flows into India is somewhere down the line an inclusion of our bonds into Bloomberg indices. That would not include even any cost, and that would actually lead to a 20-25 billion of stability flows into India, which are medium term to long term, and probably offer some respite to currency. So our view is that a staggered rate hike approach, somewhere down the line announcement of measures, and for bond investors to, in a disciplined manner, to start increasing duration from here for the next 3 to 6 months.
What has Axis Bank's bond team done in terms of maturities of your overall bond portfolio? Have they shifted over the last 2 months?
Yeah. So we are a part of the Axis Mutual Fund team. So from a mutual fund perspective, yes, definitely we have started increasing our duration across all our portfolios. So if I look across at where on the lower side, when we are looking at our short-term bond funds, our corporate debt funds, our gilt funds, we had massively reduced duration over the last 6 odd months, because we were also anticipating that most of the rate cuts are behind us. Now, probably we didn't anticipate the war, but probably the thought process was that incrementally there is no logic for holding duration. And that is why around December, and we have probably discussed then also, that we had given a view to our investors that the way to go in 2026 is probably held lower duration and build in accrual into your portfolios. But with the recent sell-off of around 50 to 75 basis, in fact 100 basis in certain points on the curve, and as I told you, a large part of aggressive rate hikes are priced in, we have started increasing our duration across our portfolios. So that's the way we are probably building our portfolios across all our strategies currently, whereby we have started adding duration through government bonds and swaps.
Okay. Do you see the Indian 10-year paper heading towards maybe 7.5 by the end of calendar 2026?
See, the worry is that, and I will probably say that if you'll ask me my view is that bond deals don't go above 7.25, 7.30 in this year. Okay. So I think we are probably not significantly go above 7.25 on 10-year GSEC and around 7.8, 7.85 on long duration funds, which is 30-year GSEC. But what can be the risk to my view? The risk to my view can be that if crude prices continues to remain above 100 and there are no measures being announced to handle the rupee weakness, we start seeing an impact on fisc, whereby there is a huge fiscal burden increase for the government, and we see a huge supply of bonds in H2. That can lead to the yields going around 7.5. What probability I will assign to this? I will assign a very, very low probability, because my understanding is, first of all, government has introduced measures to start taking hike in petrol prices. Secondly, our view is that both the economies, be it Iran and US, wants to come across and resolve this. So sooner or later, the problem will get sorted out. And third is that our perspective is that there will be measures announced to attract dollar flows. So in that context, we don't see yields going above 7.25, 7.30. But as I suggested, if those risks actually becomes reality, then somewhere down the line, we believe that bond yields can intermittently touch 7.5 kind of levels.
What about global flows out of emerging markets towards the US geography because of rising bond yields there? What's the consensus at Axis Research for 2026?
So, see, our understanding is that yes, the way US Treasury yields are, where somewhere down the line they are attractive, and we might see some flows from emerging markets to developed markets. But let's also not forget that US Treasury yields have remained high now for almost 2 years. But we have not seen, in fact, at the same point of time, we have seen Indian bond yields to rally when US Treasury yields were going up. So our perspective is that when it comes specifically to Indian bond markets, our view is that the correlation between Indian bond deals and global bond deals, specifically US bond deals, is completely broken, because US is going through a different macro at this point of time. US has a high inflation environment. US has a significantly high fiscal deficit problem. In India, till this crude crisis, we had a low inflation and significant fiscal consolidation. So I would not get too worried about the global bond deals and its impact on emerging markets and India. I would say that if for some reasons this crude volatility doesn't settle down, then we see a big pressure and rise on the fiscal side, then somewhere down the line there is a risk to bond deals. Otherwise, today at current level, I think bond markets are attractive, and bond markets have priced in a lot of negatives.
This is a rhetorical question, Mr. Shah. How do you think the RBI has handled the currency depreciation?
No, I would say, in fact, if you'll ask me, they have done all the right measures to address the rupee volatility. Please understand that somewhere down the line, because of tariff, because of FPI outflows, and because of crude volatility, the macro environment in India has weakened, and we have tried to explain that in various aspects. Like when we looked across this last 2-3 years, our current account deficit was sub 1%. Our fiscal deficit was around consolidating. Like rest of the world, we were seeing fiscal expansion. In India, fiscal consolidation was happening. GDP was strong, inflation was lower. So we had the best of the macro time. In the last 12 months, we have seen impact because of tariff on growth. We have seen an impact because of tariff probably on current account deficits. And now because of crude, we will see problems of BOP and inflation. So at a margin, India macro has weakened. With that weakening of the macro, currency has to see a rebase. and currency has to depreciate because the weakness of the macro dynamics in in our country. So I think RBI has done a great job to ensure that there is no undue volatility. Plus, they kept on announcing measures like buy sell swap facility. They have continuously ensured liquidity to remain positive, financial conditions to remain easy, so that the economy doesn't get choked. Let's look at last 2013, where there was an 300 basis MSF rate hike. The economy actually got choked for some point of time, and we saw impact of that on growth. So I think RBI has been very vigilant. They have been open towards all using all tools, and we believe in the coming monetary policies also RBI will do the use the right mix of tools to support macroeconomic environment as well as contain inflation.
Okay. When do you think is the next rate cut happening? The rate increase happening, the first rate increase?
So my understanding is, see, any policy after June is a very high probability. In fact, June also there's a lot of chatter among market players that RBI can look at rate hikes. As I told you, the entire curve is pricing in aggressive rate hikes. So I think RBI can look at a disciplined rate hike measure starting from June, or probably, if you ask me personally, our view is every policy from August, if crude prices continues the way they are, every policy from August, you should see a 25 basis of rate hike.
Well, let's hope that crude cools down and we see the flattening of such expectations as far as rate hikes are concerned. But for the moment, yes, inflation is not only rearing its head on the Indian subcontinent, but also globally. For these wonderful thoughts, Mr. Shah, thank you very much. And let's hope that this environment of volatility ends as soon as possible, and that we may return to what you just said, Goldilocks macro.
Thank you.
Thank you. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Devang Shah, Head of Fixed Income at Axis Mutual Fund. Please continue to watch Business Today television. There's a lot that's happening on the other side of the break.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today. Did you imagine that you will be actually launching rockets into space?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets.
Launching the first ever rocket into space. What was the experience like?
Oh wow, I think it's probably the most fantastic experience of my life.
Why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
One bolt not working, some electrical connector snapping off, or some component not being built well.
When you launched Vikram S to space,
Yeah.
What was the aim behind that?
Space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
The World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy
Wow.
by 2035.
Where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
I look at business also as engineering. Have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people
Yeah.
who've gone from India to space.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all. Do you know how much time it takes to go to space?
No.
Make a guess.
Maybe a few hours?
It just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah. So for example, it took me 1.5 hours to come here from the airport.
Yes.
And so that means space is closer.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Business Today podcast. I'm Sakshi Patra and today I take you with me to space. Well, India's space story is changing faster than ever before. Until very recently, you would remember that all our space missions were entirely driven by the government. But of late, things have changed. India's private startups have now started to build rockets and sending satellites to the space as well. And there is one company which is right at the center of this shift, and that company is Skyroot Aerospace. This is the company that became the first ever startup company to have launched a rocket into space called Vikram S back in the year 2022. And very recently, this is the same company that's become the first ever startup within space tech to become a unicorn as well. And to share with us the incredible journey of Skyroot Aerospace and to take us forward into a new orbit, we have with us a very special guest joining in. Let's welcome Pawan Kumar Chandna, the co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace. Welcome to you, Pawan.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Sakshi.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. And it's an incredible story that you have, truly. Give me an understanding. You started out being an engineer in IIT. Tell me, what was it like? Did you ever dream then? And did you imagine that you will be actually launching a company, starting a company that will be launching rockets into space, and that will become the first ever company to do so outside of the government in the country?
Never imagined, I'll get into rockets. But I think destiny, took me there. I think I'm really excited and very fortunate to be doing what I'm doing. But I wanted to build a company since childhood. That has been my dream. But never imagined that I'd get into building a rocket company. But yeah, so I think it's really exciting to be here.
Absolutely. So tell me, you also went on to ISRO to become a scientist after IIT. So in fact, with, your co-founder there at ISRO, I wanted to understand what came into your mind that you wanted to both leave a stable government job and probably step out to create something of your own at a time when private missions were barely existing in the country.
Yeah, no, I think because I had an ambition to start a company since childhood. There's always that bug at the startup bug at the at the back. But I was really super excited to be part of the space program. I was as part of the very exciting program, India's largest rocket program at ISRO. And then one fine day just got a thought, why can't we do this? Because really India has a very strong foundation for space, thanks to ISRO. And the world markets are opening up globally. And it's growing at the fastest pace. So I thought it was a phenomenal opportunity to start something. But we started at a time when there was no policy, there was no funding environment, literally nothing. We took the leap of faith. It's paying off.
Absolutely, it is. I mean, launching the first ever rocket into space back in the year 2022. What was the experience like?
Oh, wow. I think this is probably the most fantastic experience of my life. I was right there at the mission control before the rocket takes off, and I still remember the mixed emotion there, emotion of excitement because we're doing something historic, but also a lot of tension because a zillion things can go wrong in a rocket launch, and, it's being broadcasted live across the globe. So it was a very crazy experience. And finally, as the rocket took off, and it was going in the right direction, everything stable. I mean, I felt super excited, and probably one of the best experiences of my life. I still remember, the whole experience because typically I had a lot of dreams of rockets failing before, and when actually goes up well, incredible experience.
So what's the difference between why rockets succeed and why rockets fail?
Yeah, it's so I always think that the difference between success and failure is very thin. It's, very thin, and typically some of the most trivial things can go wrong in a rocket, like one bolt not working, so some electrical connector snapping off, or like one of the systems not working, some filter not doing well, or some component not being built well. So very trivial things typically go wrong. And that's what this rocket science is all about. It has to be perfect. I mean, you have to build in such a way that nothing can go wrong every time.
So give me an understanding for our wider audiences. When you launched Vikram S to space, what was the aim behind that, and what has it done after getting launched?
Yeah. So typically, I think many people think actually space is of the domain of governments, but in fact, space is a $500 billion business globally.
Wow.
It's like, in fact, one of the fastest growing industries, and in fact, the World Economic Forum estimates that it is going to become $1.8 trillion economy by 2035. Space is going to become, and in fact, the world's most valuable private company is a space company, which is SpaceX. So I think that shows the potential of space, and for that, the center of the space industry is rocket launching, where you need to launch satellites to space to be able to give those services, which does like a variety of services across the globe. Especially one of the biggest things is communication from space, even television, GPS, Earth, something called Earth observation, where you click images from space, and multiple industries use it, including the government. Right, so it's a pretty large industry, and at the center of it is actually the rocket launch, going from Earth to space, and then opening up the space for business. So that's where it is, and for that, building a rocket which can launch satellites to orbit is central to space economy. And that's what we wanted to build some of the best rockets in the world which can launch satellites to orbit, because there are hardly any companies and hardly any countries doing launches, and the world needs more access to space because you need to create connectivity for billions of people. And now we're talking about like even data centers in space, where the lowest cost of compute is in space, because you have almost like 10 times more energy in space than on Earth, right? So space will actually transform lives right here on Earth. And then it's a very attractive and large business with high barriers of entry, and rocket launch is like at the center of it and the most toughest nut to crack, and that's what we started off with. And so we wanted to have one test rocket where we can build with less capital very quickly to demonstrate rocket technology. And for that we built Vikram S, which is India's first private rocket, and we built in record time from design to launch in 2 years, and successful in the very first attempt. Typically rocket launches don't go well in the first attempt, and it went to crossed 80 kilometers and touched space, and became very successful. And then it was all done by just over 100 people team.
Wow.
And right in India, fully designed, developed, manufactured in India. We became one of the very few companies who have launched a rocket to space globally. And then the purpose of it is to test technologies which can go into the commercial rocket, which can put satellites into orbit. So it's a much smaller rocket. Just imagine it's something like a 2-storied building tall rocket, but it tests majority of the technologies which can go into a bigger rocket which can put satellites into orbit. And that's
okay, so a rocket as high as 2 floors is a small rocket.
Is a small rocket.
So what's the large rocket then?
So now we are getting into Vikram 1, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. Not only goes to space, but it goes to orbit. That means like it crosses, even goes beyond 400 kilometers and puts a satellite at a very large velocity so that it rotates around the Earth. So that's the purpose of an orbital rocket, what we call it. India's first private orbital rocket is Vikram 1, and we are going to launch soon in few weeks. And that is 7-storied building tall. And you need such a big rocket to put a satellite in orbit, and this is like some of the smallest rockets in the world, So.
And how long has it taken you to make that already?
Yeah,
it's still in the making.
Yeah, so it took a development of around 4-5 years,
and
which is one of the quickest globally again. And then we are set to launch soon.
And what is the difference between suborbit and orbit? You said Vikram S was in suborbit, and Vikram 1 will be in the orbit. So what's the difference there?
So if you want a satellite to rotate around the Earth, which is called an orbit, the rocket needs to insert the satellite at something like 8 kilometers a second. The rocket has to give that speed to the satellite, and it should take it beyond 400 kilometers so that there is no atmosphere at all there, and then leave it with that velocity of 8 kilometers per second. Then it rotates around an orbit, and in an orbit you can stay for several years. The satellite stays for several years giving services down to Earth, and it has a synoptic view, what we call a synoptic view. At that height you can watch Earth. You can give connectivity to Earth for a very wide region, etc., etc. So I think so that is orbital rocket. So rocket needs more energy to go to that altitude and give that much velocity to the satellite. And suborbit means it just it just touches space. I mean, what we have done is a suborbital space launch where it just touches space. NASA defines 80 kilometers as space, so our rocket reached 89 kilometers.
Wow.
It crossed that 80 kilometers line and then mark, and then it just touched space. And it's more like for testing we launch the rocket, but we use the same materials, we use the same propulsion, we use the same electronics, we use the same simulation. So all that, a lot of, almost 80% of the tech got proved in that particular launch. And then we are taking the learnings to a much bigger rocket, which is 7-story building tall, which can actually put a satellite into orbit. So here the suborbit means it just touches space and falls down. It doesn't create that velocity or the altitude, which can put a satellite run around the Earth.
Okay, but you did say that there are very few companies and very few countries that have launched rockets so far. So why is there this gap, and what were you able to fulfill, and how were you able to fill that gap?
Sure. As we all say, it's rocket science. So it's very, very difficult to build and launch rockets to space. Is some of the toughest feats in engineering. And in fact, like the biggest challenge is that the rocket can be only tested when you can actually launch. You can test so many things on the ground, but the real environment is the actual test. And then you don't have many chances. You have to actually build it and launch it, and very complex. And and the Earth's gravity well is so big that you need so much energy to launch to orbit. Right, so it's very tough technology to crack, and in fact, India has a history of starting the space program in 1962, when Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started in a very small church with few inspired scientists. And that's how the space program started, and it's been more than 60 years. And now we went to Moon, we went to Mars, we built huge rockets, we built satellites, big satellites. So I think there's been an incredible journey, and we've built an ecosystem, around it for the last 60 years. So and very few nations were able to build it, sustain it. And also you need great geography for launching. You need to actually launch. You need to have a coast so that the rocket stages fall in the sea in safe zones. And it's better to be closer to the...
So is that the reason why many countries cannot
so many countries,
launch rockets?
Yeah, so many countries are landlocked. That is one challenge. And many countries did not take the challenging path to build a rocket also. Right. So typically if you see like the larger economies doing it, and whether it is US, Russia, China, so they are the ones who pioneered this. And so India, in fact, Dr. Sarabhai's vision was India should be second to none in application of advanced technology to common man. And he believed that space can affect the life of common man, like whether it's television, whether it is radio, and then started the program in 1960s, where many people did not dare to start a program. And it takes that much time also, to get to that evolution. So India took early leaps in this. And then that's how where we are. We are among very few nations, maybe 8 nations, who have the capacity to launch a rocket to orbit. And we have blessed with a great geography. We're blessed with wonderful engineers and technocrats in the country, right, who have did it, who took this path, and we have, and government supporting it over decades, right. So it's a very, very rare feat, which happened, and I think we are building on top of it. I think we are not there. Skyroot will not be able to do what we're doing without the ecosystem built over the last 60 years by ISRO.
Absolutely. So you're launching Vikram 1 in just weeks from now.
Yeah.
We're very excited for it. All the very best. It is almost one moment that the entire nation and the world will be watching very, very closely as well. What's the feeling like when you do something like that?
Oh wow! I mean, like it's very satisfying. In fact, very satisfying to flag off the rocket from our facility to the launch site, which we have done a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I mean, I really know how difficult it is to actually design rocket, manufacture it, develop it, test it, and make it ready to even ship it to the launch site and start operations there. It's such an incredible milestone, because we know how difficult it is. It's very satisfying to see all come together. So typically it takes sometimes decades even to do this, and things go wrong, and you need to fix it. Sometimes you get stuck, and getting to this milestone itself is very satisfying. And then I think next step now it's going to get integrated at the launch site, stacked on the launch pad, and take off in few weeks. So really looking forward to the major milestone. It's not only a major milestone for Skyroot and India, it's also a globally major milestone, because hardly very few companies in the world have achieved it so far.
How many rockets have got launched so far,
so
like Vikram 1?
Yeah, so globally there are like around 5-6 companies for launching to orbit. Out of that, only 2 companies are regularly launching to orbit. SpaceX is leading among them.
Wow.
And so that's where we are. Like we're getting into a league of elite list of very few companies.
Top 5 companies, yeah.
Yeah. So and then that makes us also doing it from a startup with a very humble beginnings, and doing it from a country when there was no space policy even in the starting, opened up recently, and even there's no funding environment actually to start off with, and now it's like a very, very burgeoning funding environment right now. Everything is coming together, and then doing it and taking it global, and doing it is very, very incredible and a very satisfying journey.
Absolutely. You raised recent funds and that turned you into a unicorn as well, another feat, and the first startup in the space tech firm to achieve that feat as well.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Did you very easily convince your investors? Were there too many investors? Because at such, a space where there are very few players,
Yeah.
you almost have a monopoly,
Yeah.
in this kind of a situation. And all the investors would be looking at your prior success and maybe looking at what opportunities are existing. You already talked about the numbers, the kind of market that it is growing to be. So
Yeah.
was there a lot of fight, and were you choosing the investors rather than investors choosing you?
No, in fact, like it's been, I always say that, like, for us, raising capital, raising funds has been like rocket science, because because it's very new sector. Very few investors have exposure to this. So actually, like, having conversations about very deep technology, no precedence before, very few companies in the world, doing it globally. It's a a tough challenge even for investors to even fathom that something of that can happen and become into a very successful business. So I think it's been a very challenging journey to be able to cross that bridge. And I think until Vikram has launched, I think we had a tough time raising capital. But after that, it became like, a fairly, I would say, like, not that difficult, but still difficult, but not that difficult, because that proved a lot of capability. And we've done it in record time, record costs, and we have proved that, engineering is really works in flight. And so I think after that, it's been relatively simpler but still challenging. And then, like, I think I always believe that fundraising and whether it's valuations, etc., is all byproduct of the good work, focused work which is happening, and, like, how we are getting ready for the future. And very fortunate that we have wonderful investors backing our vision and our journey. And many of them were new to the space sector as well, and and they're all taking the bet on the space sector, taking a bet. Many of them first time in the country as well, like, investing in something deep tech. Right? It's something happening for the first time, I would say.
Absolutely. So this is an exciting space. Is there any ask from your investors at this stage? Usually, investors, when they invest in startups, they always look at ROE. They always look at, how fast can their money double, triple, multifold.
Yeah.
What's their ask in this space, since they're also experimenting for the first time and they know that the risks are fairly large, larger than any other sector that you would be in?
Yeah. And in fact, like, I think we had a very I would say, like, the most incredible set of investors, because the first 3-4 years were mainly funded by entrepreneurs who made it big. So we had, like, angel investors who made it build successful companies backing us in the initial years. And they are in for the long run. They're in for the journey. And then from there, like, you have some of the world's largest funds. We graduated to, like, get the interest of, like, one of the world's largest funds backing us. Right. So it's been like a very good set of investors who think very long term. And it is, I mean, space is a very long journey always. I mean, like, you can build incredible, companies when you can wait long, gestation periods are longer, but we exactly got the right set of investors, I would say. And our growth also has been quite good so far. I mean, like, we started very, very early on, with not even 8 years old. And then, now from, starting off with, like, some, like, $5-6 million valuation to, like, crossed $1 billion now. So growth has been, like, incredibly fast as well. But of course, so it's still very beginning phase of the journey. I would say there's a long way to go. And I think this year will be a landmark year for us as we take off Vikram 1, get into commercial launching, and join this elite club in the world where, like, launching satellites to orbit.
Absolutely. So tell me, you have been an engineer and an entrepreneur as well.
Yeah.
So where does the engineer stop thinking and where does the entrepreneur start thinking?
Yeah. So in fact, I don't look at both differently. That's, I think, really helped me a lot.
Okay.
Because I've seen many people thinking I'm a great engineer or a scientist or a technocrat, so business is not my forte, right? So, but I look at it as everything as problem solving. Like, for example, I look at business also as engineering. So it's I look at using the scientific method, like, so bring it to fundamentals. Break it down, break the problem down, logical reasoning, find solutions, experiment it if it doesn't work well. really worked out really well. And also, if you see in some of the greatest entrepreneurs, engineers, and because they are tuned or trained to have that scientific thought process, right? And also like very open to experimentation, very agile, where problem solvers, have good judgment, right? So I think that really helped. I mean, I didn't look at it differently. I looked at it the same ecosystem. In fact, like when starting the company, I didn't even know what is equity. I didn't even know how to raise capital. Nothing. Literally everything from I had to learn from scratch.
Okay.
That really helped because I had no baggage. I have no learnings to unlearn. So I've learned everything from scratch, and then just stuck
What
to the
was your
fundamentals.
first pitch like?
First pitch like is like, yeah, so we're building a rocket company. And and it's very exciting times globally, and it's a very growing, interesting market with very large barriers to entry, and then like I've been a part of the rocket industry for quite some time. Can feel the opportunity, can feel the tech, can build the tech, and it's the right opportunity for India as well to build it. And it's a great foundational elements like great talent, great geography, great ecosystem. Everything is built. So and we can build like large global companies. It's a global market, and India can, in fact, like building a company from India can go global, especially in deep technology from space.
Yeah,
So
and you're also looking at geographically a lot of clients that could be coming into you as well. So give me an understanding there as well. How are you approaching? What kind of companies are approaching you, and how will things proceed from here?
Yeah, so in fact, like there are like quite a few, maybe a few hundred satellite companies across the globe. Some small, some very big, and many of them are planning constellation of satellites across around the Earth over a period of time, especially in the next 1 decade, and all of them need access to space. They have very limited options today, and especially you see like many of them come from US, Europe, Southeast Asia, and in Japan, and different regions across the globe, and then like and the space is global, and we're talking to almost all the key people who are planning constellations, and looking forward to working with them as we keep launching to space.
Absolutely. When you talk about Vikram 1, at your Infinity Center, we saw Prime Minister Modi flagging that off. What was the moment like to meet Prime Minister Modi? What did he say to you at this point in time? Is there a vision that he wants you to fulfill for the country?
Yeah. So in fact, I pinch myself every time, so Modi ji, inaugurating our facility. Himself, and also like talking really wonderful things about Skyroot, and as as founders that we took that leap of faith and started the company, and he said that nation is very proud of you, and also like says that Infinity is like one of the very great symbol of youth in the country, and how youth are thinking in the country, etc. It's sort of very inspiring to see the Prime Minister of the country lauding the efforts. It really felt very satisfying, looking at that, and that actually is like really good, inspiration for us to even push ourselves further, much better, and then like really it gives us energy to run faster, do things better. And so our Infinity facility is also like a landmark facility, and I mean we built the largest facility by the private sector in India, which has a capacity to build 1 orbital rocket every month.
Every month?
Every month is the capacity, but we are yet to get there, yet to get to the production of that scale. But yeah, we build the capacity to get there.
Okay, and do you see this launch of Vikram 1 as India's own SpaceX moment? Are we there yet? What's the future looking like for us?
Yeah, so I think like it's a great moment for India because a private company, building a rocket and launching a rocket to space is unprecedented, and then like it opens up India to a wide global market. Which is today India sits at around 2% of the global space market, and the ambition is to take it to 8 to 10% in the next 5 to 7 years. So I think that's a great ambition, aspirational target to have, and that needs private initiatives, private investments, growing fast, collaborating with the government, and then moving fast, competing globally. And this is, I think, is a new chapter. Like when Vikram 1 will take off and start launching satellites to orbit, it's a new chapter for India, joining an elite club of companies and countries in the world where a private company is able to launch satellites to space.
Absolutely. Did you also have a chance to meet or talk to Elon Musk, and what do you think of him?
Not yet, not yet. In fact, he's been a great inspiration for me. In fact, I've been following him since my college days, and incredible feats he has done. I mean, he's pushed the boundaries of, what humans can do. Literally, and how he works, and the way, how he looks at engineering, how he builds great teams. Really, really inspiring, and what he has achieved is incredible. In fact, it gave a fillip to the entire space industry globally. It helped governments invest more. It helped investors look at the sector differently. It helped more entrepreneurs coming in. It's very inspirational what he has done, and I think like the space sector owes him a lot, and I'm
Did he have any role in inspiring you to get into this space?
absolutely. I think he's one of the key, one of the few inspirations. In fact, like Elon is one inspiration, and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai is one inspiration because
Have you named Vikram 1 and Vikram
yes,
S
after
on his
him
name?
because
Yeah.
in fact it's a tribute to him because I look at him as an entrepreneur who started the space program in 1960s. That's how took the bold risk. He had the best life, and he in fact he wanted to become a scientist, and push space industry in India. Started He thought like India should be second to none in technologies, especially like space, and started the space program in a very small church in a fishing village, with very small set of scientists, convincing the government to start the space program. I see it as like really good entrepreneurial spirit happening in 1960s. That inspired me also, take that bold leap and start the company. And also what we are doing today is because the ecosystem is built. That's why we
Yeah,
named
of course.
our rocket as Vikram. And in fact, just to give an idea, like the next rocket we're going to launch have more than 400 suppliers, all from India. And the rocket is 100% designed in India, 100% manufactured in India, mostly sourced within India, that ecosystem, and launched from India, and with a great geography. And I think this all happened because Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started the space program in 1962.
So today we have reached that space where India is second to none, and we have all the capabilities, just like how global companies like SpaceX have.
Yes.
And do you think we can become as big as SpaceX ever? What's the kind
Yeah,
of
I
journey
think
will that take?
Yeah, I think the potential is there. How well we solve problems and how fast we get there is the question. And I think we had like very strong advantages, like we're incredibly capital efficient, very incredible engineering resources available in the country, great geography, like I mentioned, great ecosystem already built in, and so I think all the ingredients are there. It's how fast and how better you can solve the problem. And I think SpaceX is almost now I think a 25-year-old company. So it takes time as well, to build like such a, because it has that snowball effect. As you build bigger, you have a more leverage to grow faster. Yeah, I think very early phase for us, but I think we can get there.
Pawan, I also wanted to ask you, will there also be a time when you're saying that so many rockets will start launching? You yourself have a capacity of building one rocket every month, and more companies will come to you to send their satellites into space. Will it also, create the need for having many more companies like you? What's the kind of opportunity you see there? Is this space also going to get increasingly competitive?
Yeah, no, I think there'll be like few companies who will make it on a regular basis. The best problem solvers will win definitely, and but the space is a lot. I mean, like the opportunity is a lot for more people. But I think very few people will actually make it because I know how difficult it is, and even we are still in the early phase because we have to prove a lot going forward in the commercial space, and yeah, there's still opportunity for a few, and but it will definitely not be crowded because it's very very difficult to make it, and the early players and the people who disrupt with new and disruptive technologies will definitely make it. Yeah.
And as an entrepreneur, I also wanted to ask you, is space the best sector to invest in right now for all the investors who are watching you right now?
I would say yes because because I can feel it, I can see it, and in fact it's this high barriers to entry market. The market is large. It's a blue ocean, and it's global market, and India has fundamental advantages. I think like it's the best. It's the best sector to invest in.
And you've already reached this unicorn stage. What's next for you now?
Now
What's the milestone?
So next milestone is launching Vikram 1 to orbit,
Yeah.
so it's the first test flight, so we may require more test flights, to be able to prove orbital capability. And once we prove orbital capability reliably, being able to sustain orbital flights for a long time and be able to produce the rockets in large numbers and keep launching them reliably is a big challenge to solve. And then of course, we're a business, getting into revenues, profits, and then like investing in of that in the future developments, future technologies, bigger vehicles, all that is very exciting. I think roadmap ahead of us.
So you've had so many firsts in your journey so far. Will you also be the first ever space tech startup to do an IPO and get listed on the stock markets?
It's difficult to say. I mean, right now we're not thinking IPO, a bit early right now, but still difficult to tell right now. But our just focus is in building and launching good rockets right now.
You've also started off the company Skyroot with the ambition of open space for all. That's the line that you use, tagline that you use. So give me an understanding, what does it really mean, opening space for all? Is it meant for private sector that you're talking about, or is it meant for everybody who dreams of going to space someday?
Yeah, so have you gone to space yet?
No, not at all. I don't know. There are very few people, a couple of people who've gone from India to space, I think.
So that's exactly what it is. So space is not yet open for all, and that's what we want to make it, open for all. So start with open for satellite companies to launch their satellites in large numbers, but eventually, to launch humans, cargo, maybe one day settlements in space.
God.
So that's the dream, that's the aspiration, and we're taking it step by step. With the first step of we did a suborbital launch to space, then we do orbital launch to space, and then we grow bigger, and hopefully maybe one day we launch humans to space, right? And
so will that become like a common question to ask? What you asked me today, have you gone to space? Will that become, eventually, like have you gone to some, country abroad? It'll become as common as that?
Yeah, I think so, and in fact, so do you know how much time it takes to go to space?
No.
Make a guess.
Maybe a few hours.
It just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah. So, for example, it took me 1.5 hours to come here from the airport.
Yes.
And so that means space is closer.
Oh my God.
To humans.
10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. So rockets typically take 10-15 minutes to reach an orbit in space. And so that's how fast the rockets are, and then so that means space is so close than what we imagine, and it's just that the gravity well is so big that it's so expensive today, and it's not still so reliable for us to go to space. But I think that's going to change soon, and in just few decades I think it'll become as common as taking a flight. And then that requires that evolution in rockets. We should go from like today on average, one rocket launch happens every day globally, and then probably it'll in the future it'll be several hundreds a day, several thousands a day.
Just like flights.
Just like flights, and that's where we are cusp of that transformation. But if you see, like for example, in early 1900s. When the aircrafts, the Wright brothers took off, right? So it was just few flights, and now like millions of flights taking off, right? So it's that journey, and now it's like over 100 years, and this happened. And the first space launch happened in 1957 or so, first orbital, mission, the Sputnik launch. And so still we are very early phases of the space, and I think that will soon transform into going to probably like all of us taking a flight, taking a holiday in space for some time and coming back. It's going to happen soon.
When are you going to space?
I would love to go to space, and now just focused on launching satellites to orbit now, but hope will grow big to eventually be able to put humans in space as well.
Absolutely. Well, that's the dream that you continue to dream on, so that we can also ever in our lifetimes, in our current lifetimes, be able to launch into space. Well, it's been a pleasure to speak to you, Pawan. There's so much more that we can go on to discuss, but we'll wrap it up on that note. But all the very best for Vikram 1. We're all glued to you, and all the very best wishes to you. This is going to be successful, and we're all watching out for this proudest moment that India will have by way of you launching Vikram 1 to space.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sakshi.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Detect, delete, deport. This is no longer just political rhetoric. The BJP's vision of a Ghuspaitiya Mukt West Bengal is now beginning to take shape just days after they stormed to power. Holding centers are now being established across the state in line with the center's guidelines regarding Bangladeshi nationals and Rohingyas residing illegally in India. And Malda has become the first district where such a holding center has started functioning. With the crackdown intensifying, hundreds of alleged illegal immigrants are now rushing towards border checkpoints.
When the new government came in and the new policy have been adopted, now several hundreds have already gathered. Today is the second day at a row when people in large number have came out here and they are waiting to get their turn to go to the other side of the border. And BSF is apprehending that there could be a much bigger turnout in next few days to come. But overall, this was the goal of the newly elected government here in West Bengal, to identify and deport the illegal immigrants who have come over from Bangladesh.
Many of these immigrants had been living illegally in different parts of West Bengal for several years.
আসি খাচ্ছিলাম ভালো, বেড়াচ্ছিলাম ভালো, কাজ কাম করছিলাম, তখন এত কড়াকড় ছিল না, অসুবিধা ছিল না। হ্যাঁ, এখন এই নতুন সরকার বলতে থাকা হবে না।
আমি তখন ছোট ছিলাম, তখন এসেছি, আমার মা নিয়ে এসেছিল। মানে ধরো এখান থেকে 16 বছর আগে
এসেছিলাম কাজের জন্য, কাজ করবার জন্য।
কোন রাস্তা দিয়ে এসেছিল?
এই তো এখান থেকে মানে দালালে ভার করেছে, চিনি না কোন জায়গা দিয়ে এসেছিলাম।
Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has sent out a blunt warning to infiltrators. Bhag jao.
देश के रुपया में खाना खाएगा, कपड़ा देगा, पेंशन देगा, ये दामाद है ये लोग। जल्दी भागो, जो करना है सरकार करे।
These Rohingyas, these Bangladeshi infiltrators were their vote bank. It is very natural that these holding centers will not be formed because they don't acknowledge that, you know, infiltrators and Rohingyas should be thrown out of the country.
The TMC is questioning the very need for holding centers, asking if infiltration is indeed happening at such a scale, then how are illegal immigrants entering the country in the first place?
अगर कोई घुसने का कोशिश करेगा तो वहां पर बीएसएफ को तो रोक देना चाहिए, उसको अंदर लेकर डिटेंशन का उनका क्या जरूरत है? अगर कोई एक भी इलीगल घुसपैठियो है, घुसा कैसे? तो बीएसएफ था वहां पर। बीएसएफ किसका था? बीएसएफ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का था, होम मिनिस्ट्री का था, तो घुसा कैसे?
The crackdown is no longer limited to Bengal alone. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is currently on a 4-state tour to review border security and infiltration challenges. The Home Minister has warned that unnatural demographic changes caused by infiltration pose a very significant challenge to the present and future of any nation. Amit Shah has announced that the government has now constituted a committee that will conduct a comprehensive assessment of demographic changes occurring due to illegal immigration and other unnatural causes, analyze patterns of abnormal population shifts at a level of religious and social communities, and present a planned and time-bound solution for the same. From political slogan to administrative action, the crackdown on infiltration has well and truly begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves, we decode what matters for your money today. From stocks to sectors to the top business news. We've got your morning game plan covered. Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves, we decode what matters for your money today. From stocks to sectors to the top business news. We've got your morning game plan covered. Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You are watching the Business Today show. I'm Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on Dalal Street. First up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets trade choppy, swinging between gains and losses as investors track the West Asia tensions. The Nifty is near 23,900. The Sensex is down about 200 points. Broader markets are outperforming while the metals continue to shine. HDFC Bank falls on reports of payments to attract big deposits as shares drop nearly 2% after allegations of 45 crores differential interest payments linked to Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation deposits has come in. The bank has strongly denied any wrongdoing, calling its systems robust and compliant. Domestic airfares are set to rise further as Air India and Indigo are now going to be cutting capacity from June amid soaring jet fuel prices. Jet fuel price revision for domestic airlines will be announced in the 1st of June, and that could hit the airline bottom lines further. Largest impact is likely on the metro routes. India and the United States of America edge closer for a landmark trade pact as U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer is looking at how a U.S. delegation will visit India next week to advance talks of a framework agreement, with both sides aiming to finalize the long-awaited deal. Baiju's founder Baiju Ravindran has now been sentenced to a 6 months sentence by Singapore court for attempt over alleged non-compliance with asset disclosure orders, a fresh setback amid global legal battles. Responding, he's actually said, "Truth does not change with a headline," unquote, adding the order is procedural and not a finding of a fraud or wrongdoing. We'll straight away look at welcoming Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, market expert on the program. Sudeep, warm welcome. Good afternoon to you. First up, how are you looking at this extreme choppiness in the markets? Of course, we are inching closer to this entire June series beginning. We have a truncated trade, but even globally, the signals have been quite mixed for this entire 1 week, 10-day scenario, and the markets have been very, very choppy in the last 10 days.
Good afternoon, Sakshi. You're absolutely right. We are living in an extremely volatile, world. Geopolitical situation is extremely uncertain, and you keep getting news that the settlement is happening, the peace treaty is getting signed, and then nothing happens, and that's been going on for quite some time. And one is not very sure whether the treaty will happen this week or not. But I think expectations are building up. That's the reason why we have seen oil prices cooling off to an extent, as opposed to close to being $110 per barrel. Now it's come to close to $100 per barrel. It's hovering between 94, 95 and about $100 per barrel. But the settlement is still not there, and uncertainty continues, and that's the reason for the market to remain volatile. Domestic cues are also, obviously volatile, and currency is continuously under pressure. After recovering for a few days, again, there is pressure building up on Indian currency. And on top of that, we have our own challenges with El Nino, expected to affect the monsoon, which definitely will have a dent on Indian economy.
Absolutely. We'll look at a breaking news, viewers. This is with regards to LIC. And there are reports that are indicating a fresh stake sale is likely in June. Reports indicate that the government is likely to sell 2% stake in LIC, and this stake sale is likely to raise about 10,000 crore rupees. Reports also indicate the sales of part of FY27 disinvestment plan. Now remember, LIC's 2% sale will be only for institutional buyers. That's the report indicating. The stock is down by 2.8% amidst this news flow that's coming in, that the government is now looking to offload a 2% stake in LIC to raise about 10,000 crore rupees, and that could come in as far as June is concerned, and this sale could be as part of the financial year 2027 disinvestment plan of the government as well. Let me go back to Sudeep to try and understand what this could mean. Sudeep, when it comes to the government's own disinvestment, the aim that the government has been having last couple of years, it's not really taken up to the optimum levels. With the start of this financial year itself, the government now looking at selling a 2% stake to raise some funds on LIC. What do you really make of this?
Well, I think it's an excellent step. This is one of the points which we have been making, that government is not utilizing the stake sale window, and it's extremely critical. We have a challenging situation because of the West Asia crisis. The fiscal is under pressure. And under the circumstances, it's of paramount importance that we do sell some of the public sector undertaking some part of their shareholding to generate liquidity and tide over the fiscal constraints. Today, Coal India, there is some OFS happening. Again, it's an excellent thing which the government is doing. Similarly, for LIC, the OFS which they have announced, I think it's an extremely good step. And I expect to see many more such OFS coming in the near future. Last couple of years, if you have seen, private promoters have taken out money, foreign investors have taken out money. Unfortunately, government has not been proactive in taking out money, because when the government takes out money, that money which they take out is used for further investment, for further developmental activities. And it's extremely critical that from matured assets, they exit and use the money to do something more constructive and create more assets.
Absolutely. So good step right there. In case these reports stand true, this will augur well going forward as well. Now let's look at another key aspect that the markets have been tracking. India and the United States may finally be inching closer to a landmark trade agreement, and US Trade Representative Jameson Greer has now talked about how both sides already have a framework agreement in place, and talks are now moving forward to finalize this trade deal. A US team is expected to visit India next week, and Greer also mentions that he may also soon meet Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Calling the proposed pact historic, Greer has also talked about how previous attempts on the trade agreements involving India and the US and even the European Union have struggled for years without much success. Here's what he said.
And then on New Delhi,
Again, we've had many meaningful discussions. We have a framework agreement done with the Indians. I have a team going there next week. I expect to meet with my counterparts soon as well. I would really like to be in a position to finalize our agreement with them as well on the basis of the joint framework we agreed to. It would be historic for the U.S. and India. I mean, just think, with the U.S. and the EU, we tried to have a trade agreement with them, didn't work out. EU and India, we've tried several times, didn't work out. So we're trying to do things that have never been done. They're not going to be comprehensive trade agreements because, as we have found, that takes years and can never find full traction. But we're trying to make concrete movement with these jurisdictions, with these countries, and it's happening.
Coming to you, Sudeep, what is it that you are looking for as far as the market cues as they will be picking up from this upcoming U.S. officials, meeting with the Indian officials, finally looking forward to agreeing upon some deal? Remember, just days ago, we also heard Donald Trump talking positively about India and India's Prime Minister, how he's confident that both the countries will be looking to seal the deal very soon. He's talked about how he's a fan of PM Modi, but he's in the past also talked about India being very, very, tough market to negotiate with. How are you looking at these fresh cues for the entire 2025 year? Markets were just pinning their hopes on this one deal. For large part of this calendar year, it's largely the overshadow effect of West Asia war. But again, things are progressing on the trade front.
Well, a couple of things. One is, I think market has moved on. I don't think market is, unduly perturbed with the deal getting signed or not signed, and rightly so, because the market has seen this, as you rightly said, for more than a year now. But having said that, I think as and when and if the deal eventually gets signed, it will be definitely positive for the markets, and positive particularly for few sectors which are the big exporting sectors. So the textiles, the aquaculture, the gems and jewelry are the sectors, to my mind, which will directly benefit. And that in turn will have a significant positive impact on employment in India, which India definitely will look forward to. By and large, whatever India exports to US, roughly about 50% doesn't come under the trade agreement, and they didn't have the negative impact of tariff. So 50% of Indian export to US was coming under these punitive tariffs and other stuff, and hopefully that now will get regularized and normalized once the deal gets signed.
Absolutely. Hopes are pinned on that. Well, there's another breaking news coming in on your screens, viewers, and this might pinch your pocket a little deeper. This is with regards to the auto space, the news flow that we are getting. Hyundai is talking about how they are looking at a price hike. Hyundai has raised the car prices or announced the raising of car prices starting 1st of June. And Hyundai is going to be raising prices up to 12,800 rupees is what the maximum price hike will be across the models that Hyundai owns. Hyundai is also talking about how the price hike will be across the models, and this is of course due to the input costs surging for the car companies because of the rising crude oil prices, two, a lot of supply chain disruptions because of West Asia war that these car companies are also looking at. The stock is jumped on the fact that the stock companies announced this price hike. 1.6% higher for Hyundai Motors today's stock. 1915 is where it is trading at. Sudeep, this is going to be important. Remember, the last half or last 3 to 4 months of 2025, auto enthusiasts were celebrating the GST cut that was passed on to consumers by way of sharp cut in car prices across the board, across the models as well for a lot of companies. But now comes this West Asia war, because of which constantly these car companies have to raise prices, and now starting June there will be another round from Hyundai Motors. Up to 12,800 rupees will be hiked. That is what Hyundai is talking about. What would that do to the consumer demand?
Well, I think this was on the cards. Well, most of the automobile companies have been and will be taking hikes. Input costs have moved up, and this was very much on the cards. So yes, you are absolutely right. GST cut was passed on, and there was a cheer amongst the consumers. We saw a record number of vehicles being sold, and I think that was very, very encouraging. But this had to happen because input costs have gone up, and at some point of the time or the other, this was expected. So I don't think it is a big shock or anything like that. It was expected, and this will get absorbed by the market. You will probably see some kind of pressure in first couple of months post the hike, but then it'll come back to regular.
Okay, but I remember, Sudeep, when we were talking last time, we were talking about the concerns around inflation that are further picking up pace. One, it was the fuel price-led inflation that's already made its mark in the wholesale price in the index of inflation, coming in at a 42-month high at 8.3% in April. But now, when all of these sectors are looking at price hikes to mitigate the impact on their margins, their realizations, and to pass on to consumers, starting from FMCG, we've seen HUL, we've seen other companies like Britannia talk about price hikes. Now we have the car companies that are looking at price hikes. There could be many other industries. We're also looking at, companies like Bikaji Foods talked about 3 to 4% hike as well. So FMCG companies, and we're looking at cement companies that have also raised the prices. Now the car companies, most of the sectors are now looking at passing on the impact to consumers. What will that do to overall inflation going forward?
Well, undoubtedly, inflation will go up because, in the economy, the input costs, when they go up, obviously, the secondary and tertiary impact of that is seen over a period of time. And that's exactly what we are witnessing now. If today now we have seen impact on 10 items, tomorrow we will see another 10, and eventually you will get to see the full impact of the input cost price hikes. So it started with oil and naturally oil derivatives and anything related to oil, and that led to a significant increase in logistics cost, raw material in terms of metals, and other softer commodity as well. So it is bound to happen, and it is bound to have an impact on inflation. The only good thing is inflation was so low, and it was much below the RBI 4% RBI mandate of 4%. It's still below that 4%. And at some point of time, I think RBI is also penciling in inflation going above 4%. But as per their estimate, it will not cross 5% during the current fiscal. Let's wait and watch how things pan out. And it all eventually depends on how long the war in West Asia continues.
Okay, fair point. Let's look at the airfares and the aviation news now. That's another space that investors and consumers have to look for. Any signs of fare hikes to be impacting their pockets? Domestic airfares are set to rise further. Air India and Indigo are moving to cut capacity amid elevated jet fuel prices and rising operational costs. Let me go across to my colleague, Richa Sharma, who's going to be getting us more on the same. Richa, what are you picking up from your sources? Are there clear indications that one, domestic carriers are going to be cutting their capacities for the coming up months, June, July? These are essential for summer travel as well. Once that happens, is there going to be an indirect impact into airfares?
Yes, actually, in fact, Air India has issued a statement. While they have not given a perfect number, but what we are hearing is almost 22% cut, which amounts to 750 to 770 flights of Air India on domestic sector. And these flights are primarily on metro connectivity like Delhi-Mumbai, Delhi-Hyderabad, Hyderabad-Mumbai. So the metro sectors, which is really high demand sector. So that is what Air India has officially confirmed, while Indigo has not issued any statement or shared, but there have been sources saying that Indigo is also cutting almost 7%. So, when the flights are reduced, it's automatic, demand and supply gap. So when the supply is less, demand increases, especially in the peak summer, when there are summer travels attached, people going for vacations. So there are less flights. Imagine some 700, 800 less flights on the domestic sector. So demand will increase. That will definitely increase the domestic airfare, which is already almost 15% high, which we've been seeing, since the West Asia conflict started, due to the high jet fuel prices. That is what we've been hearing.
Okay, Richa, thanks a lot for getting us those details. The domestic carriers are already slashing their summer travel capacity by 700 to 800 flights lesser than their usual flights. That could lead to, of course, higher demand for lesser number of flights, therefore increasing airfares. So one has to be prepared for of course, higher travel fares when it comes to traveling by aviation as well. Let me go across to Sudeep for a quick word here. Indigo, we have very less number of stocks that one really trades in the stock markets. One is Indigo, and that largely holds the monopoly there. The other one is SpiceJet, which has a very minuscule share. Air India is not listed. But when these companies are already facing the pinch of the ATF prices and they're going to be now cutting the capacities there, what does that indicate for the business going forward? Indigo has already had a tough last 6 months period.
Well, I think their challenges continue. Look, about close to 40% of an operating cost of an airline is aviation turbine fuel. And as we know, the global oil prices going up has affected the ATF prices significantly. It has moved up significantly. They haven't been able to pass on that entire cost to the consumers by way of hike in the fares. So obviously they're trying to cut down the flights and cut costs wherever possible. But it's challenging time, undoubtedly. But having said that, I will also mention to you one thing that the moment West Asia crisis there is an end to the crisis, I think things will start improving for on both the oil front as well as automatically on the airline front as well. So as far as Indigo is concerned, I'm positive in the medium to long term, but short term, yes, there is turbulence and challenges.
Right. Okay, viewers, we'll quickly look at how the markets are shutting shop now. We are at 23,920 onto the Nifty, 6 points higher in trade. Very, very volatile set of the session that we've had for the Nifty. Through the course of the session, you've seen the markets slip below 23,900 and then hover just around that level. Very range-bound session with a lot of choppiness that's followed. But it's been some sectors that have outperformed. You're seeing the media stocks up by 3%, autos up by 1.7%, metals 1.6% higher. The broader markets are also doing well. Banks have seen some profit taking today, and IT stocks have also dipped in the session today. On the Nifty, the top movers are Tata Motors passenger vehicles, about 4.6% higher. On the Nifty, you also have metal stocks like Hindalco that have pulled up, Power Grid, Zomato. These are some of the other stocks that have moved up in the session. Whereas on the declining end, you have ONGC, HDFC Bank, HDFC Life, Wipro, SBI Life Insurance. These are the names that have actually slipped in this session as well. So that's how the markets have shut shop. But we'll start taking some of your questions now with Sudeep and Yobadya. We have the first query for you, sir, and this one is from Sarthak Sharma. He's from Shimla. He says, I have investments in new age tech stocks like Swiggy and Zomato. Should I continue to accumulate more at the current level? Sudeep.
Well, we do like Eternal, which is the company Zomato. I think we believe that in this kind of a business, a winner takes all. That's what applies. And Eternal has clearly been the winner. Their food delivery business, which is Zomato, I think their break-even has been achieved and things are improving. Their quick commerce business, Blinkit, things are improving at a rapid pace. And the most interesting part is they have got the necessary corporate approval, and now they are an Indian-owned, Indian-managed company, which allows them to follow the inventory-led model as far as Blinkit is concerned. Unfortunately, in case of Swiggy, they failed to receive their internal corporate approval for that Indian-owned, Indian-managed kind of a structure. And that's the reason they can't follow the inventory-led model. And their Instamart is still at a disadvantage vis-a-vis Blinkit. And things are not that good as far as Instamart is concerned. I'm not writing off, or I'm not saying that Swiggy can't do well. But At this stage, Eternal is my favorite, and one should look at buying more Eternal if you can. But remember, these valuations are not cheap. So if you are buying these stocks, buy for long term.
Okay, buy for long term these new age tech stocks. Zomato is the preferred one for Sudeep. Thank you so much, Sudeep, for being with us on the show and for helping all our viewers with your insights on the markets and for addressing their queries. Viewers, we'll move on. And now to showcase something within the healthcare space to you. Fortis Healthcare is strengthening its expansion strategy with a sharper focus on acquisitions, regional hospitals, clusters, high-end specialty care across markets. Let me go across to Vivek Kumar Goyal, the Chief Financial Officer of Fortis Healthcare, who's talked about the growth roadmap in conversation with my colleague Neetu Chandra Sharma. Let's listen in.
So the hospital revenue grow ahead of occupancy growth. So how much of this came from specialty mix, pricing and higher end procedures? If you can share with us, with our viewers.
Sure. So the main highlight of this quarter and year is that the revenue growth is coming mainly from the volume growth. It is not driven by the pricing growth which we have seen in the earlier financial year. So that is quite encouraging, and the revenue, the price increase is 2 to 3% only. While when I say price increase, ARPOB increase, and the main growth in the revenue is coming from the volume growth, and we have focused more on the robotic surgeries. We have focused more on the oncology business, and that has really helped us in growing the business to this level.
All right, Vivek, also let us understand that Fortis has added beds through acquisitions and partnerships this year. So how aggressive do you plan to be, on your expansion in FY27 going forward?
Yes, sure. So last year, we have added 750 beds in our network. 250 is through brownfield expansion and almost 500 beds through acquisition. We have acquired 3 facilities, one in Jalandhar, one in Bangalore, and one in Greater Noida. So our strategy is to use all lever for growth. Brownfield expansion plan we have already shared with the market, where we are planning 2,000 bed addition over a period of the next 4 years. We are also exploring various opportunity for acquisition, and we are also exploring greenfield bed expansion possibility wherever acquisition and brownfield is not possible.
So having said that, you said that your company is continuing to evaluate inorganic opportunities. So how active is the acquisition pipeline right now?
So it is quite active, but acquisition, come with its own challenge. These opportunities come with own challenge. The market is quite biased in terms of the seller side, because a lot of private equity investors are chasing these deals. So we have made our stand very clear that we will not be chasing the deal on pricing, and we are very disciplined in bidding for any acquisition things. And that's why as a alternate to acquisition, we are also exploring the greenfield expansion opportunity. Brownfield in any case is no brainer, because of the cost is just half the greenfield and acquisition thing. And in brownfield, another thing is it is easy to ramp up the capacity fast, and it will start contributing immediately in the bottom line.
And before we leave, viewers, do not forget to get your hands onto the latest edition of the Business Today magazine. It's now on the stands, and this issue focuses on Indian economy navigating a far more challenging global environment, from the impact of West Asia conflict and rising crude oil pricings to the pressure on the rupee, capital outflows and inflationary concerns. The mood has shifted sharply from optimism that was seen right after the union budget. Our cover story this week spotlights Titan Company, one of India's biggest wealth creation stories, tracing its journey from trusted brands to one of the most valuable companies within the Tata Group. And despite the macro uncertainty, there is one big positive. India Inc.'s profitability remains strong, with net profit margins hitting their highest levels in at least 60 quarters. So don't forget to tune in on to some of these stories within the Business Today website, as well as catch up on the latest edition of Business Today magazine.
presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit! Visit! Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
US President Donald Trump this week called on Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan to